How's it going over here? It's on a lockdown special. We're all locked down over here in London, England. I've just come off of a show, so it's going to be a short one. It's going to be about the situation, about the lightweights. And in the lightweight scene, we might be getting the most exciting fights in 2021. 2021 might be a great year for the lightweight division. As you know, we've got some great lightweights in that division. We have Teofimo Lopez as the number one king. We got Devon Haney as a regular WBC champion. We've got Ryan Garcia with his tremendous performance with Luke Campbell and what we saw on the weekend. We've got Gervonta Tank Davis, which is another big showdown with a fight possibly getting made soon with Gervonta Tank Davis and Ryan Garcia. That'll be a great fight for the lightweight division. And obviously, the winner is definitely going to be doing great things in that fight. We also have Teofimo Lopez, who just recently, earlier on today, has said if he doesn't get the kambosos fight, Devon Haney, you better get ready. He's ready to fight Devon Haney next. If kambosos fight does not happen, Teofimo Lopez has openly came out on a channel today and turned around and said that he is ready. If Devon Haney wants to fight, he could be next. So that's another huge fight that we could be getting, especially right now in 2021. I want everybody to know that 2021 is probably going to be a difficult year for boxing. So if the fighters are willing to step up and give us the fights that we need, we possibly can get a great year of boxing. Teofimo Lopez, certainly got a salute to him for even calling out Devon Haney, for shutting down all the haters by everyone saying that Teofimo Lopez was ducking Devon Haney. Well, he definitely shut down those rumors by him already saying, if kambosos fight does not happen, Devon Haney, you could be next. Well, let's just look at these fights. And I just want to respect to Mr. Popo. These are people coming to my new channel. You know, my big channel will be back in a couple of weeks. I'm just trying to build this channel for a little bit, and then we'll get back to the original channel, which has got thousands of subscribers. But thanks for all my loyal people who love to talk about boxing. You know, we got Popo, we got Transcended in the house. Thanks for joining us, bruv. But look, at the end of the day, the lightweight division is the most exciting division right now in boxing. Even looking at it from England, we can't wait for the great fights. Transcended, come on here for a sec, bruv. We can't wait for some of these great fights which are coming in 2021. Now, Tank Davis has already turned around and said he's training. He's in training camp right fucking now, and he wants Ryan Garcia next. So if Tank Davis is not ducking none of that smoke, Tank Davis and Ryan Garcia could be right now in the making of coming to us in the next few months. Ryan Garcia was on the Mike Tyson show today, and he said, I only need 2 fucking rounds for you, Tank. Tank, you need a stool. You need to get a ladder to reach me. And Tank Davis told Mike Tyson that if that's me and I punch him, he's not going to get fucking up. Tank Davis turned around and told everybody that if he hits Ryan Garcia is not going to get up. And that's just facts. So that's a big fight that we're looking down at 2021. But with the Devon Haney situation, Devon Haney is getting sidestepped. Devon Haney is again getting treated with not much respect in the boxing fraternity. Not many people are looking at Devon Haney and calling him out. Now, there could be 2 reasons why that could be happening. One of them could be that they're ducking Devon Haney. Could be a duck. The second reason could be that there could be nothing to gain from Devon Haney. Yes, he's got a WBC champion, but a lot of the boxing world think the way he got his belt through the email or being in position for that belt is not really a true WBC champion. So that's another thing that boxing people have got on Devon Haney, which is like a little bit of a clouded situation. But Devon Haney definitely is ready for a big fight next. Devon Haney should be in the next fight with definitely, if it's not Teofimo Lopez, with Javier Fortuna if he doesn't get Ryan Garcia. We already know that Ryan Garcia has made it publicly loud that he does not have no interest in Devon Haney next. He's eyeing up Javante Tank Davis. The biggest fight for Ryan Garcia, he said, is the fans want, is Javante Tank Davis. Do you guys agree with that? That Javante Tank Davis and Ryan Garcia is a much bigger fight and lucrative and way more money than Devon Haney and Ryan Garcia. So the only way we can get a big fight for Devon Haney is if Teofimo Lopez doesn't get the Kambosos fight and fights Devon Haney. That is going to be the way that Devon Haney could get that Teofimo fight. Only if Teofimo Lopez decides to fight him. Because we all know he's the WBC elevated franchise champion. He will choose the next opponent. So if he doesn't get Devon Haney, then Devon Haney will be in a situation again where he'll be stuck in limbo without a fucking fight. So the next mandatory challenger is Javier Fortuna. Hey, what up, Toby Bartlett? Thanks for coming to my new channel, mate. This is my new channel. We're just talking about the lightweights. Mr. Popo, Toby Bartlett, Transcended Sports in the building. Thanks for popping into the building. But look, Devon Haney is the only way Devon Haney can get a big fight now is if Teofimo Lopez decides to fight Devon Haney. The only other fight waiting for Devon Haney is Javier Fortuna. So these are the two fights that Devon Haney can chase in the next 2021. But if Kambosos decides to continue with his mandatory, then Devon Haney is going to be out of luck. As everybody knows, Teofimo Lopez has told everybody that he's going to first chase the mandatory fight. If he doesn't get the mandatory fight and Kambosos stalls him or slows him down in any way, then he'll be happy to fight Devon Haney. So look, at the end of the day, that's one good thing that we've done is shut down all the Devon Haney haters, all the Devon Haney dick riders, and all the people who said that Teofimo Lopez was ducking that fight. Now, what you got to say now? What the fuck are you got to say now? What are you going to complain about now? The boy Teofimo Lopez just told everybody that if he doesn't get the Kambosos fight, he'll be more than gladly happy to give Devon Haney a chance. So that shuts down all that narrative and hate, right? So we can get two big fights in the lightweight division for 2021. Two huge fights. Now, with the Ryan Garcia and Tank Davis, I don't think that's an easy fight for Ryan Garcia. Even though I like Ryan Garcia's chances in that fight, what I can tell you is that Tank Davis, if Ryan Garcia stands up straight and he doesn't move his head well and he's not able to defend himself and keep himself open, if Tank Davis gives Ryan Garcia a flush shot, I don't even know if Ryan Garcia is going to get up from that. But if Ryan Garcia decides to use his distance and just work himself and work that speed and come with, that Speedy Gonzalez kind of style he's got, he might be able to catch Tank Davis. That's a huge fight for the lightweight division, especially in America. Right now, that would be a big pay-per-view, probably be the biggest pay-per-view apart from Tyson Fury and Anthony Joshua. That would be a bigger fight than the Devon Haney and Teofimo Lopez fight. Even though the Devon Haney and Teofimo Lopez fight is more legacy and more on the line, it's definitely not a fight like Ryan Garcia. Hey, let's just add somebody to the table. What up, Mark? Mark from Atlanta, Georgia, in the building. Thanks for coming to my new channel. Just express yourself to the panel and the channel, bro.
Yeah. What's popping, y'all? Shaman Martinez. Shaman Martinez, part of my voice is 4 a.m. over here on the East Coast in the U.S.
Hey, thanks for pulling up, Mark. Mark, look, we're cooking the lightweight division. You saw what happened with Ryan Garcia went to the Mike Tyson show. Did you watch it?
Absolutely.
Man, it's cooked up
Shout
a
out to
lot.
Mike Tyson. Shout
Yeah,
out to Mike Tyson. He the OG. He the only one that can make something like that happen. He the only one to tell Tank prior to that, man, you guys are boxing friends. Y'all gonna get money together, make money together. He the only one that can tell Boosie badass, gangsta ass rapper from Louisiana, beat a murder case, beat all kind of cases, man. He out here on the street making good money. He told him face to face, I think you might be homosexual. Can't nobody tell that to Boosie. Mike Tyson said it to him, bro, on national TV, man. So shout out to Boosie though, no disrespect to him. And shout out to Mike Tyson for making that happen and giving us some more great boxing content. And shout out to you, Rap Star, all the way across the pond, putting in that good work. Um, I ain't got that much time because I'm in here editing the video. I just want to log in and show some support. I'm gonna hang out in the private chat because I do want to drop a jewel on you. Fuck it, I can say it right here, right? You need to put your cash app up for people like me to want to support you financially, brother. I don't care if it's a penny. Man, we want to support you over here across the pond, bro. You do not have your channel. It don't have the cash app, but I don't see the. Don't have the super chat. But at least put the cash app in the description or have it in the description box of your channel, so people like me, without even saying nothing, just bang, 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 ching, ching, want to just show you a little love and support, bro, because you deserve it. You're working hard. Every time I turn around, you out there working. Um, Come back on the channel, show some support. And I don't see you as a subscriber with this new channel, so make sure you subscribe to your boy, because I'm definitely locked in. I see you working. I'm out here. I'm out here working too, bro. It's 4 a.m. on the East Coast, and I'm still out here grinding. But I love you, bro. I wish you nothing but the best and success on your new endeavors, and I'm always gonna be here to help you any way I can. And
Hey
I'm gonna
man,
start with that. And I'm gonna be the first one to send you that cash app when you get this shit monetized with that super chat. I'm gonna be your first $20 super chat on God, because you
hey,
deserve it, bro.
just like Mr. Popo in the chat just said, Mark Nash is the real OG. And I'm gonna tell you this, Mark Nash, you got good energy, and you know what? At the end of the day, bro, I don't do this for the money. Thanks for trying to push me
Nah,
towards
but
my.
we gonna help support you and keep you independent, man. Where you can do this as a full-time job. So right now, put the cash app up. I'm gonna send you $5. Fuck it,
Hey,
$5. It ain't
can I
much,
can I can
but
I
I'm
do
gonna
that
send
on
you
my
five
next show, Mark?
US. And
Can I?
hold up though. Let me get my shit off. I'm gonna issue a challenge. I need 5 people to match me with $5. I know the money out there. Y'all got that stimulus check. I need my stimulus check. Yeah. Y'all niggas got the money, man. So man, support the brother, man. Help him get his shit off, man. Help him with a couple dollars, man. Cause we want the brother to be independent where he can do it full time. And that's my new motto. You're gonna see me on all the channels. That's what I do, man. I'm trying to give it up, man. I'm a match. You throw a dollar, I'm gonna throw a dollar up. I want you to match me a dollar. If I put 5 up, match me 5, man. I ain't got it. I'm broke as fuck, nigga. But the little money I get back from my super chats, I give it back to the content creators. And we gonna always Martinez gonna be out here with the cash mob challenge, yo. But Martinez in the building, y'all know what's up, man. Love y'all, man. Follow me, Martinez breaking the beats. I'm gonna hang out in a little bit. I'm gonna be here for a little bit, but I'm gonna mute my mic. Thank you again for giving me the opportunity. Put that cash app up on the screen, and y'all let me know who gonna match me with that $5, man. Let's get it done. Let's get it done. Five
Hey,
minutes, man.
before you leave though, bro, I do
I
want
ain't
to
going
ask
nowhere. I'm
you.
gonna just mute my mic. I'm editing a video, so I'm listening,
So
but I'm
yeah,
editing a
you
video.
just listen, stay in the chat, bro. So look, at the end of the day, we saw Tank Davis tell Mike Tyson that, listen, Mike, if I catch Ryan Garcia, he ain't getting up, Mike. And we saw Ryan Garcia. We said Ryan Garcia told Tank Davis on FaceTime today, yo, Tank, you need a ladder to catch me, bro, because I'm telling you now, I just need 2 rounds. Now, who could have ever promoted a fight like that in a
I
few
mean,
days? Mike Tyson is a legend. The energy that
God.
Mike Tyson has. Go ahead, Mark.
On God. And give Mike Tyson his flowers, man. The man been through so much adversity. He's had it all, lost it all, went to prison, came back, got some more, lost it all again. Like, if it's ever a story of redemption that we got to see why that person is alive, it needs to be Mike Tyson. He deserves all his flowers. And I think he deserves all his flowers because at the end of the day, as crazy as Mike Tyson is, as wild as he is, ruthless as he is, nobody think he raped that lady, man. Fuck it. I'm gonna just put that out there. Let's keep it a buck. Because if we thought he was a real rapist, we'll give him that same R. Kelly treatment. You'll be out of here. Same thing with Kobe. We ain't think Kobe did that shit. Like my
And let's
man
be
DMX
honest.
selling belly. The bitch is lying.
Yeah, but let's
But
be honest. And
but I'm getting off track though. I'm getting off track. I'm sorry. It's 4 a.m. I don't had a couple shots, man.
no, no, no.
Smoking a
Let's
good
touch on
drink.
that. Let's touch on that because Mike Tyson, Mike Tyson was
Mike
one of
Tyson
my
ain't do that
favorites.
shit, man.
Yeah, listen, we already know Mike Tyson never did anything like that. But let me just tell all the casual fans and the young guys, Mike Tyson could have had any woman he wanted at that time. He was the next biggest thing after the president, bro. Every woman wanted to be with Mike Tyson. And even at the time, whatever you want to say, however he got set up for being too powerful, there was not many people who used to look up to Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson, there was millions of people used to look up to Mike Tyson. Even a rapper everyone in the world used to look up to Tupac. But do you know who Tupac used to look up to? Tupac used to look up to Mike Tyson. And Tupac used to look up to Mike Tyson like it was his older brother. They made him weak. They set him up. But at the end of the day, Mike still was a strong man and he came back from that shit. But at the end of the day, you're right, Mark. They did, you know what? I'm gonna say it on my channel as well. They fucked Mike Tyson up. The system fucked Mike Tyson up, bro. And that's what happened.
Yeah, man. I think it's the ultimate story of redemption. And at the end of the day, Mike Tyson wouldn't have been in a hangover on Broadway plays and all that shit just because he's a famous boxer. If people really thought he was a rapist, nobody believed that shit. Shit, I think people believed him more when he told Lennox Lewis, I want to eat his heart. You know what I'm saying? Or something like that. All praise to Allah. They believe that more than they think he raped somebody. You get what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, man, I know we got totally off subject with that.
I
I
mean, but
need y'all
look
to
at
say
this
that.
though. Even today in 2021, when the boxer speaks to Mike Tyson, they can't have no cap. You can't cap. Did you see what the way they talk in front of Mike Tyson is like, look, Mike, this is what we want. We don't want to hide from this. So I like the way that Mike Tyson bring the energy for Tank Davis. He told Javante Tank Davis, Tank, you gotta fight this dude. You gotta fight this dude, bro. And Tank said, I'm gonna fight him next. I mean, this is a big, big announcement. Mike Tyson has
I,
made
I think it's safe
Ryan
to say.
Garcia versus Tank Davis in his own studio, bro.
I think it's safe to say Mike Tyson globally is more recognized, loved, and feared even more than the guys who beat him: Buster Douglas, Holyfield, Lennox Lewis. Even when you see like they're not feared, you love them, you appreciate them, but even when you see them, you be like, "Yo, you beat Mike Tyson." We all be like, "But you ain't beat the Mike Tyson before prison, though. You ain't beat that Mike." And even with the Buster Douglas, yeah, you beat him before prison, but it was a lot going. Like it's like, and I don't know if that's me. I don't know if that's my psyche, my era, but we make excuses for all Tyson losses. Like, well, he won't taking that fight serious. He was in Japan, you know what I'm saying? But he lost. We talk about the count. You get what I'm saying? Even with the Holyfield, even though Holyfield beat him twice, we still look at it like it was some headbutts. You get what I'm saying? You make excuses for the person that you love, man, at the end of the day. And there's nothing wrong with that. But at the end of the day, those guys who beat him are not admired, enamored, feared, loved. Put whatever adjective you want to in front of it, like Mike Tyson. Even though they beat him. Lennox Lewis beat him super clean, fair and square. No headbutts, just good jabs. 1-2s, good 1-2s. Time up, 1-2.
Yeah,
Time up, 1-2.
and you know, I'm just gonna touch on this subject right now. I've been watching Mark Nash lately, and he's been giving a lot of credit for Teofimo Lopez. And Teofimo Lopez today,
You can't.
Mark Nash today, Teofimo Lopez turned around and said openly to the world that if I don't get the Kambosos fight and Kambosos stalls me, Devon Haney, get ready, you might be next. Now, come on, Mark. They've been waiting for him to speak. And he
And you know
finally,
what? And
Mark,
I'm gonna say,
Mark, he finally spoke and he told
I love it.
everybody,
I
if you
fucking
want it,
love it.
I'll give you Devon Haney next. Come on, Mark. What do we talk about now?
Hey, Rap Star. Hey, Rap Star.
Yeah.
Look. I'm gonna tell you something like this. My grandmama used to tell me, baby, when you went, cause I used to be a little fat boy, always in the kitchen, right, trying to cook something. And she said, baby, when you turn that eye up on that stove, you got to stand in that kitchen and stir that pot. You responsible for that. And I'm telling you, man, That man not only turned the eye up on the stove, stirred the pot up. Oh my goodness, man. He over there seasoning the meat. He getting ready. And I'm letting you know. I'm letting you know. I'm letting y'all know. Y'all gonna be mad at me. Y'all gonna be mad at me because I don't want money on the boy two times. On Comey and on Loma. And I ain't one of these dudes out here big cap. Dr. Seuss big capping with the Dr. You know y'all got Dr. Seuss over there in the UK.
What's that? The cartoon?
Yeah, it's a little cartoon, but it's like it's a nursery rhyme book. But Dr. Seuss character got the big top hat. That's big capping. My man, I'm telling you, the kid Loma is everything he told us he was. And I'm one of those dudes. I got the betting receipts. I ain't big capping. I can tell you I betted on him. I can show you how much I won, but it's gonna cost you. But I'll show you how much I won. And I betted on this dude. This dude ain't failed me yet. So I ain't one of those people that they be trying to stare at the pot with different coaches versus different coaches. No, man, you better. I always win on Canelo. You know what I'm saying? Except the first triple G, because it was a draw. But I should have bet on the draw because the fight was so big. But I
Yeah,
was like, nah, I'm betting on Canelo. Like, this is Mayweather again, bro. Like, and that's what I see with Bud Crawford. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not gonna miss that train, bro. If I was a betting man and I betted on Mayweather every time, it would be like watching Back to the Future and having the little almanac, man. Like, you know the future. And some of these guys, I can kind of just see the future with some of these fights. Like, no, you're not gonna beat him. And Ryan Garcia, as much as I like him, just to bring it back home, back to the topic, Ryan Garcia is not gonna beat Tank Davis because that punch that put Santa Cruz out, especially if they fight right now in Cinco de Mayo, because that's when I want it. Like both of these guys coming off a great wins, like let them fight, and I want them to fight because I know that's gonna be pay per view. Now, not to ramble too much and get off track, but Bob Arum has been saying during quarantine it's not fair to fans to put stuff on pay per view and all of that. I think that's cap. If he could, he would. He
what?
can't, so he.
Look,
You get what I'm
everybody,
saying?
before you cook, Mark, Toby Bartlett said that, he likes the way you're speaking and you're speaking facts. He's going to subscribe to you right now. Some of my people appreciate your views. And I got to
It,
tell you, Toby said respect to Mark Nash. Brandon White said, listen, rap star, whether you like it or not, we're going to support you, brother, all the way. Transcendent Sports Channel said, rap star and Mark Nash, I always support you, brothers. You guys
I
are
know
respect.
Transcendent Sport. That's my bro.
Yeah,
That's
I
my
mean,
Asian brother, man.
we're getting a lot of respect after respect right now, bro. And this is
If I'm
4
not
o'clock.
mistaken, I think. Hey, look, if I'm not mistaken, I think Transcendent Sports is from the Asian community. You get what I'm saying? We global,
Yeah,
man. Like, you know what I'm saying? He in the US, but I think he's from the Asian background, if I'm not mistaken, and mixing him up with another subscriber. But he has a dope channel. Um, and we trying to help him grow his channel every time. I always tell him, hey, when my show over, man, you trying to do the after party because you right here on the panel. Let's send everybody over there. And that's how we spread the love around. You get what I'm saying? But yeah, man, I already know. But at the end of the day, to bring it back home, if Bob Arum could put on these pay-per-view events, he would. He can't, so he ain't. So I said that to say this. That fight with Lopez and Haney, that needs to be a pay-per-view fight. And I know a lot of people ain't gonna like me on that. People gonna get mad. They need to go and put that in Texas if that's the only place it's gonna be open in the US. And that need to be they need to build that fight. I don't think but my thing is, when would they fight though? You get what I'm saying? Would they fight in the summer? Would they, you know what I'm saying? Because I think Tank and Garcia is perfect for Cinco de Mayo. It's the rivalry of the promoters. Oscar's guy versus Floyd's guy. Cinco de Mayo. Mexican, and that's when they fought. That's when Floyd beat him. Like, this gonna be, man. The storylines are already built in. Two undefeated guys. Man, do that one Cinco de Mayo. I want to see the Lopez and Haney fight for all the marbles, but I don't think I'm gonna get that on Cinco Mayo. But even if I did, I don't think the promotion leading up to it would be as good because I know Bob Arum don't spend the money like that. Devin Haney is his own promoter and he's doing his best. He has big boy backing with Eddie Hearn, but Eddie Hearn don't seem like he's really putting a lot of money, and I don't see him standing beside Devin Haney. And I think he does that on purpose, almost like, hey, You want to be your own promoter? Be your own promoter. And I ain't mad at him for that. You get what I'm saying? That's business. So you want to be your promoter? Be your own promoter. You can't. I'm not just gonna be standing beside you all the time. I'm gonna do my job as far as contractually and what I got to do to keep you in position. But shout out to the Haney, shout out to the Lopez family. I've had the pleasure and honor to talk to both fathers and both trainers, and they seem like they're great men, and they both believe in their sons. And I just want to see somebody fight somebody in 2021, man. I want to just get one of the fights we want to see.
Yeah, and let's keep that cooking for a sec. But if you want to, smash that like button, subscribe to the new channel, and press that notification. And if you want to know about my brethren's channel, just like you see his name, Mark Nash, that's what it is. That's his channel. You can
I'm the
find his
only one,
channel
baby.
with the one and only Mark Nash, and you can subscribe to his channel. But he don't just talk about boxing; he talks about life. He'll talk about general relationships. The man even has a rap battle every Friday. So if you're from England and you can rap, go and have a look at his channel, and I'm sure he'll invite the England rap as well. Rap is rap. He has a rap battle on a Friday. So the man has a different content on a consistent basis, and he leaves it exciting, man. I got to give it to you, Mark. Some of these topics you've been touching on lately have been a pretty, it's been about life, and it's been about.
Oh man, I almost got a divorce the other day, bro. I told a story on the show about having a Muslim girl giving me head while she was on Ramadan. And when I walked out, my wife was like, "You know, my grandmother's sister listens to your show. My
Holy
grand
shit.
aunt." She was like, "My cousin listens to your show." And I was like, "Well, nigga, my mama listened to the shit. My daddy listened to it. If they got to deal with it, they got to deal with your in laws. My in laws got to deal with it too. Shit, I'm going to keep it real. I'm going to keep it raw. I'm going to keep it authentic. And you can't spell Mark without that AR in it. You know what I'm saying? So every time I go in, I'm going to give you some shots, man. I'm going to give you something shocking, something fun. And I'm going to keep the show interactive. And it's always an open panel. But if you're on some bullshit, we're going to get you the fuck out of there. And we're going to have fun while we're doing it. But Rap Star is always going to be get prime time booking, man, because he's my dude. Ain't he representing for a whole nother side of the world? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, facts, brethren. But you know what? At the end of the day, coming in from England, you don't even know how excited we are about these fights. Because as you know, they've locked us down again. We're in tier 4. We don't even have boxing anymore. All our boxing entertainment is what you guys have got for us, what they got in Japan and Australia right now. They've locked us down again. So there's no boxing events. All the boxing events have been on hold with the Boxing Federation right now in England. So we're excited about the big fights. And we were speaking about this in Punch's show, Mark. The fights that we need in 2021 have to be the fights that people want to tune into and they want to start building boxing again. Because
I
otherwise,
don't even get no alerts for his live. I only get alerts for when he drops a video. I don't see the live like when he's doing a live. When did y'all talk about this?
just about a couple hours ago, I was on his show for
Okay,
a
yeah,
couple
yeah, yeah.
hours.
I've been in dark mode editing his video and researching my new Mac that I'm trying to get. But so I missed all of that. I'm gonna check the playback though.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But
We were on his show cooking it up, bruv. But look, at
anybody
the end of
match
the
me on
day,
that 5 yet? Who out there trying to match your boy on that $5 support the show, man? Y'all bullshit.
man, I haven't even put no cash up on there, man. So
Put that
just
shit on
leave
the screen,
everybody,
man. Put
leave
that shit on the
everybody alone,
screen.
man. We'll do that next time, bro. How about that? How about I
Yes, sir.
promise you, I'm gonna. Okay, I'll tell you what I'll do. We got a big show coming up soon. I'm gonna invite you to the show with a couple friends from England, from a friend from London, and then maybe we'll put the cash up on that and we start cooking the show then. All right?
Rap star, I got a new bit that I do for the Cash App, man. And you're gonna love it. You ready?
Go ahead.
It's giving time in the temple, ladies and gentlemen. Giving time. The church need his money. The church need his money. The church need the money. Nigga, I got a tambourine in here for the Cash App. Nigga, we gonna have a blast. We gonna have fun while we doing it.
Hey, that's funny, man. No,
Yeah, man.
man.
You gotta look, man. You gotta keep the show entertaining, man. I had to bring some of the flavor over here to your show too, man. Let people know how we give it up. Hard.
Yeah, but you know what I like? There's no capping now, bro. These young guys are stepping up. And these young guys now are showing everyone that they want to fight each other. Yeah, that
Sound good. They
and
ain't
it
fought
sound
yet though.
good, and it sound good, and we want to get these fights now for our boxing, for the sweet science of sport we love. But this is what we had a problem on Punch's show, Mark. that you should have come on there for this. That Terence Crawford and Errol Spence are losing the hype and the buzz, and they need to get this fucking fight for 2021 if they want
Who
to keep
said
the.
that? Who brought that up?
I think I brought it up because
Whoever said that, I'm about to say, if it was you, boy, you're a genius, man.
yeah,
And they don't. Oh, but I think that's the plan for Errol Spence. I like everything he says. It sounds like he's shutting the fight down. That's why when you see me when I do my boxing talk, you see the hat I'm wearing. I bought my Bud Crawford hat from the official site. My hat came from Omaha, Nebraska, bro. When you see me on my channel, and you know I'm normally cam up, I always cam up for the show so they can see I'm representing for my fighter and I'm representing my own merch. My man, I'm trying to tell you the real shit ever. Every time you see Bud Crawford, he talking about he wants Spence, Pacquiao. Everybody else is secondary. I would love Pacquiao first and then Spence. You know what I'm saying? But Spence, Pacquiao, that's who I want. Everybody else is under that. Man, this dude Spence is talking about skipping 54, going up to 60 to fight Canelo, and Canelo ain't fought in 68 years. At least what, 2 years? Year and a half, 2 years? When last time you fought Triple G? That was 2 years ago, wasn't
yeah, something like that.
it? September 2018 or
I
late
got
2019.
no, I got
Canelo
to
don't fought
check.
two
I
or
think
three
it was
times since then.
2018,
Ain't 20 what?
late 2018. I think I got to check.
I'm gonna Google that. Cause I know when I'm on Rap Star Boxing Knowledge, I got, or matter of fact, the new channel, I gotta always make sure I got my facts right.
Yeah, you put me on the spot on the date of the exact date of that fight. Well, you're talking about the first Gennady
But
Golovkin.
my whole point is Canelo ain't fought at 16 a year. So I agree with a lot of people don't like my narrative with this, but I say these dudes. Matter of fact, I'm actually echoing Punch. Like these dudes need to go get their own legacy. They need to be fighting each other, cause that's what like they in the era where they can fight each other. The era Canelo came in, he was able to fight all of these legends that were still hanging around. He fought the Cottos. He fought the Shane Mosleys. You get what I'm saying? He was able to fight Mayweather. You get what I'm saying? He failed at that, but other than that, he still put on a decent showing of himself. You get what I'm
Yeah, but
saying? He didn't get slept. So he's Pacquiao is the last of the legends.
yeah,
Canelo
but
is the guy who has fought the other legends. Is these the only two guys who have fought all the other names? So these guys gotta build it. So you need to you everybody want to be the dragon slayer. They want to be the one to take the head off Medusa. But you get what I'm saying? How do you take the head off the Medusa? First of all, you have to have the fortitude to carry that mirror up that mountain. You got to look in the mirror your damn self, bro, before you can hold a mirror up to somebody else. That's the metaphor I was trying to put off. You get what I'm saying? That's how you do it. But these dudes, man, don't even want to look in the mirror and see the guys that's undefeated, got the same record as them, same height, same build, same weight. Everybody's always looking for an advantage. And the biggest check with the minimum amount of risk. These guys don't want to be great no more. They just want to be rich. And I can't fault them. Okay, they prize fighters. But don't be out here saying you want to be great. Just keep it a buck with the fans. But don't lie to us, Errol Spence Jr., because you ain't trying to make that fight happen. Because you are the A side, by your own words. You the A side. You can make the fight happen. But when you go on national TV and on the Zone platform at a Canelo fight doing an interview, it first of all it takes them to bring it up to you because you talking about other shit, talking about your ranch and your horses. Takes the interviewer to bring it up, and the interviewer puts you on the spot, and you can see he don't like it every time they bring it up. Like if you know micro expressions and faces, you can see he don't like it. It's a show called Lie to Me. Watch it. It'll teach you a lot about micro expressions. Just watch that TV show. You get what I'm saying? It's canceled now. It's over, but it was good while it lasted.
yeah,
But
I mean, I
Rap
gotta keep
Star,
it. I
at the
gotta
end
keep
of the
it
day, oh, let me
100 here,
land the
though.
plane. This is the last thing I want to say, Rap Star.
Yeah, but
Errol
let
Spence
me just
Jr.
say
is
this
not
though.
trying to
After
make
what you
that
said,
fight.
bro, what you said there, I got to intervene a little bit because as much as I love you, and I know that we keep it real,
Shoot it up. Shoot it up. Let's go.
the reason why I say it's not all on Errol Spence, and I come from England, I got no horse in this race, is that Errol Spence is still giving the opportunity to say, I'm ready to fight, but I want a bit more. And even if he's asking for a bit more, He's not talking out of reach. He's just saying that I deserve a little bit more. Now, the way we look at it from England, that Terence Crawford's 33 years old, and he looks like he needs to make some noise in the welterweight division quickly. And Errol Spence seems to be the guy who's had the fights with the PBC, has a more comfortable camp there with all the people around him, much more better fighters. So he can always make a good fight. If Terence Crawford wants this smoke, I don't think he's outpricing himself. Errol Spence is trying to say, look, give me 60-40 and we can negotiate this fight for the fans. So he's not ducking the smoke, like you said, Mark. I just think it's politics, egos, and it's to do with right now, who's the best right now and who's the number one in the welterweight right now. Now, let me ask everybody this. Who is the number one? It's got to be Errol Spence right now. Tell me if I'm wrong. Errol Spence has 2 belts, been fighting more greater opposition, and seems to be the guy who everybody knows that this is the time that Errol Spence has been fighting on a much more better opposition on a consistent basis. So Terence Crawford is got to admit that he's not the number one welterweight right now.
Can I reply to that?
Yeah, of course you can reply to it, but you appreciate that Errol Spence is not overpricing himself. He's just
no.
He's just trying to say that.
No, sir. No, sir. No, sir. No, sir. See, what I was trying to say is when he was at that Canelo fight, I don't know what happened, but I think you kicked me off so you can cook, but that's okay. Please don't do that.
Who?
No, I'm fucking with you now. I know I dropped off. But hey, but seriously though, brother.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that, bro. Come on.
No, I know you wouldn't. That's my stuff.
Yeah. Hey, don't do that.
That's my stuff. Hey, look, man. On some real shit, bro. He went from 60-40 to that Canelo fight when he showed up there, and he said that. Okay, let's rewind a little bit, and I'm gonna try to do this in 30 seconds or less. At his fight, he was like, Terence Crawford. I mean, this is at his post fight after Danny Garcia. I mean, and this on YouTube. I mean, he don't want to fight me. I mean, why he showed up my fight then? I ain't worried about Terence Crawford. Like, they kept pushing him on Terence Crawford, but you can look at his face. He don't like none of those questions. Now, here he is at Canelo fight. And I remember people was mad at Bud after that. Was like, he should have jumped in the ring. He should have did this, that, and the third. They did not, the pro Errol Spence channels did not say the same thing for Errol Spence not jumping in the ring with Canelo. They was like, man, they weren't going to let the brother get in there. You already know how they was going to do. I was like, man, now you trying to say some racial shit? No, nigga, I'm black too. I know what it is. You got to be allowed to be in the ring. You have to be allowed in, period. Ain't no if, ways, or buts around it. If you look back, remember when Wilder didn't even come to the AJ fight because he was like, they told me I couldn't get in the ring. And people was like, man, you still should have went. Remember that? It happened. So with that said, man, Errol Spence did show up to Canelo fight, but now it's not 60-40. Okay, I went over to 30 seconds. But now it's 70-30, Rap Star. He said Terence Crawford need to take 70-30, 60-40, 70-30, or whatever we give him. Quote, end quote. Or whatever we give him. That's that don't sound like 70-30 ain't the same as 60-40. That's disrespectful. And it don't sound like you really want to make the fight. Yeah, because I'm gonna close with this. Who's the best who's the best forward and who's the best point guard in the NBA? Or who's the best center? Do you watch any football or basketball?
No, bro. Sorry, okay. Man.
What some people over here would say, hey, what's the brother with with the unibrow? He just won a championship with LeBron. They're gonna tell me in the comments. But damn, man. My whole point of this whole metaphor was this. Errol Spence might be the best welterweight, but some people to this day say LeBron is the best player in the NBA. So would you rather be the best at one position or the best in the whole game? Yeah, that's what they calling Terence Crawford. If you ain't calling Terence Crawford number one, you know who else you got to say? Canelo. And guess what? They the most hated, and everybody say they ain't fought nobody, but they the only ones going through weight classes, beating everybody, and they stopping them. But Bud's stopping everybody. But they beating them, and they beating them in dramatic fashion or even very easily. So That's why it's always either Canelo or Bud, and Bud ain't even no pay-per-view star. But the people who know what's up. And Errol Spence is mad. He's so mad that that's why Punch always play that clip. I even told Punch, I was like, bro, he always said Canelo. He sound like a little kid saying this shit. And he said because he can't say Bud, because that would means he would have to answer the questions why we're not fighting. So I have to say Canelo number one, because I know it ain't me pound for pound.
Yeah,
And that's what pound for pound means.
but if you look at boxing outside in, we're not just talking about you guys in America. You got to look at boxing through the factual part of it. Now, even like Toby said, right? Toby Bartlett said a lot of people consider Manny Pacquiao still the number one welterweight, regardless of both of them, because he's the more accomplished. But if you look at it in logical terms and you just look at it in facts, Errol
Anthony
Spence,
Davis, I'm sorry.
er,
Transcendent Sports saying Anthony Davis.
yeah,
Anthony Davis the best center in the NBA, but LeBron is the best player in the world. That was the whole point.
yeah, but we got to go factually, right? Factually, Errol Spence is the number one welterweight, even though Manny Pacquiao is a more accomplished, and Manny Pacquiao's a all time Hall of Fame fighter. We know he's the more with a better resume than both of them. But as of right now, in the welterweight
But if they was
division,
to fight, who would get more money?
yeah, but
The number
as of
one
right now,
welterweight
you
or the
know, but
more
you gotta stop
accomplished?
cutting me off,
Hold
bro.
up.
Give me a
Okay,
sec.
I'm
Let
gonna
me
let you
just let
go,
me just
but
get let me
even by
get ten
your own
seconds. Let me
logic.
get 10 seconds. So what I'm saying is, with Errol Spence having the IBF and the WBC title, that makes him the number one guy at the moment, regardless of what anybody else has done before. If we're gonna talk about in the welterweight division right now in 2021, Errol Spence is the top dog. He is the guy with the two belts. He's not lying to you. He is the top draw. Now, I know what you're saying. Terence Crawford, at the end of the day, he's done a lot in his career, but that was in the past. Where are we today? So why can't we make this fight? Are they going to still stake with his egos and go back and forth for 10% and not give us these fights? Because there's a lot of money on the table for the pandemic. There's not many people who can earn millions. These two can earn millions, and they can give worldwide fans a fight that we're looking for. But if they don't cook it now and get this fight going, people are going to lose interest in this fight with Errol Spence and Terence Crawford. Go ahead, Mark.
Well, can I start off with a couple questions? My wife be hearing me sometimes. She be like, "Who was you arguing with last night?" I was like, "Man, we was having a blast, man. These my boys." She's like, "You sound like y'all don't like each other." I was like, "Man, that's passion." And
Yeah, we're
that's how,
passionate
yeah,
motherfuckers.
yeah, both of us, especially me and you. You already know how we give it up. Pause. But let me start off with a couple questions real quick, and I'll keep them short. I wrote it down while you were talking, so I can go through this. Um, let's start here. Is Pacquiao a legend, in your opinion?
Yeah,
He's a legend because, like you said, he's accomplished. You would agree?
eight weight world champion, bro.
8-time, 8 weight champion, 12 belts,
Wow.
right? Eight divisions, 12 belts. So if he was to fight Spence, even though Spence is the top dog at welterweight, who do you think is the A side? And I ain't even got to say A side. But do you think 70-30 is fair or 60-40? Is that a 50-50 fight? Like what do you how would you call that split? Pacquiao versus Spence.
Well, that's a different fight. Manny Pacquiao
No, no,
would
no,
be.
no, no. I'm about to put this in comparison. I'm doing this for a reason. These are jabs. I'm about to
Yeah.
throw the right hand.
So
So just
Manny
play
Pacquiao.
along with me. Play along. Humor me.
Yeah. So Manny Pacquiao being an eight weight world champion, Hall of Famer, a different breed altogether. He would be the guy who'd be the A side in any fight when it comes to Manny Pacquiao.
And shout out to people. Okay. So he's definitely the A side. You don't want to put a percentage on that? Like what you think is fair?
I mean, we know Manny Pacquiao gets 20 million plus for every fight he steps in the ring with. We already know the numbers. If Manny
No, well,
Pacquiao
we
goes
don't know
into
the
the ring,
percentage though. Give me the percentage. We know that's his base rate. Like that, I guess that's his base rate he won. So when we talking about a percentage, because we talking about EJ promotion, Manny Pacquiao has a promotion now. So how what is the split right here? Because we all are so cool to say what Bud should accept. Like, let's put a number on this because this the right hand. Let me go ahead on it and just show you the right hand. We're talking about a guy in one division who got two belts, and he beat Keith Brook, he beat Kell Brook coming off a loss, and he beat Sean Porter, who wasn't an undefeated fighter. He had already lost to Kell Brook before. He had already lost to Keith Thurman. He beat Danny Garcia for the vacant. He defended one time. Then you beat him. All right. Those are the facts of his two belts and his top dog ranking and welterweight. Manny Pacquiao deserves what he's supposed to get, and you got to pay him accordingly because he's been through 8 divisions and got 12 belts. Terrence Crawford has been through 3 divisions and got 8 belts. What the fuck are we talking about here? Because he did something that even Manny Pacquiao didn't do, or Floyd Mayweather. He was undisputed at 140. You get what I'm saying? He was Ring Magazine, the two-time lineal champ, undisputed, 135, beat undefeated fighter at 147, who just beat Manny Pacquiao, who was coming off a Manny Pacquiao win. I got my belt beating the guy that you trying to chase, but you don't want to fight me. These are all facts. Say what you want to about how the scars look, how the cards look, excuse me, how the judges scored it, headbutts, elbows, he fought dirty. He couldn't do that shit with Bud Crawford. And then he couldn't pull it off with Bud. It was over. It was over. It was an early night. They put his ass back on the trip from Vegas, sent him back down under with no belt. So I said all that to say this. You got an 8-division champ, 12 belts. This is what he deserves. You got a 3-division champ, 8 belts. You saying he should just take whatever you give him. If you think that shit is right in boxing, you are just fanboying. You're a beta male. You just riding for your boy, or you just going with other people's talking points. You're not even using logic, you're using the stats. You're not even thinking about it that way. Think of it that way, man. These are the stats. This is what it is. Because after that, the only argument people gonna say, well, Manny fought him. He fought him. That's the era they were doing, man. It's not the dude fault, the era he's in. Even with the promotional company, he got the same promotion company that Manny, Floyd, Oscar, all them had. It's just that ain't the same kind of guys around no more. The world has changed. Kids are becoming millionaires now off the internet. They're not all trying to become fighters. Poor kids learn I can have a Wi-Fi and have a good dance and get rich. I don't have to box or play soccer. Fuck that. I want to dance and do TikTok. So I'm getting off track, but you get my point, Rap Star. You got 3 divisions, 8 titles, undefeated too, versus a guy who got 8 divisions, 12 titles. Another guy has 1 division, 2 belts currently. And we saying he get to just tell dudes that you get whatever I give you. What is boxing coming to? I want to know what the chat's saying. I'm gonna mute my mic. I want y'all chat to tell me what y'all thinking. Because
Why don't
tell
we
me,
read?
am I lying to y'all?
Let's read the chat.
Insane?
Let's get to the chat, bro. So Toby Bartlett saying Bud not gonna fight Spence under Top Rank Promotions. He's gonna wait to get out of the Top Rank Promotions and get a better deal for himself. That's what he said. Transcendent Sports says Manny Pacquiao and Spence would be 65-45, and all the main gate plus the Pac will mostly get all the live gate and some more of percentage of the pay-per-view numbers because that's Manny Pacquiao.
Hold on, we got to read that again because that's more than 100%. You say
Have a look.
65, 45?
Read that one.
Ain't that 110? Am I tripping? I took remedial math in college, so let me read that
that's
again.
110, bro. Said, you're doing good.
Okay,
You're doing good.
I'm just checking. Transcendent Sports. Please tell me that was a typo. What the hell are you sipping on over
there? Yeah, so he probably made a mistake there. So look, at the end of the day,
nah. He's Asian. I know his math is right, but what happened tonight? Nah, see, that was a racist draw. I shouldn't even say that. See, Transcendent Sports, he my brother, so he know how I give it up. He know I would have dropped that Kevin Hart drum roll on him. But he know he over there fucking up. He be smoking good weed out that bowl over there. But he tripping tonight. That motherfucker said 65-45. But Bone
Yeah, he got that wrong, bro. He just typed that wrong.
who gonna give him the other 10? Nah, look, he took the time to write the slash and everything. He wrote 65 slash 45 Transcendent Sports. You need to go night night, nigga.
Stop giving him a hard time, bro. He fucking
He's
don't.
a jokes rap star. We on the internet, man. This like being on TV. We gotta entertain the people.
Hey, look.
And if
Yeah,
it's
he
at
got
your
that.
hey
He
look,
got
and
that
if it's
wrong,
at
man. He
his
got that wrong,
expense,
bro.
hey look, and if it's at his expense, cause look, he wrote a long ass paragraph, so he didn't just yeah, he didn't just type enter real quick. He wrote 65/45 plus. Peck will mostly get live gate and some percentage of PPV numbers.
Hey,
Period. Space. Capital B. Like this motherfucker took time on this shit. But he
it's
forgot
probably
to
early
proofread.
morning out there, bro. It's probably early
I know
morning.
it is, but these are jokes and the people need this shit. I'm done though. I'm done.
Hey, listen, man. Look, I agree with what you're saying. You can dice it up either way you want. The fight can even be 50-50 for what anyone cares. We just want to see the fight. And if these guys are not going to fight, they're going to let down the welterweight division. And that's why we got to be ready for getting these other fights for 2021. And this is why I said these young guys like Devontae Tank Davis, Ryan Garcia, Teofimo Lopez, these guys are stepping up. They want to fight each other. It's about time Devon Haney gets in the mix. It's about time Devon Haney fights the real fight now, bro. And I'm telling you now, if Devon Haney gets the Teofimo Lopez fight, some people are going to say that's too premature for Devon Haney. But let's be honest, Mark. Devon Haney's people been calling this fight for a long time. Bill Haney has been coming on channels, and we've both been there, and he's been telling us we want this fight. But now that Teofimo Lopez is showing interest, Bill Haney should jump on this opportunity, bro. Bill Haney needs to jump on this opportunity and start saying, look, if they're interested, we need to get this fight now. Because maybe they won't get this Australia fight now, Mark. The laws are changing. If I'm not mistaken, there's going to be some lockdowns coming up. And I think that's why Teofimo Lopez is calling out Devon Haney, because he knows that if he doesn't get that fight, the next big fight is Devon Haney. So Bill Haney might get that wish that he's been asking for. And Devon Haney's been wishing for this fight. Do you think he's ready for the fight, Mark? Do you think this fight is too early now? That now they've finally got the fight? What do you think about this fight, bro? Devon Haney, Teofimo Lopez. This is another big fight. Come if they're interested, bro.
Let me start off by saying this, man. I respect the Haney team and I respect the Lopez team, but I was on that live chat before Haney came on and after, and I talked to Mr. Lopez, and you was there too.
Yeah, we
He
both.
said, and he said never. Now, granted, times have changed, and he was talking about the money. Now, the pandemic has worsened in some places; it's gotten better. America still has spots open. I don't know if they're gonna make that 10 million fighting here in America. I think that's part of them have to, they must come to Australia. But then certain spots there they can't. You get what I'm saying? Like it's a lot of logistics involved in that fight. Now, granted, the dynamics of a fight between him and Devin Haney might not be as lucrative, but it would be a very defining moment. I just don't know how they would promote it after they've already been promoting him as undisputed. So that would be one thing. But the biggest fight I think he could make if he can't get that fight wouldn't be the Devin Haney fight. The biggest fight for him would be against Tank Davis because Tank Davis is fighting on pay-per-view. Tank Davis has been known for fighting on pay per view for a long time. Even though this is his first time heading the pay per view, oh man, we seen him on the Mayweather McGregor undercard. He was on the Pacquiao undercard. Like I think he might have been on the Birth. Like the kid's been on a lot of these last Floyd Mayweather pay per view cards, and he was knocking people out too, show stopping. You get what I'm saying? So after this last performance and on pay per view, Tank Davis is the fight for anybody at 135. You want because that's what they all building up to be. You started, you want to be a champion, then you want to be a pay-per-view star, you know? So that's the fight, man. Anybody fighting Tank gonna get a bag. I would love to see Devin Haney fight Tank. I don't think Floyd want or the Mayweather family wants that. I kind of agree with Haney, Mr. Haney on that. The father, of course, is what I'm talking about when I say Mr. Haney. But I don't see it. I don't see a lot of these fights. I think the Lopez team, even with that, I don't think they really want that fight. That's my opinion. I don't know if they got pressured into it or if mentally they just think they're better now. But I just I used to go off that video what I used to see when they talked about sparring with each other. But now I kind of go with what I'm seeing now with Lopez, and I'm like, man, this kid ain't failed me yet, and he's doing everything he told me he was gonna do. So it'll be a good fight, man. I don't know who I would favor in that. That's like it's certain fights that are 50-50, but it's certain 135 is such a good division where it's a lot of 50-50 fights within a square. I don't got Ryan as the 50-50 with nobody though. Let's be clear on that. He's
Yeah,
the
but
only one out of all of them that's like that all them undefeated 135. He's the only one we saw get dropped too. Like that. Clean.
but
Elbow went behind his back like he was
let's be
doing the
honest though,
chicken
Mark.
wing. Huh?
Teofimo Lopez is not stupid. He's only calling the name out right now because he's fishing the bait. He knows.
Oh, cause that's the fight people been calling for.
Yeah,
That's what they
so
want.
he's actually understanding that. Look, if people are interested, I'm gonna give. If anything, let's fight Devon Haney. So he ain't saying nothing wrong. He's just fishing the bait. He's just like, all right, let's cook it.
Of course, yeah, that's what I just said. Yeah, he's just throwing the line out there just to shut people up, give him something to talk about, saying if I can't get this, I get it done. He can always say later, "Hey man, the money won't right." You know what I'm saying? Or I'm fighting them. Oh, I'm fighting my mandatory. Leave me alone. I'm doing my job. I got to fight my mandatory, and there's nothing wrong with that neither. But
Hey,
win is
listen,
win. You get what I'm saying?
Transcendent
Because he
Sports
could
has
drop
sent
all the belts.
Transcendent Sports has sent us a message because you told him he can't do his numbers right now, bro. He sent us a
Now
long
let's see.
message. It's right there in front of you right now. It's
Oh,
5
that's
a.m.
right in my head.
Transcendent Sports says it's 5 a.m. In the morning over here. I'm sleepy, bro. I'm kind of like, you know what I mean? But you reading me out loud. I can't read it, bro. Can you read it?
Yeah, I read it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
man.
don't.
And we're trying to send the sport out the window.
Yeah,
But it's a lot of
he
laugh
said
out
he's
loud.
tired, man. He said he's
Yeah, it's a
tired. Give him a
look.
fucking break, Mark. He said he's
No,
tired,
no,
bro.
no, no, no. He
That's what
know,
he
he
said.
know, he look. He's been on my panel, bro. He know me, man. That's my dude. We talk behind the stage. I don't been on his, man. That's my dude. I had to tease him. I'm gonna get these jokes off, and he know we just adding entertainment, adding content to the show at his expense, cause he put it right out there. He wrote a whole paragraph. You couldn't proofread, motherfucker. Proofreading, motherfucker. Like you could have took 1 second to look at how you started 6-5/45. Like, what are we doing here? Nah, so it's all love, man. It's all jokes. So, he's a good sport. He's a good sport, man. That's my dude.
Yeah, definitely, man. I mean, these guys are grinding for boxing. We all love the game. We're all passionate people in boxing, you know? I mean, one thing I want to just get to next, though, is Lomachenko is still the boogeyman of the lightweight division and the
No, no,
180
no, no,
pound.
no, 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 no. If he was the boogeyman, Teofimo cut the lights on and turned the bed over.
Well, let me explain why, and then you can cook. So a
Oh,
lot
I'm
of
done.
people,
I ain't got to cook.
yeah, well, a lot of people said that he won 3, 4, 5 rounds in the Teofimo fight, but he also made mistakes and he started late. Now, let's just put it this way: Lomachenko is still a great attribute to that weight class right now. Lomachenko might not be getting spoken about, but some of these young guns, they might have to fight Lomachenko soon. Now, let me ask everybody this: all of these four
No,
young
bro. They
lions,
got it.
wait,
No,
wait,
no,
wait,
but,
bro. The four young lions have got a 0 on their record. They're all unbeaten. Somebody's O has to go. But who do you think? Lomachenko, to me, he still is one of the boogeymen in that division because of how I just explained to you. He's still a threat, and he's still a threat to all these young guys. How do you feel about that, bro?
he's not. And I'm gonna tell you exactly why not. When you're good, first of all, I like what I was my bars that I got off. Let me repeat it for the people just coming in. If Lomachenko was the boogeyman, Teofimo was the dad who came in and cut the lights on and showed the baby, hey, look, it ain't no monsters under the bed. That's just the shadow of your own shoes. That's how good you are. Ooh, you hear what I did? You hear how I put that together? That's what Teofimo did. Shout out to me,
Yeah, I
man.
like that. I like that
Yeah,
character.
man. That he was Big Daddy. He came in there and cut the lights on. Look, ain't nothing under the bed. Those your shoes, and that's your shadow. Man, you move your shoes around. Move your clean your room up. Cause you it ain't no monsters in here. That shit in your head. And but more importantly, here's the truth though. Lomachenko is everything he said he was. That boy is good. But when you lose and you're that good, you give people a reason to say, I ain't gonna fight him. Why I'm gonna fight him for? He just lost. You know what I'm saying? They got a reason not to fight you. Nicholas Walters was good, but Lomachenko gave people a reason not to fight him because he made him look so bad. You know what I'm saying? Nicholas Walters was good. He had a long ass layoff, but Lomachenko washed him. You get what I'm saying? What's the kid name? Who Lomachenko washed? The I think he was from Cuban, dark skinned brother from Cuban descent. Rigondeaux was a monster, but Lomachenko made him look below average and made him quit on the stool. You get what I'm saying? Now, granted, two divisions bigger, Rigondeaux needed a check, but come on, man. Like Loma has given people a reason not to fight him. They got an excuse now. Like, what? He ain't got no belt. I ain't got to fight him. It ain't like he no legend. I mean, he's an Olympic legend, but he won some titles. But who he beat? His biggest name is what? Gary Russell,
No, he had quite a few wins on his record.
Linares,
He had
Linares,
quite a few wins.
Luke
You know what I
Campbell.
mean?
I mean,
He
wasn't
had
Lomachenko's big? But I'm
he
just
had
saying. I'm just
Martinez
saying.
when Martinez
But you
was
get my point
good.
though. Like, but hold up. But here's my thing. I said, like I said, let me repeat my premise. He's as good as he said he was. He everything he told us he was. But when he lost against Tio, he gave everybody a reason to say we ain't gotta fight him. We ain't even gotta take that risk. We can fight the other undefeated fighters, the guys that we don't sparred already. They familiar and they don't grew up together. Like we can get the money with these other champions. It's always a race to the chip, man. And as good as Lomachenko is, unless they got a it's only a few guys out there that can fight and get a big bag with no money. Tyson Fury was one because he's heavyweight. Wilder's gonna be one. He's a heavyweight. You get what I'm saying? Roy Jones, Mike Tyson, you guys are legends. They make a belt for you. You get what I'm saying? So Canelo can fight without a belt. Triple G can fight without a belt right now. Lomachenko, I don't know if he's big enough where he's gonna be able to go out here and keep getting big fights with no belt.
Yeah,
He
he
got to
can.
get back.
Yeah, he can.
Nah,
He's huge.
nah, he
He's,
got to get right back in that title race, man.
don't forget, he's a big European. I mean, he's a big star for his country in Russia, right?
They don't do pay-per-view fights in Russia, man, like that.
Yeah, but I'm
For the
still saying that
Europe.
you got big fights with
I'm
Lomachenko
just
in the
talking about.
future.
I'm just saying UK. I mean, Russia ain't really known for big time boxing. Let's keep it a buck, man. It's America far as the money, but it's the UK far as the fans. The fans in the UK, y'all can pack out what? How many people in Wembley Stadium? 90,000, something crazy like that. The UK got the fans and got the support, and they got that money. Them euros mean more than the dollar. Everybody know that. Big time boxing is UK and America, and you get the biggest fights when you can put them both together. Now in America, you can get a lot of good money because you got the Mexico fans right here that can just drive over. You get what I'm saying? Or a lot of them live here already in the country. They are part of the culture and the fabric that makes America. Even a lot of the UK fans. You get what I'm saying? They live here. They are part of the fabric of America too. You know what I'm saying? So everybody get to eat off that gumbo pot. But for Russia, man, everybody for some reason always look at Russia as the bad guys, like the movies. So people don't even want to go over there and fight it. Every time you see a Russian fighter, people subliminally in their mind, they be like, he probably cheated. And that's fucked up. You know what I'm saying? They get treated bad like too, stereotypes in movies, but nobody talk about the Russian fight though. these these are jokes. These are jokes. But it's a little truth to it though.
So you
They always
think
look at the
you
Russian
think
guys like nobody's buying boxing, big time boxing. Talking about yo, we got to book our flights to go to Russia for the fight.
yeah. I mean I
No,
think
but we'll go to the UK or we'll go to America for a fight.
I think that Lomachenko still has big fights if those fights can get made. He's still a big enough star in the
I'm
boxing.
just going off what you said when you said Russia though in the UK, and I
I
mean,
mean, at the end of the day, we can't deny that Lomachenko still is a big star in boxing. We
and
can't
he's
take
not
that
even
away from him.
hold up, but he's not even Russian though. He's somewhere near Russia, ain't he, though.
Ukraine.
Kazakhstan. He's not Kazakhstan.
No, it's Ukraine, right?
No, it's Ukraine. Hold on, let me look it up.
It's Ukraine. I mean, at the end of the day, Lomachenko still is a big
Yeah,
name in
Ukraine,
boxing.
Ukraine.
Yeah, he's still a big name in boxing. There can be big fights made with Lomachenko. He can still go to 130. He can
How
still
many
stick at
though?
135. I mean, you still got a couple of fights, two, three
Who?
fights there. Lomachenko still can prove everyone
Oh yeah,
wrong
yeah,
again.
yeah. I agree. But
You
I'm
know what I
talking.
mean?
I thought we was talking about him fighting these young guns. I thought we was talking about him fighting because I heard Bill Haney on record saying, "Why would fight Lomachenko for what? He has nothing to offer other than a name." And right now, we want more than a name. We want a title. We want the titles. That
Hey,
might not be a
everybody
perfect
wanted
quote, but
Lomachenko before. Everybody wanted him before, but now he's lost to Fiafimo. There's not much to gain, and
I
he's a
mean,
hard
I mean,
fight.
he had all them belts, man. Them belts come with something. You see all the love and respect and admiration that Teofimo got. It ain't just because of his culture, him being from what Honduras, a New York dude from Honduras descent. You know what I'm saying? I ain't from Brooklyn. Got the swag, got the voice, got the talk, got the charisma. He doing backflips in the ring after knockouts. All that shit count, but more importantly, he got all the belts now. All that shit didn't mean nothing until he beat Lomachenko.
And
And
that's
then
why he is King Teofimo
absolutely
Lopez Jr. He's the
on God.
number one lightweight in the division right now is Teofimo Lopez. And the other boys,
And if you don't agree with that, you don't know boxing rap star.
no,
Or
you
you
don't know
just riding
boxing.
with your man, you hating, but you gotta give him that, man. He beat the man. He beat the man. Like I can't take nothing from Lomachenko. I told you he's everything he said he was. But once you lose those belts, like you give people a reason to not fight you. Anybody who know boxing know that too. Like oh like shit, because now people got an excuse like man, he got stopped by such and such. Or man, he didn't even had no he ain't had none early for Tio. He just danced with Tio. He didn't even throw no punches. But keep it real, low key. Nobody's talking about why ain't nobody asking for the rematch? Because that rematch, I'm interested in how that rematch go because once Loma turned it on, Tio start losing rounds. When Loma looked like Loma, didn't look like Tio. Now, some would say if Loma would have started that shit earlier, Tio would have knocked him out and would have caught him because he's stronger earlier. But some would say, hey, nah, Loma just would have scored more rounds. He would have found a way to win. He never got dropped in that fight. So yeah, he could take his punches now. He know what he can take. So I wouldn't be mad even if he didn't fight Haney or and none of those other dudes. The other fight I would like to see Lopez do would be a rematch with Lomachenko. That's who I would love to see fight again because Lomachenko looked different after the last few rounds. Like like once he turned it up and started throwing punches, he did good.
So you're going back to my conversation that Lomachenko still is the biggest threat in the lightweight division.
Not, mm, you know what? Threat, threat. Nah, I can't say the threat. Nah, man. The
I
biggest
think if
threat, in my
Lomachenko
hold up. The biggest threat, in my opinion, is Tank Davis.
in the lightweight,
Yeah, man. 135. Tank got power, man. He get dudes out of here, man.
yeah, but he hasn't done it at 135.
He got one Gamboa at 135. Then he went down at 130 and fought Santa Cruz.
Yeah, but Gamboa isn't an
No,
elite
no, no,
fighter.
no. Let's keep it above. No, you just pushed the goalposts back. You said
Yeah,
he
but
hasn't done it at
we got
135.
we got we got to consider
Correct,
fighters
right?
in the top 10.
Okay, now that's now you moving the goalposts. You say he didn't do it at 135. I
But I
say he
thought you would
did,
understand
and
that.
then you saying,
I thought you would
well, he
understand
got to
that.
be in the top 10.
But I would have thought you would understand that what I mean. That he hasn't
Nah,
really
brother.
fought
Like
anyone at
I'm just going. You
135
said
yet.
he didn't do it. I said he did it,
Mm, Gambo is
and then
really
I
not a
gave you
great.
a fact, and then you pushed the goalposts back. You said, well, go through rankings. And you
But
don't remember
Gamboa
making
was
rank.
never a 135 fighter himself. He was best at 130.
He got that name though. That's what we always talking
If you
about, the
want to talk
names,
about a
right?
full fledged 135, Tank hasn't been consistent in that.
I mean, when Gary Russell lost to Lomachenko at a weight that wasn't his weight, and we give him credit, give Lomachenko credit for that. We give people credit for beating guys at catch weights all the time. Like, what are we doing here, bro? Like, we changing what the criteria has to be to fit whatever situation or question that you're asking, and that's not fair, especially like on the spot. Let's be fair, right?
I just think that, we got to be fair to say that, look, Tank Davis is a threat. He's definitely a special talent, but we can't say that he's been beating up elite opponents at 135. He hasn't. So
Didn't he get the title at 135 against Pedraza? What weight was that?
130.
Okay, and he got his belt back. He got another belt. He got a title back at 130. Then got 135, right?
But
Cause when he
let's
cause when
let's
he
keep it
fought,
a buck. Let's keep it a buck. Let's keep it real.
I'm
Tank
just
Davis.
saying Tank. When you look at the numbers, I'm just saying what the fans gonna say. Tank is a knockout artist. He get guys to fuck up out of it.
Yeah, but he hasn't done it to elite opponents in 135.
Has Devin Haney. Okay, well other
Devon
guys
Haney
ain't
hasn't
fought.
either.
Hold on,
Devon
how about
Haney
this?
hasn't either.
How about this? Rap star.
Yeah,
What's his record? Let me ask you this. What's Tank Davis' record?
I don't know. I've got to check quickly, and I.
Well, I'm gonna pull it up while you read off the chat in the comments.
Yeah, look. At the end of the day, Tank Davis. We're not saying he's not a special talent. Javante Tank Davis definitely has power, but he hasn't been doing it to elite opponents at 135.
Let me ask you. Okay, here we go. Let me ask you this.
Mm.
Let me just start here, and I'm gonna end it here. What weight classes have Tank fought at? Do you know?
Mainly at 130, right? And
I'm just asking. I'm not gonna even gonna Google this.
130.
I'm gonna do my research
And he's
after.
missed and he's missed weight more than a couple of occasions.
Hold
Go on.
on. He only lost his title on the scale one time.
Yeah, but he missed weight another time too, and it wasn't for a belt, I think.
Don't matter then, bro. Okay. Did he still fight? Did he get an L on his record for that? Is he the only one?
No, Tank's a special talent, but he
I'm just
hasn't
saying,
fought
bro. He's not
nobody.
the only one
He
to do that.
hasn't fought nobody
Floyd
elite.
Mayweather missed weight before. Muhammad Ali missed weight. I mean,
Mark
well, he
Nash
was
in
a
the
heavyweight.
house from Atlanta, Georgia. He has
But
not
but
fought anybody elite.
but big dog,
He's
you
not
missing my
fought
whole point.
anybody
Let me
elite,
land my
bro.
plane. Let me land my plane.
Go.
And let me land my plane.
Yeah.
And if you want to, and there's no rebuttal for this, but I'm interested at your rebuttal. At the end of the day, the man has had 24 fights. He's a two-time champion with 23 knockouts. Now, on the flip side of that same coin, you can't name all elite competition that To has fought. To got three. His best three names are Nagatani, Lomachenko, and Comey. Facts, no rebuttal. Garcia, his best name is Luke Campbell.
Facts.
Some people would say Devin Haney's best name is Gamboa. So out of all of their fights, with all their 20 something fights,
Uh-huh.
they ain't knocked out every single person.
Well, let
So
me tell you
my whole
this.
point is, hold up. So here's the lane. Now hold up. Put your seatbelt on. 'Cause I'm landing the plane, and I'm gonna get my baggage off, and I'm gonna let you unload your baggage,
I'm coming back.
my
Go
brother.
ahead.
My whole point is, the man is doing what he's supposed to do. If you don't supposed to be in there with me, I'm gonna get you the fuck up out of here. Now there's a lot of guys that be in the ring with people that don't supposed to be in there, and they let those guys see the final bell. Facts. So what is he doing wrong to make you think he's not everything he said he is? If you don't supposed to be in there, I'm gonna put you to sleep. And there's been guys that's supposed to be in there. Pedraza was good, man. He's on record. Remember, he was beefing with his promoter at one point. because he said he didn't think he was ready for Pedraza, him and his coach and none of them. But Floyd, he felt like, remember when he was riding with AB against Floyd? This shit is online. He was like, yo, I didn't even want to fight Pedraza yet. We didn't even think we was ready for that. But hindsight is 2020. You were ready and you did great. But that's that AB, or I ain't gonna say AB, I don't want to put that body on him, but somebody was poisoning his mind where he went on Twitter and said that about Floyd in a fight that he won and knocked the guy out. Why are you saying that?
Are you good?
I'm done. I'm done, man. All I'm saying, 24 fights. I mean, 23 fights. I mean, where we at? Yeah, 24 fights, 23 knockouts.
See,
Come on, bro.
the problem is, yeah, if you want to really talk about it properly, if you really want to look at it as records and facts, Javante Tank Davis hasn't done it with the opponents which are elite. So if you look at Teofimo Lopez, you already mentioned, you made my work easy, bro. You already made it easy for me. You mentioned the three guys that Teofimo Lopez fought, which are all elite fighters. Now, Ryan Garcia proved it with Luke Campbell. We're not saying Tank Davis might not be the guy. We're just saying he hasn't done it with the guys for us to base it off, for us to do an eye test with, for us to acknowledge that he's done it to the top five guys. Now, if he does it to the top five opponent and he does it to somebody within the top five or top seven or top eight and he knocks them out, they're going to start saying Tank Davis is the truth at the lightweight division. But until then you got to keep it real and you just got to keep it facts that he hasn't done it until he does it. Now, are we saying that Tank Davis can't? No, we can't. We're saying that Tank Davis definitely got a good opportunity. But do you think he can do that to Devon Haney? No. Do you think he can do that to Teofimo Lopez? Not really. He might, and we're going to have to see how the fight with Ryan Garcia goes before we judge it or before we do an eye test on that particular after that fight. So you can't say nothing until he fights these guys. A lot of people say that Floyd Mayweather's been, you know what I mean? He's been covering Tank Davis, just been moving him the right way. And if you look at it correctly, he's 3 years and 4 years older than all these young boys. He should have done this before these boys did. But these guys are stepping up before he is. So we just got to keep it a real thing here. We don't know how good Tank Davis is until he gets in the ring with one of these guys. And can he do it? And can he use his power and be aggressive with a fully blown Teofimo Lopez, Devon Haney? We don't know. We don't know if he can do this to these people, bro. So that's another question. And that's another big question mark. Yeah, Mayweather's been doing really well by guiding him the fights in the right place at the right time, bro. He hasn't. The Gamboa fight was exciting. I'm not going to say it wasn't exciting. But at the end of the day, Gamboa was never the fucking fighter he was supposed to be. He was 3-4 years too late in the making. So if you want to keep it real, even though I love you guys from America, I don't know where Tank Davis is when it comes to fighting the elite in 135 pounds. I just got my opinion on that. I'm not saying that he ain't, but we got to see. And until he gets there, then we'll be able to do an eye test and recognize how good Tank Davis is.
I'm gonna tell you what.
My thing.
My bad. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Yeah. Hey, look. I thought I had a good feel for that. You know, where you can tell when somebody rapping, so you can unmute and you can start segueing. But some of these motherfuckers, they talk real slow and they be like, and another thing. I'll be like, God damn, my bad. But
Go on, man. Cook.
And you know what I'm talking about. But I love y'all, man.
Yeah. Some people take their time.
Shit, man. Look, I'm taking my time, man. We got all night. Hey, man, look, I'm gonna tell you the real shit, bro. At the end of the day, I agree with you, Rap Star. Lopez is king of 135. But Tank does pay-per-view. Tank has been on some of the biggest and most successful cards in the history of the sport of boxing. That means he had eyeballs on him. And in the fact of him having eyeballs on him, and plus to that, he was knocking guys out when Mayweather was going to the decision. You know, Tank was getting a knockout, getting people warmed up, getting them hyped. I remember I'm an artist too, bro. I remember being the main event, and I remember not getting booked sometimes because they told us we was too hype before the lead act comes up. That shit happens. But Tank has been consistent as the opening act for the big star, and he has been show stopping. That you get what I'm saying? So I said all that to say I agree with you that yes, Tio is the big dog, but at 135, at 135 or 130, Tank is the guy for pay per view. None of these other guys is fighting on pay per view, and that's
Yeah, but
just fair.
that's a different conversation
No,
altogether,
no, no.
bro.
It all goes together. It all
Uh-uh.
goes together when we
No, but
talking
if you
about.
want to talk about proven fighter, that's different to do with a fighter who's got a good
But
pay per
rap
view.
star. But when you say, but even when you saying what you saying though, all these guys who got all these fights, Tank is the only one where he knocked out everybody except one man. 24, 23. A lot of these guys fighting guys that shouldn't be in there with them, but they still see the final bell. So everybody Ryan Garcia fought except for Luke Campbell was top notch competition. No, he got a lot of decisions on his record. Devin Haney got decisions, got a lot of decisions. T.O. got a lot of decisions. You get what I'm saying? And that's okay. But this
Yeah, but
guy
if we're
right
gonna
here,
cook, if we're gonna cook it
hold on,
real,
man. Like you, go ahead, man. Go ahead,
no,
go ahead.
I'm sorry, but if we're gonna keep it on this channel, we're gonna cook real facts. Tank
These
Davis
are
has been,
facts.
yeah, but Tank Davis,
24,
yeah, but no,
23.
no,
What
no.
we talking about?
Let's keep it facts because we got Europe watching in a bit. They pass through from here, bro. We can't just make
I don't
it
care if
like.
the moon watching. They better
Listen,
have
we
Wi-Fi.
gotta
It's
keep this shit
23,
real, bro.
24 fights, 23 knockouts.
Now let me
Is
tell
that
you
not
where
a
we gotta
fact?
keep it real.
Did
Let
I
me tell
lie?
you where we gotta keep it real. With the
Did I
Tank
lie?
Davis situation, he's been pulling up people from 26 and 22 and 26 and 20 and 30. He hasn't been doing it at 135. But on that
Devin
note,
Haney was fighting
yeah, but
cab drivers in
let me
Mexico, and
just
y'all don't
cook,
say
bro.
nothing about that though.
Let me cook. Everybody on that note, smash
And I
that like
respect
button.
Haney.
Smash that like button, and we got Shadow Ghost in the building. Shadow, what
Yo,
up, bro?
hey man, what's going on, bro?
Hey, I want you to cook on this. I just gotta send a link to somebody in England. I want both of you and Mark just take it for me for a minute with
What was
Shadow
hey
Ghost.
hey? What was
Listen,
your
I just want to ask Shadow Ghost a question.
Okay, yeah.
Javante Tank Davis at 135. Is he a proven fighter? Has he and is he the elite at 135 at the moment? Answer on that, bro.
In my honest opinion, yeah, bro. I think so because, and I think you've heard me talk about him before. Rap star. I like Tank, bro. I fucks with Tank. Tank. His resume may not show it. But you could see the motherfucker just be knocking. He knocks people straight the fuck out, bro. But I mean, I just hopped in and I don't know who the brother that was talking. What was his name? I can't see who was talking or who.
Mark Nash.
It's Mark Nash. I only caught a little bit of what he was saying. Um, I hopped in right when he was saying because from correct me if I'm wrong, but I hopped in as he was talking and it sounded like y'all was comparing everybody and I guess he was talking about how Tank stands.
All I'm this all I'm gonna say, bro, and
No,
I'm gonna
no,
just.
I was asking, bro. I just hopped
Oh,
in.
no, 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 no,
Yeah, yeah,
no.
yeah,
I'm gonna
yeah,
just clarify it. No,
yeah,
no
yeah,
disrespect, my brother.
yeah,
And
yeah.
I
I hear you.
appreciate you joining the panel.
Yeah,
I appreciate you joining the channel.
no doubt.
And it means a lot to Rap Star, and it means a lot to me to trade dialogue with you for the first time. I'm just out here trying to spread my voice to the world. You get it?
Yeah, I hear
So,
you.
and I ain't got all the answers, but and I ain't gonna be. This is fat, and that ain't a shot to Rap Star, but that's what everybody want to say. But these are facts. Tank has fought 24 fights and knocked out 23 guys. Now, when we talk about levels of opponents and who you fought, who you didn't fight, at the end of the day, my whole point was this: if they don't belong in there with you, you get them out of there. That's all I'm trying to say. And if
Yeah,
he was such
and
an
that was the
easy
only
lick,
thing I was gonna say. That was the only thing I was gonna say. Because
oh,
when I
oh,
was,
oh, let me just land my plane.
yeah, yeah,
And
go
my
ahead.
thing is, all these other guys, if you can't say they this, that, and that about Tank without saying, well, they didn't knock out everybody they fought except for one person. And they didn't all fight top elite. They all went through the ranks like everybody else did. But Tank knocked out every person except for one person. Like that means something to the buying public. Being on those Mayweather undercards for Pacquiao, Mayweather, McGregor, That means something. He got knockouts when Mayweather did. That means something. And his value cannot be understated for that. That's all I'm saying, brother. Go ahead.
Uh, no. Hey, look. First of all, I feel you. Look, we were talking about I think it was Ryan Garcia and Tank the other day, and me first of all, I'm a Ryan Garcia fan. I don't think he's ready for Tank right now, but I'll tell you one thing. I love his straight confidence, bro. I love that about him. You can't tell the boy nothing. You tell him, yo, that's crazy. He's like, all right, watch me do it then. That's just the way he is. And but as far as Tank goes, yeah, I give him. I don't even care about the resume because you could see how he fights. I do want to see him fight better people though. As far as the knockouts go, when you look at Teofimo Lopez, he's got 16 and he's 16-0 with 12 knockouts, right? Now out of the people that he fought, he's got Nakatani, Richard Comey, Vasily Lomachenko, and what was the other dude? He fought that one dude that he knocked out. I forgot what round it was, but before that, the dude was he was known for knocking out it was the undefeated prospects. I think he had knocked out like 2 or 3 undefeated prospects. So they thought he was going to give him work, and Teofimo he smoked him early. I think Teofimo is proven though. I think Teofimo is proven. Yeah, that's a proven fighter at 135, and I think they're all proven. I mean, you can see their talent, bro. But when you're talking about at some point you got to start facing champions, because if not, you're just gonna keep washing people, and that's the problem people have with Terrence Crawford. We see the skills, and I don't have no problem with it. I'm just saying I think this is the problem I see. What other people say is they see the skills, bro. They see the motherfucker's good. They see he's knocking people out. They want to see him in there with somebody that can scrap with him. You see what I'm saying? Like
Preach, brother.
they
Go ahead.
don't they don't want to see him just keep smoking cab drivers and keep smoking Uber drivers. They don't want to see that. Um,
Hell, Mark.
but at the same time, Tank Tank is a different breed, bro. Tank is a different breed. That's why I say Ryan need to slow down because.
Yeah, but who's he done it against? Shadow goes.
But I'm gonna tell you right now, though. Here goes the
Go ahead.
thing. Here goes the thing, Rapstar. Listen. Yes. Matter of fact, just the other day, I forgot. I think when we got off Punch's channel, I watched. It was yesterday because I came on and I came on late. Because every time I come on, bro, I try to go to everybody's channel to see who's on, yo. So we could cook and talk or whatever. Nobody was on. So when that happens, I just go straight to. I go into YouTube loophole, bro, and I go to watch boxing or boxing, whether it's old, new, whatever. I just keep watching boxing. That's all I do. So I said, fuck it, man. Let me go back and watch Tank's fights. Let me watch Ryan's fights. So I start going back and I'm watching them. And I've already watched their fights already. I mean, but I'm watching them again, and I'm looking at it, and I'm kind of coming away with like a different opinion. Ryan has grown a lot, bro, in his past couple of fights, and he does hit hard, but his feet placement is not good. Tank, he fights people. Yeah, if you look at it, Tank always. We got to talk about which Tank is coming in because we got the disciplined Tank, and then we got the undisciplined Tank. We got the Tank that sometimes comes over, and then we got the Tank that's good. But we can't knock that against him because if we got to do that, then we've got to do that against other fighters that do it. I love David Benavidez, but that motherfucker love food too. I mean, come on, bro. Like so, these are people that have their own lives, and so I can't expect them to. I mean, that's just a different story, bro. But as far as the people that he's fighting, right? If you look at Leo, I think everybody knew he was gonna knock him out. If you look at the other people that he's fought where mostly at 130. How many times has he fought at 135? And this is a question I'm asking because I don't know the answer. How many times has he fought at 135?
Once.
I don't know.
Twice.
Once? Was it once? Once or twice? Okay. So which means he's mostly fighting at 130, and we know he's a lot heavier than that. So yes, he's fighting people that he's got a lot of power with. But that goes into my next question, though. That it doesn't. you can't just use that against them, rap star, because if that's the thing, then you could say the same thing for Tio. Tio's a big dude, bro. Tio's a big dude.
Yeah,
You
but
know that.
Tio's been fighting real people, bro,
But
and
right, but you,
he's been
but
doing it against the most elite and the
yes,
pound for pound
and
guys.
I agree, but I'm saying we can't use the weight thing because every boxer does it. Errol Spence does it. Canelo does it. Tio does it. A lot of these dudes fight. Sometimes that's part of your advantage, and that's part of, if you can make the weight, bro, then you make it. You know what I mean? If you rehydrate and you go into the ring later on in the night, and you can carry that weight, bro, that's part of boxing, bro. That's just part of boxing. You can't use that against Tank because he's naturally a heavier puncher, and he's naturally he's walking around heavier than these guys. If he's coming in, he's making the weight. The other guy's making the weight. I'm pretty sure the other guy doesn't naturally walk around at 135. We all know these guys are cutting weight. You know what I mean? That's all. I don't hold that against him. I do hold what I do hold against him is not even his fault, and that's Mayweather. Because I think if he was under somebody else, he would have been fought people that were more dangerous. He would have been fought champions a long time ago. But I think because he's under Mayweather, Mayweather kind of like protects his investment, bro. He's not. He's been doing that. I
They've
mean,
been moving him carefully, bro,
yes, yes, and I think if he was with somebody
and I,
else, he wouldn't be doing that. That's all I'm saying.
and
So
let me ask you this, bro. He's 26. These guys are 21, 22, 23. He's older than all of them, bro. And you're telling me that, oh, he's an elite fighter because you can tell by your eye test. Now, we all know by the eye test that Javante Tank Davis has crazy power, but he hasn't done it at 135, bro. He's been doing it to guys at lighter weights. They've been moving him carefully, bro. And now comes the real question. Everybody says that he's going to smoke Ryan Garcia. It might not be that fucking easy. Ryan Garcia might be a difficult test for Tank Davis because Tank Davis hasn't been fighting at 135. Ryan Garcia is a full 135 fighter. So I don't know how everybody thinks Tank Davis is going to smoke Ryan
no, no,
Garcia.
no, no, no. That's I don't understand that. No, 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 no. That's that. I don't know why people keep using that because even when I went back and watched it the other day, it looks like it's a lot. That's a good fight, bro. Because actually, if you look at everybody that's ever sparred Ryan, they'll tell you. They'll say, "Bro, I don't know where these people talk about the powers favoring Tank. Ryan hits fucking hard. Everybody says that. They're like his speed, like you could see this. It's snap. It's like a different type of power. It's a snap. They were. Did you see the Luke Campbell interview? The other day.
Yeah,
Did you hear what he said when he asked him about Ryan? So Luke, we caught up with you and Ryan in the dressing room, and you was telling Ryan that out of Loma, out of Linares, they started naming all these other people he fought. That you said Ryan by far hits the hardest that you've ever been in the ring with. Were you just saying that because you know you just lost to him? You're in the ring. You're trying to be humble. Canelo's there. Oscar's there, and he says, "Listen." He says, uh, first off, I want to say one thing. Before the fight, Ryan was acting like an asshole and this and that, but I got to say something. He's really a nice kid. He's like, his mom came up to me, hugged me, was real, asked me how I was doing, caring about me. Ryan came up to me, Canelo came up to me, Oscar came up to me. He's like, he's a real nice kid. So just leading up to the fight, I had a whole different impression of him. He's like, number two, I'm not just gonna say it. He's like he does. He hits the hardest, bro, that I've ever been in with. And I think he goes into the speed. It's the speed. And then when I was watching his fights, there's another guy that looks like Adrian Broner. I don't know his name, but there's a separate video on him. He looks like he looks like Adrian Broner. He's an upcoming dude. He's sparred with Ryan, and he said, "Bro, Ryan hits fucking hard, bro. He hits hard." And every person I watch, they say the same thing. They say like his lankiness, don't let that shit fool you. Like he so I think you take that, you take his length, you take that he's a natural 135 pounder. It's a lot closer fight. I don't think anybody, and I don't think when he says he's gonna smoke Tank in two, do you really believe that, Rapstar? Do you think he's
Uh,
gonna smoke? So if you really believe, so if you don't really believe nobody's gonna smoke anybody, you really don't believe Ryan's gonna walk in there and smoke Tank in two, do you?
no, I mean, to be really honest with you, I think Ryan's going to be wary of Tank's power. He's going to be obviously observing Tank's power, but to be really honest, it's just a very very intriguing matchup. And to be fair with you both, um, Luke Campbell was 32. He lost 3 fights before going in with that fight. At the end of the day, we know Luke Campbell did good for himself when he fought good fighters, but he lost. Let's keep that real as well. I might come from England, but Luke Campbell's not exactly a world champion. He came short. So we see Ryan Garcia, we see him stop Luke Campbell, but that's no Tank Davis. Tank Davis, look, Luke Campbell hit Ryan Garcia went down. If Tank Davis fucking hits Ryan Garcia, bro, is Ryan Garcia going to get back up? We don't know. We don't know if Tank Davis hits that hard. And if he hits that hard at 135, we know he hits hard at 130. But if he hits hard at 135, let me ask you this. Say if Ryan Garcia can take Tank Davis's power. Tank Davis is in trouble, isn't he? Am I right or wrong?
Oh, who you asking? I'm trying to listen to you, and I'm trying to read at the bottom. I can't tell if the person writing at the bottom is the same dude that's talking on the
The
panel.
same dude in the middle, bro. He's always hyping up the chat.
I
Mark
don't.
Nash is a real one,
I'm
bro.
talking at the same time because I read and I look at the comments, and
Yeah.
I'm listening to the people that's in the panel because I always do that because I try to stay up with the people that's in the panel because sometimes a lot of times people ask questions, and I'm like, is this the same dude I'm talking to? Literally, and I'm like, why don't you just ask me, or are you talking to
On my
me?
mama, nigga. This me, nigga. I just didn't want to cut you off. You was cooking.
Oh, okay. I'm like, oh, listen,
Nigga,
listen.
this me.
Okay,
Look, I got
it's
look,
mutual.
I made look, hey, look, real hey big
Hey,
dog.
hey,
This
no,
me.
no, it's good. Hey, bro, it's good. It's good, bro. Hey, listen, I
Hey,
saw
look,
it. I
and
saw
I
it. I'm
ain't
past
talking
it.
about you verbatim.
Yeah.
I just didn't want to cut you off, and I was just trying to be active in the chat.
No, I feel you. I feel you.
But my
Hey,
mama say hit dogs holler though. Did you get hit by something?
nah, nah.
Puppy?
Hey, no. I'm a type of
No, I'm
person.
joking. That was a little
Nah,
shot right there.
it's
I
cool.
ain't
It's
fucking
cool.
puppy. I was just
It's cool.
I'm
No,
just
no,
keeping
no.
it entertaining.
Nah. It's
It's
cool,
all
bro.
love.
It's cool.
No, no,
Yeah,
no. Real talk though,
if
big
I
dog.
ever,
I was
say
just trying to
anything,
keep
if
the
I ever
chat
say
active.
anything, just ask, bro. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
No, no, I
I
ain't.
don't know if it was or not. I don't know. It's
No,
cool.
no, 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 no. See, look, we can sing together, but we can't talk together, and that's what's happening right there. See what I'm saying? So I was just trying to keep the chat lit, and
Yeah, I feel you.
and it's all facts, and well, not all facts, some opinions, some fact. You get
Yeah,
what I'm saying?
yeah, I
Some
hear
is
you.
fake. I want the fight.
We
If
ain't
a
all
nigga
gonna
say
agree
he
on
wants
everything,
it,
bro. So it don't matter.
yeah,
So
yeah, 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 yeah. And I ain't taking no shots at you, big dog. Like it's all love, man. Like I promise it's all love. And it's all entertainment. As long as we keep the shit right here on this Wi-Fi, we can always work it out. You get what I'm saying?
yeah,
And we can all and like my mama didn't name me Martin Ash, nigga. Nigga, this is entertainment. Nigga,
yeah,
this
Mark has it.
nigga, I'm a personality, man.
Yeah,
Like Charlemagne the God,
yeah, I feel you. Yeah,
Master Flex, nigga. Like this entertainment, brother.
yeah,
So
it's entertainment,
yeah,
bro.
just roll.
Yo, you really had me bugging, bro. Cause I'm
All right, so
talking,
let's
I'm
get to it,
listening
bro.
to you, and I'm like, is that the same motherfucker talking to me? Yo, that's funny as shit. That
Hey,
shit had me.
Mark's multitasking, bro.
But
Mark's a
look, let me say
multitasking
this though.
machine.
But I did want to get something in, but I didn't want to cut him off. That's why I just wanted to work in the chat.
So let's cook
If
the
I may.
fight, bro. Carry on,
All
Mark.
right, so basically, this is what I want to say. But the brother did say something that that sparked me to say, "Damn, I want to say something." You said, and I had to pull it up on the screen. You was like, "We don't know which tank we gonna get. We know every tank we got knocked everybody out. Whether he was where he missed weight and then came back and then make enough weight, he struggled to make weight, whatever you want to call it, Fat Boy Camp. He knocked everybody out except for one man, right? So,
Absolutely.
so when a man tell you what he is, man, take him for his word. He get these boys out of here if they don't supposed to be in there with him. It's not his fault where if they can take his punch. Like we doing a whole
No.
bunch of hypothesis.
He asked me about.
And he had hold up. Put it in the chat. Cook me in the chat like I did you. Then hold
I
on.
don't know
Let
how
me
to
get
write
my
in the chat. I be trying that. Like, how do I? I'm on PC, bro. I can't click. I'm not on the
oh,
phone. Well, when I
oh,
click, it doesn't say I can.
oh yeah. See, I'm doing multiple. Oh, you might have to open another tab up
Okay,
and
let me try that.
and actually pull up the YouTube show. So
Okay,
the stream
So
over
keep
here
cooking,
pause the
Mark.
YouTube show. Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm just
keep
trying to
cooking.
explain to him how to work it so he can use the chat as well, brother. I'm sorry, but basically, rap star was like, we ain't got time for no tutorial, nigga.
he right. Fuck, he could just did. God damn.
Right, goddamn. But all right. So, but
Talk
basically,
that
man,
boxing, B.
smash that like button, man. But basically, man,
Just smash that like button, bro.
whatever. The dude is always doing what he said he was gonna do. I lost my point. That's why Rapstar knew told me keep going. You're gonna forget.
Exactly.
Shit.
God, you was talking about that I said we don't know which tank that we're gonna get.
Yeah, and I was like, every time we get, knock everybody out. And these other dudes ain't knocking anybody out. No matter when they say I'm 100%.
Yeah, but who has he knocked out though, bro?
But yeah, hold on. I just
Every,
want to answer that. I just want to.
look, Ryan Garcia knocked out everybody except for 3 people.
And that's what I was referring
Who are
to.
those people?
That's what I was referring to only. I was saying Rapstar asked me. So before I even got into that whole thing, I think the question was he asked me. So do you think he's gonna do that to Ryan or whatever? And I said, well, I mean, I would rather. I don't think that he's not gonna take Ryan Garcia not seriously. So I shouldn't even have said that. But it does matter. I mean, if you're gonna fight a high champion though, a high champion. I mean, the people that he did came in, I guess, a little bit overweight. Those were people we didn't even know. So I guess that's not even a statement. So
Yeah, I just want to say this for the people, myself included, put me in that box who think Tank Davis will win. Instantly, I would jump my yellow ass right out that box because I do not think it's gonna be a walk in the park. If for the people saying, "Oh, he gonna smoke him," it's gonna be a walk in the park. No, it's not. No, it's not. Mm-mm.
yeah, it's not.
You know what I'm saying? Not on that stage, not at that level, making that weight
Hey,
for
let me
that
ask
guy.
everybody this. Have we seen Tank
Damn,
Davis?
man.
Let me ask everybody
You
this.
told me
Have
to
we
cook the
seen
fight, man. I'm trying to set it up
Yeah, but
because
have
I
we
gotta go
seen
real
Tank
quick.
Davis get knocked down yet? Have we seen Tank Davis come out of adversity? Have we seen Tank Davis in trouble? I haven't seen that yet. Because he hasn't fought
That
anybody.
means he's that good. Look, that doesn't mean he fought bad guys. That just means he knew how to take a punch better, or he didn't let it phase him.
I
This guy
don't
got
think so.
dropped
I
by Luke
think
Yeah,
Campbell.
yeah,
this is
and also at the
Like
same time, Rapstar, and also
you,
not only
hey,
that,
look,
but also
hold
you
on.
made
Let
a
me
good
say this
point.
one
No,
thing,
no, you
big
made a
dog.
good point. You made a
Look,
good
I
point.
just want to land my plane. Give me
Go ahead.
5 seconds. Just because you didn't see him get knocked down doesn't mean he didn't face adversity in a fight. That's all I want to say. Go ahead.
Yeah, and also not only what he said too, but the fact that he did get knocked down is what bothers me. Because if he gets hit with Tank like that, I don't think he's gonna get up. I don't think he's gonna get up. Man, did you see the Tank interview that they did? The Tank interview. He said that when they were asking him, he said that he was tweeting right before and said he keeps running into shots. And then he said if he run into something like that, he ain't getting up. Did you see that? I watch all their interviews, bro. I
Yeah,
watch all that
I
shit.
hear you. No, I hear
Yeah.
what you're saying, but we got to keep this a little bit real as well. We haven't seen Tank Davis do this to fully blown lightweights like Teofimo Lopez, Devon Haney, Lomachenko, Ryan Garcia. These are different kind of fighters to what Tank Davis has been knocking out, bro. We got to keep that real as well. We can't just lie about that. These are different kind of fighters, bro. Tank Davis has been doing it to people which are in the lower weight categories. And the only other person he's done it to in the 12th round is Eucharist Gamboa. Well, we know Ryan Garcia and Teofimo Lopez and Devin Haney are a different kind of breed. We got to keep that shit real as well.
You
So,
can't put Campbell on the same thing as Tank, bro.
Hey y'all,
You
I fell
you
off,
can't do
man.
that.
Hey, big dog, I fell off soon as I said my point, and the brother Ghost was trying to say something. Man? I missed everything, man.
Oh,
But
oh, I I said to hop on what you said because you said just because he got knocked down and whatever doesn't mean Tank didn't come through adversity. I said to hop on that too. I said because you made a point. I said what also bothered me is the fact that he did get knocked down. If he got knocked down from Tank, that's what bothers me. I don't think he would have got up. And so Rapstar said, "Oh well, that the people that Tiafimo and Ryan has fought, and that all these guys are way better." And I'm trying to say that you can't compare Luke Campbell to Tank, bro. Tank's a 2-time champion.
Yeah, but
Okay,
at what weight?
130 and 135.
Tank's a
Yeah, but
2-time champion.
against
And he stopped Gamboa, and Devin Haney didn't stop him.
yeah, but do you know what the problem is? If Tank Davis comes against Ryan Garcia, that's his first ever 50-50 or 55-45 fight. That's the first ever fight that somebody's going to give people Ryan Garcia a chance to beat him. He hasn't been in that kind of fight yet, and that's what we got to see. We haven't seen that from Javante Tank Davis.
I think the Pedraza fight was like that. Because
That's
Yeah,
in your
he hadn't
opinion,
been
bro.
proven.
That's in
Pedraza.
your
I think
opinion.
Pedraza don't.
And
People don't
people
give
just
Pedraza
didn't know
credit.
people don't know who Pedraza was.
Exactly.
But
Yeah,
let me ask y'all this, and I'm gonna close out with this, man, because I just want your opinion on it. Since we're talking about who fought who and who got what record and who fought what, who stopped who. Kell Brook, right? Has he fought better and tougher competition than Terrence Crawford? Before they fought, had he fought? Was his resume better than Terrence Crawford?
well, he fought Gennady Golovkin and lost.
I didn't ask you that, brother. That's
No,
just
yeah.
that's a yes or no question. Because it's gonna be rapid fire. These are just a jab. I just want to see if y'all gonna take the debate on the jab, so I can land his right hand. Has
You
he
always
fought
want to
better?
come with some controversial, huh?
No. Look, man. Look, it's entertainment, bro. We on TV. We ain't just in the room. Me and you
All right,
sitting here watching TV talking. We out here for the world. Let's be
let's go.
entertaining.
Let's
And I
go.
want to hold you to it.
Let's
And,
go.
and if you say yes or no, I want you to tell me why. Because we said this was Terrence Crawford's toughest fight, right? Before he fought him. But I want to ask you, Rap Star, boxing. What's the new show? Boxing TV. It's not Rap Star Boxing Knowledge now. What's it? Rap
Boxing.
Star
This
Boxing
one's
TV?
this one's boxing TV. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, man. Rap Star Boxing TV. The brother Ghost, right? What's your name? Ghost?
Yeah, Ghost. Shadow Ghost.
All right. Ghost with the power. I feel you. Let me ask you. I love your screen on this joint, yo. That's your heart. I need to
Yeah,
change
that
my screen
screen's
to a
dope,
picture.
bro. He got a
Hell
dope
yeah, he should
screen.
take up the whole screen. I'm about to switch my whole shit up on you. Watch me on
That shit
Friday
is
night
dope.
freestyle tomorrow. I'm gonna put an album cover up every time. I'm gonna promote a new
Save an
single
album
every
cover.
time. Yeah, I'm an artist too, bro. So I'm gonna promote a new single every time. I got over
Okay.
50 singles streaming right now on your phone. Type in Martin Ash. I'm in your
Okay.
phone. I got the beats and everything. Website. Go to the website. Get some merch. Fuck with me. Um, Big dog. At the end of the day, and since y'all don't want to play the game with me and play along with me, just always remember this when we talk about who fought what. Does Tank Davis got a better resume than Kell Brook?
Nah.
Rap star?
Nah.
You say no, Rap star? You say no, Ghost?
Nah, of course not.
That's what y'all think? Does
Well,
Ryan Garcia got a better record? Oh,
Kell
okay.
Brook. There's just one fighter that Kell Brook fought, which kills every bit of the resume, and that's Sean
I get it.
Porter.
I get it. I get it.
He
I
came
get
to
it.
America and beat Sean Porter, bro.
Okay,
Let's
yeah,
not
yeah.
forget
You
that,
naming
bro.
one fight. You naming one fight. I'm
Yeah, and
asking you about
that's
that.
the only fight I
Hey,
need to
look.
name. But
Hey, big
carry on
dog. I
talking.
asked you about your resume. I ain't asked you about your performance at your last job. I asked you about all your jobs. And my whole point is this. And y'all can kill me in the comments for this. At the end of the day, Tank Davis, Bud Crawford, they ain't never fought nobody with 189 losses. Never fought somebody with 139 losses, 77 losses. Kell Brook fought a bunch of losers and built his name and his rep all the way up. If you think I'm lying, check the credits, man. Check the box rep. Terrence Crawford never fought nobody with no 189 losses. Ryan Garcia, like, man, we give these guys, all these guys that we try to get credit for in yesteryears, and we saying these guys need to do this, man. These young boys doing it the hard way, the real way. They ain't fighting nobody like that, man. Yeah, granted, they might have fought a guy with a losing record. Okay, yeah, he got 4 losses, 1 win, or no losses, No wins, 3 losses, shit like that. Ain't nobody out here fighting no 189 losses.
Yeah.
Now y'all kill me in the comments on that and tell me I'm lying.
No,
Tell me
I
I'm
agree.
wrong for
I
that.
agree. And I like.
Come
I love.
on. And
I
and there's
love.
nothing wrong with that. It's just people don't have that information. And I like you, Ghost, because once you get that information instantly, you can say, you know what? I didn't know that. That's a good point.
Yeah. Hey.
Some
Hey.
people
It's.
want to die on that hill,
Yeah.
even when they
Nah.
get and when they would have presented the evidence. They don't want to know the bitch cheated on them. They be like, that wasn't my wife. That's her cousin. They wrestling naked.
Hey, hey, whether I know the information or not, bro, I love it, bro. I love info. If I'm wrong and I don't know, shit, I go find out. And that's where, bro. That's why I love fighters that come out of the Olympics or won national championships because we know, bro, they were in some type of tournament that done eliminated somebody. Not saying that somebody that started in some type of amateurs isn't good or whatever, but to make his point, some people's careers, they are sort of like, that's the whole purpose. When you look at it and you have some type of promoter or a manager, what's their job? That's to manage you. Their job is to put you in a position that is the safest route and the most protected route, that is for your interest and their interest for the longevity of your career. Okay, so a good manager is not going to put you in the most craziest fight after fight after fight, but at the same time, you you got to have some sort of career where you're testing yourself and growing, and it's all about whether you want legacy or money. But yeah, I feel him. I
Big
love
dog.
boxers. I
Hey,
love
big dog.
boxers.
I'm looking. Look, I got 4 tabs open. I didn't mean to cut you off. I love boxing too, and I love to do this shit right here because I love to just open up a couple tabs up with box
Yeah.
rec and just look at a couple numbers. Like,
Oh
hold up,
yeah, bro,
what are we
I love
talking about?
facts.
Hey,
Yeah, I
look,
love
hey, look.
facts. Yeah,
Hold up.
yeah,
Let me get these numbers right real quick. Hold up. Let me get my notepad right. Okay.
yeah.
Kell Brook first fight 189 losses, 2 losses, 46, 139, 77, 380. I
What
scroll
is
over
that?
this.
First
I
fight? Is
scroll
first
up.
fight?
Hey,
These are
listen,
all
I
the
need to
guys.
ask you
These
guys
are all the
something. Yeah,
losses.
man, no. I gotta
But
come
on the
back. What are
hold
you
up. But on
trying
the
to
flip
prove,
side, I'm
bro?
gonna lay my plane.
What are you trying to
Okay,
prove?
go ahead, cook.
Because we
Do
got
your
another
show.
brother. We got another brother. We got Roper Dope who's just come to the show, and I know that people are trying to come in. So I just want to introduce. What's up, Roper Dope? What are you saying, bro?
I'm all good, man. I'm all good. Hope you can hear me loud and clear.
Yeah, we can hear you, bro. We can hear you loud and clear. We're just our brother's talking about Kell Brook's resume, trying to dice it down, and I think he's trying to get to the point that. Are you trying to say that Tank Davis's resume is better than Kell Brook? Is that what you're getting to, Mark?
My point is this, brother. We got to be careful when we throw certain stones and we paint certain narratives about fighters,
Mm.
and then we put other fighters on pedestals. Like before going into that fight, people said the same thing about Bud Crawford. Like he ain't fought nobody. His resume, blah blah blah. Kell Brook did this. He beat Sean Porter. But when you look at that resume and all them O's and them knockouts, and we saying Tank ain't fought nobody with all them knockouts. He's 24 and 20 and with 23 knockouts. When we look at Kell Brook's resume, the guys that he fought had 139 losses,
That was
189.
in the beginning
Uh,
when he started.
no, that wasn't your beginning. That's where I jumped in the conversation because I was waiting because I didn't want to cut the other brother off, so I was typing in the chat.
Uh,
So I was waiting to get a chance. But
right.
my whole point is you can add up all the guys that Tank fought together and and add that number up. Okay, add up all their losses, all the guys he fought together. It would not equal up to like it. You got to multiply that and use exponents to get that to equal Kell Brook's resume. Just open up box rec. Kell Brook
Excellent.
fought guys with 189 losses, 40 losses, 139 losses, 77, 80, 85, 97, 85, 28, 88. Like, bro, and we up here saying Tank Davis ain't fought nobody. I just think that's disrespectful.
Okay, so let's get Roper Dope into this conversation, bro. So look, Roper Dope, this is where we are right now in the boxing conversation. Tank Davis is the next guy that everybody's saying that is going to be the fight for Ryan Garcia. And some of the conversations are that Tank Davis is the next superstar. We're not saying he ain't a superstar. Mayweather's been guiding him correctly, but is he the next elite 135? Now, this is what hardcore fans are saying, like I am. He hasn't proved it at 135 yet. But if you want to give an eye test, the eye test says that he can do it at 130, but can he do it to elite guys at 135? I think that's a fair question, isn't it? I mean, what do you think, Robert?
Hey, what's up, everyone? Yeah, look, man. Look, obviously he's a beast. He's a beast currently where he is, but I mean, obviously when he's coming to 135, he is going to obviously find it a lot harder. I've most of the time noticed that, if the fighter's got good height on him, then off he's got the skills and he's got the power and everything to carry up with him. Obviously that helps him, but you know, I mean, I love Tank. I think he's really exciting. But moving up to those weights, um, how far he's going to be able to go in that regard. Obviously, he's always got that power. He's got boxing ability. I'm just a little bit worried about his height having an effect, because these guys that he's going to be fighting are also strong. They've also got good boxing skills, but they're just going to outdo him when it comes to height and size. But after they come in, they're rehydrated. They're just going to have that advantage over him. I'm not saying that he can't go up there and do damage, and if he did, I wouldn't be totally surprised. I just think some of the things that he's going to be up against are going to cause him some problems.
And
It's
that's
not going to be it's not going to be as easy as it's been at his regular weight.
he's going to face some controversy, some adversity. He could
Yeah,
even be knocked. He could
yeah.
even have to be
So
knocked down and come back. I mean, but let me ask you this: at the end of the day, is it fair for people to say though that he would be the favorite, or he could beat Ryan Garcia, or is this the first fight that this will be against Tank Davis, which will be a 50-50 fight? Would this be the first fight that you could say that another opponent's got a chance to beat him?
um, look, I think it's a bit early to say that, and the reason being is because Ryan Garcia has just announced himself. He's already just announced himself, and yeah, okay, he did something that Linares and Lomachenko didn't do to Luke Campbell in the way that he stopped him. Um, but none of them two got floored the way Ryan Garcia did either. So I think it's too good. And look, I don't want to be disrespectful to someone like Tank Davis. I think he's great. But the only thing is that I think it's very early for both of them at the moment. They've both shown that they've got power. Um, Obviously, Ryan Garcia's got the height on him. He's obviously campaigning at that weight already. And but what I'm saying is that I really do think it's a 50-50 fight, because I wouldn't want to bet against Tank with the record that he's got. But at the same time, Garcia's come up. Garcia has shown that he's vulnerable, and even though that might be seen as a flaw, it's probably what's going to make him exciting and what's going to make him earn even bigger money, because people like to see vulnerability. If you're just expected to win every time, then people are just going to say, okay, he's going to win that. Let's just watch the fight, and they'll enjoy it. But when the fights that I've found that really are the big ones that sell are the ones that people don't know what's going to happen. That it's going to be a 50-50. So this Tank Davis and Garcia fight is going to be one of those fights, and I think they're both going to have a good earner out of it. But it's just too early to say in both their careers. We're talking, uncharted territory. Tank's going to be coming up, obviously fighting a guy of that size, with that kind of height advantage over him, with someone who's obviously coming to announce himself as well. And then you've got Ryan Garcia, who's obviously beaten Luke Campbell, but it's not like Luke Campbell wasn't beaten before. Luke Campbell was beaten by Lomachenko and Linares. And how do we know the Luke Campbell that turned up what wasn't someone who's pretty much damaged anyway? Because he's already been beaten 3 times. I know he avenged one of those losses, but he's already been beaten 3 times in his career. The guy's The guy's come to accept in his heart, deep down, that he's understood what a loss is. He's felt that. He knows what it's like to lose. He knows when it's like to quit. Okay, the shot that he took was probably one that a lot of people probably wouldn't have recovered from. So that's fair enough. If you want to talk about Luke Campbell, but we've got to look at what Ryan Garcia did. Okay, he placed a great punch to him, but if you look at how Luke Campbell was coming to him, he came with a very high guard, really trying to protect his head because he knew about Garcia's speed, and I think it was a matter of time where he got caught over there.
Wow, that was a big breakdown for us, man. Cool. You're waking everyone up, bro. But look, at the end of the day, it's a fair question. We don't know if Devontae Tank Davis can knock these people out in the elite of the 135-pound division. We got Teofimo Lopez, Devon Haney, Ryan Garcia, and Tank Davis. But how do you feel about this, Ropedo? Teofimo Lopez said if he doesn't get the kambosos fight, he's going to give the fans Devon Haney next. He said that yesterday on TV. How do you feel about that?
Excuse me, guys. Look, man, Teofimo looks strong. He looks strong at that weight. He looks pretty devastating. And with Devon Haney, it looks like we've got the skills. I mean, that's going to be obviously a great fight. He's going to be a tough one to get over, someone like Teofimo, unless someone's going to be an absolute slick boxer. And I know we're seeing that Devon Haney's got some skills in that, but is he going to be the kind of slick boxer that's going to be able to keep a strong fighter like Teofimo off him for 12 rounds? Is he going to be able to do that? Because Teofimo's the kind of guy, he only needs to get you once. He only needs to get you good once, and you're going to be in trouble. But this is just going to be a case of like the strong, typical Mexican pressure fighter kind of guy in Teofimo against a slick kind of boxer like Devin Haney. So again, it's one of those fights. I think Teofimo's gonna obviously walk in favorite in that one. And I think he's probably earned that right by beating the man Lomachenko. So I think he's going to walk in as favourite. I just think that he's going to be a bit too strong for someone like Devin Haney to take on. So that's where it is. And in fact, if you think I think Teofimo is going to be the one who's going to be the toughest guy to beat in that division.
That's a fair point. Let's go.
Let's
go around with that.
He does.
Sorry, carry on.
I just don't think Tank's going to be, big enough and strong enough to take Teofimo down. And I can't really see Haney or Garcia beating him. He just looks extremely strong. He looks quick, deceptively quick. And I just think if someone coming to him and try, I mean, if I'm not being funny, but let's just take Ryan Garcia for example. We've seen that it only takes a split second of loss of concentration for you to get caught. And if Ryan Garcia has been caught by Luke Campbell, and Luke Campbell's a good fighter, he's an Olympic gold medalist, so I don't want to take that away from him. The guy's obviously got skills, but what I'm saying is, if Ryan Garcia is going to be getting caught, these are early days, man. He's not even at that superstar level yet. Okay, I know he's got a big social media following, but he's not even at that superstar level. He's not gone through divisions yet. He's not like won multiple world titles. He's not even a full world champion yet, and he's been caught by a guy who's pretty much just been seeing losses of late. So the bottom line is, if you're going to be getting caught by Luke Campbell, I'm sorry, but the writing's on the wall. I mean, I like Ryan Garcia. I think he's got star potential to really be a big star. But is he a De La Hoya? I don't think so.
Hey, that's a good point, bro. But we got to turn that around. Shadow Ghost, if
Yeah.
Teofimo Lopez and Devon Haney, just like the way you heard Roper break it down, how does that fight go, and how do you see that fight going from your eye test?
Which one, Teofimo and Haney?
Yeah.
Well, I think before we go any further, because I guess the next thing will be probably Tio, and then it'll be fucking Loma. We did our top five the other day, and I already told you my top five was first Tio, second Tank, uh, and then third. I'm talking. I'm not. Listen, when I go top five, I used to go resumes. I used to go by resumes, but now I have to go by what I see right now, like what I see by my eye, and what I go by as if they were to fight tomorrow, right? If they were to fight tomorrow, what would my heart tell me? What would my heart tell me? And if I had to put money down, I don't bet, but if I had to put money down, and if my heart told me, because you know what I'm saying, what would I go with? So when I go top five, I go T.O. I'm talking 135. Um, I would say T.O. Tank and there could be a second place with somebody else, but I'm gonna put Tank only because I really think he's that good. And then three, I would have to say within the young guys is I'd have to put Haney before Ryan, and it has to go with what the other guy said. Listen, I don't put Ryan down for getting hurt because I think that he showed what everybody else didn't show, and that's we don't know how these guys respond when they get knocked down. He showed that he's got when he gets knocked down, he gets up, he responds. But he did show that he needs to work on that. If he fought Haney right now, Haney hardly even gets hit, bro. So um, I think that Haney would win by decision. If Tio fought Haney, I got Tio beating everybody right now. I think Tio's just that good. I think Tio and Tank is the closest.
Wow.
That's my opinion.
Okay.
Hey, you asked me my opinion. I give it to you raw, yo.
Hey, I like it. Hey, I like everyone's got their own opinion. Mark Nash. Mark Nash, how does it go, bro? If Devon Haney finally gets the wish that he wants and Teofimo Lopez gives him this fight, how does this fight go, and how do you see it?
Rap Star Box of Knowledge, thank you again, brother, for allowing me on your platform, on your channel, on your panel, and the opportunity to trade dialogue with these two gentlemen because oh my goodness, man. Sometimes, man, when you talk about boxing on these channels, you feel like you're on an island. And me, I go in there. I'm a soldier. If you guys don't know, I'm a vet. I'm a combat medic for the army by trade. And so I'm used to being one of those guys who like, man, you just gotta go right in. And oh my goodness, I don't took some bullets in those YouTube streets talking about these fights. So it's just overwhelming to hear like-minded individuals aside from you, Rap Star. No disrespect. But these guys just came into the chat and echoed everything I've been talking to you for about 2 hours now. Like, and it's just, man, I just want them to put their links in the comments and let them promote their channel so I can subscribe to them because I don't see them, man. I've been over here searching through the chat trying to find their channel.
Roper
The live
doesn't
chat.
have a channel.
I don't have a
Oh,
channel either, bro. Yeah, I don't have a channel either.
oh my God.
I
Look,
just find boxing and talk, bro.
bro, oh my
I have
God,
two.
man. I need to find
I
I need
have
to
one
find
too,
you
too,
guys'
man.
channel so I can just at least email or something so I can find you guys and send you a link so I can have some people to back me up because they be killing me. Everybody come on my panel is against me, but I let them come on. But but man, I agree with you guys 1,000%. Tank is a pay-per-view star, man. So whether you think he gonna win or lose or not, 24 wins, 23 knockouts, he gonna sell the tickets. I don't know if Ryan gonna take it. I like Ryan. I give him credit for getting up, but at the end of the day, you did go down, and you went down against none of the elite. You went down against a B, C fighter. And
Mark,
I
if I can interrupt, if you don't mind me, brother, I just wanted to ask you a question. Where have you been getting this sort of heat from, man? Because I mean,
on my channel, bro, I go
I've
live,
been
bro.
with Rapstar. I've been with Rapstar for a while, and I come on his channel. I haven't been recently so much, but I come on with Rapstar, and I usually talk. And I like to take some of these people on, man.
Hey,
Who's
pull up,
been,
pull up. Hey, look, tell them pull up when I'm wearing my Terrence. Look, cause I'm usually cam up, and I usually got my camera on, and I'm wearing Terrence Bud Crawford hat. I'm wearing the sweater. I ordered the merch off the website. They be killing me. They kill me, man. They be like, take that shit off.
Oh hell nah, Crawford that dude, bro. I tell everybody all the time, bro. Hey, listen,
Take that
they
shit
mad.
off.
Hey, you know why they mad though? And I tell them all the time, and I say it all the time. I said, listen, you can't get mad because he hasn't fought nobody that they're not throwing him in the ring with. I said, I think they upset because because when that time comes, bro, and he washes them, I think they ain't gonna really have any. You know what they're gonna say? It was too late, or they're gonna say something, bro. I already said that.
Hey,
I got Bud beating everybody, even though he's got maybe the weakest resume. I just see him doing it. I think he's that good. It's the same thing
hey,
with
big
Tank.
dog.
Same thing with
Hey,
Tank
look,
though.
start using my hashtag. I created this hashtag. It's two of them. It's hashtag BBE. Bud beats everybody, and I spell it out BBE, or I then right behind it, I spell it all the way out. Bud beats everybody
And I just love to make it
at
controversy
147,
a
of
little bit.
course. Of course, at
And I'm gonna
147.
say this. I'm gonna say this. That Bud has to fight for his life if he's gonna beat Errol Spence. Errol Spence is not gonna give it
I
to
think you're
Bud
gonna
for
be
the plate.
surprised. I think you're gonna be
And I'm gonna tell
surprised.
you this right now, bro. Errol Spence is gonna put him through his soul. He's gonna put him through his test.
I
Trust
disagree.
me. Trust
No,
me.
he's gonna stop Errol Spence. If he
Well,
don't
we don't
stop him,
know. No, no,
it's
but
gonna
these
be
guys are not
if he
making
don't
the
stop
fight
him,
though.
it's gonna be a clean
We
win.
don't know what the fuck they're gonna do
Now,
if
when
they
I
don't
say
make the
clean
fight.
win, I'm talking about newborn baby, straight out the tub. You give it you put the Aveeno on her, baby bath. You put the diaper. It's gonna be so clean, you can eat off the floor clean. That's how clean that wing gonna be. It's gonna be a boring fight. If you don't stop him, it's gonna be a boring fight.
I
Cause
mean, that's a big
that's what the
statement.
greatest do.
That's a
Like,
big statement for somebody who
oh man,
hasn't been
I'm bro.
fighting.
Look, watch me, man. Watch how much money I'm gonna win on that fight, or watch me
So
lose.
what you're gonna
Watch
put
me win it
all
all
your
or
money?
lose it
Also,
all.
all your money's
Watch
on
me,
Bud.
man.
Your money's on Bud. All your money's on Bud.
Every time, not all my money. Hold up, man. I got a family, bro. Hold up. Now,
Hey, hey,
I
listen.
put. Hold up, nigga. I ain't gonna put all my money.
Hey,
Look,
look.
this ain't Back to the Future where I got the almanac.
Hey,
I
I
got
think
the
Errol Spence
almanac,
can even
brother.
stop. It can look. It can go both ways. Errol Spence can stop Crawford. He
Mm,
can stop Crawford, bro.
Hey,
look,
But let's
anything
ask
can
Roper
happen.
Dog.
hey,
Let's
Look,
ask
hey,
anything.
look,
Roper Dog.
brother.
Roper
Anything can
Dog.
happen. Look, hey, look, anything can happen. The whites could get mad about the election and storm the U.S. Capitol. Oh, that happened.
Hey, Roper Dog.
Anything can
Let's ask
happen, brother.
Roper Dog, bro. Roper Dog, what do you think of that fight? Terence Crawford,
Shit.
Errol Spence. How do you break that fight down, bro? How do you think that fight goes in the ring?
this is just to another topic, really, man. I mean, I know we were talking about Tank and Garcia, and we seem to have just transitioned to Crawford and
Cause of
Spence.
Mark.
So,
Cause of Mark.
you
Where you gone, bro? I can't hear you. Hey, we lost you, Roper
Hey,
Dog.
hey, can I say something while he's getting back on, just real quick?
Yeah,
First of
yeah.
all, I want to say, number one, I understand what it is to take heat because I keep first and foremost what I believe in. Number one, and number two, bro. One veteran to another, bro. I'm a veteran too out the army, bro. I'm a 21 whiskey. I was stationed in Fort Lewis. I came out in 2009. Matter of fact, I go to the VA all the time. I'm out here in Maryland, so a salute to you, brother.
Oh, that's
Hey,
Um,
what part
beautiful.
of Maryland, bro? I be in
Hey,
Baltimore.
that's
What side?
beautiful, man.
I'm in Hagerstown, bro. I live in Hagerstown, bro.
Oh yeah, I
So
be on Fort Nev, man, in Frederick's,
yeah,
Maryland,
yeah,
and
yeah,
Baltimore West Side.
yeah. Matter of fact, when I first came out to when I first it was years ago before I came out to Hagerstown, I had to go to a program to get myself straight, um and it was in downtown Baltimore. Um, it was it was it was what the hell it was a program. I was drinking and smoking, man. My whole life was fucked up and everything, and
Mm.
I had to go stay there for a couple months, and this was years ago. And then I came over to Hagerstown, and now I have a son and everything. I'm going to the VA, but anyway, hey, life is good, bro. So, but but going back, bro, to shit, how like how you get shit for things, bro. Listen, I tell people all the time, like when I see talent and I stick with it, and that's just my opinion, bro. People, bro, they'll bash you, bro. If they think that you going against, I guess, their so-called narrative fighter or whatever, bro. Like me, I love boxing in general, but like every so often there's a fighter that I see that I'm like, hey, that dude I think is gonna do something. Like right now, I like Jerron Ennis Boots, and I like Chris Colbert. And I like Tio. I think those are start, like I'm talking about as far as like right now emerging fighters. Tank has been out for me a minute. So, but yeah, like I understand, bro. If you say anything that I guess a large movement is saying right now, they'll come at you, bro. Even if you telling them facts, even if you telling them something that they know in their heart is true, they'll come at you, bro.
I mean, let's get back to it, bro. So I think rope dope, you fell off, yeah? What happened, bro?
Oh, I just seem to have a bit of a connection problem, man. Anyway, back in the room.
Yeah, man. I think at the end of the day, look, 2021, we want the big fights. Well, boxing's already shut down in England. The boxing, boxing border control shut all the events down in England already.
Of course, yeah.
We want some big fights. We want to stop the capping. The biggest fight that we don't get to see in the welterweight division is Errol Spence and Terence Crawford. And a lot of people said if it doesn't happen this year, then what the fuck are we doing in boxing? Especially at these times of the sport. This is the time that all the fights need to be fucking made, bro. What do you feel about this?
Look, man, this is going to come down to money. Obviously, seems to be one of the obstacles. Errol Spencer's, I know, mentioned 70-30. Realistically, I think he will deal at 60-40. But I don't think he's willing to obviously give the 50-50 up. But this sort of gets to me about some of the fighters that, I'm these guys, they have to at the same time say, look, we want to give the fights. Is it just purely about money for them? I know some guys will say, yeah, look, just be fair to me, and we'll make the fight easy. When Deontay Wilder and Tyson Fury were fighting, I think the deal to be done was pretty easy. I mean, twice they came to the table on both occasions. I think the deal was pretty easy to be done. And that's what you're going to get with some of these fighters. But when fighters sit there arguing about the money that much, I mean, if they really do believe in themselves, they've got to at the same time. Look, I'm not saying don't obviously hold some sort of a position because you feel that, hang about, I am the champion, I deserve more money. I'm not saying that there shouldn't be some element of that. But at the same time, man, they've got to think about, where it takes them into their next fight, the kind of money that they're going to be earning. I mean, it's different because Errol Spence has been talking obviously about moving up and fighting Canelo. So in the same way where that argument's being made about Terence Crawford at the moment, that, look, Errol Spence is the one that's sitting there, obviously, as the main champion at that weight. This is an issue because you see the same problem that an argument that he's making about Terence Crawford, that hang about, this is my weight, I'm the one sitting up here earning this kind of money, and I'm the guy holding the belts, at least like two of the belts he's got, right? So what I'm saying is when he goes up, and if he goes up to fight Canelo, he's going to face that same thing. So if he's going to pull that argument when it comes to Terence Crawford, he's certainly going to have to sit there and take a back seat when it comes to Canelo then as well, won't he? Because Canelo's the man on, when it comes to that weight. So he needs to be careful about that, because if he's going to argue, he's going to have to use that example when he moves up a weight as well. And then he's going to have to take a back seat. But these guys need to try and make these fights, man. If they really want to, is it just about money to them, or is it legacy? From history, it shows that a lot of the fighters, they want to look at legacy. But, obviously since Money May came in the picture, he's very much made it about, well, the money and how much money he's going to earn. I'm not saying he hasn't earned that, because, his resume is second to none. If you want to look at his resume, his resume is second to none. But these guys, they're not on that level. So they can't sit there commanding and talking like they're Floyd Mayweather. because Floyd Mayweather, he's earned that right to obviously do that. He's a multiple weight champion. You know, he's got the who's who. As I've mentioned this before, his record is like a who's who of Hall of Famers that he's got on his record. You know, these guys obviously they fought some guys, but you know they're not at that level yet to sit there and argue that. You know, I mean, where do we come in? Where do the fans come in? At what stage are we important that they're going to consider us and try and give us a fight, or are they just going to make it about money all the time? And this is part of the thing that I think why it's good, where you know us as fans, as big fight fans and real boxing enthusiasts, we come on and we get together in this regard because hopefully we can make enough of a noise and put these guys under pressure. If you look at all trades unions when it comes to businesses and all kinds of industries, you have trades unions, and hopefully these forums can have that kind of a movement where we can put some pressure on these fighters because it's wrong for them to just disregard us like that and and just sit there and play games and just purely make it about money.
Well, it seems to be that kind of a time. Seems to be a new movement. We don't chase legacy. We want the money right. If the money's right, we're going to fight. But, at the end of the day, that would be a shame to the boxing world. These other fighters, the welterweight division is most prestige division for us. We know the people like Sugar Ray Leonard, the Marvin Haglers, even the people like the G-Man, the James Tonys, the Roy Jones, the Nigel Benns, all these people, they fought each other. This is not a division that people need to be talking about 5% here and 10% there. I think right now is a time that if Errol Spence and Terence Crawford gets made rope-a-dope, they'll get a lot of fan base and a lot of foundation can build towards the boxing fraternity. We are losing a lot of fights. We need these big fights. That's why these young guys like Tank Davis and Ryan Garcia and Teofimo Lopez, this is exciting for us because they're trying to make fights at least. And they're only in their 20s, isn't they?
Look, there's a couple of things about this that, I want to say. When it comes to the Tank Davis, Ryan Garcia thing, there's two things here that I want to say. Ryan Garcia has obviously gone on record and he's been wanting the fight. He's obviously been calling out Tank and he said he was going to after the Luke Campbell fight. And, he did. And obviously he's obviously super excited to be around Iron Mike because, if you saw him recently, he was on one of his things and he was saying that, Mike Tyson knows who I am. So it looks like he's only just got to know Mike Tyson. And he said, Mike Tyson knows my name. And he was obviously like a young kid, very excited that Mike Tyson's around. I think he was obviously overhyped, very excited to have Mike Tyson around him. But it looked like Mike Tyson already knew Gervonta Davis. Obviously, we've seen them two speak before. But the fact of the matter is, yes, there's a bit of that excitement and hype in Ryan Garcia, but obviously he's been calling out Tank. I think it would be hard for Tank to not oblige. He's obviously said, yeah, okay, fine, I'll take the fight. I'm up for it. Because how can he sit there and just try and avoid it? When someone's calling you out so directly, you have to take it. And credit to Tank, he's stepping up and he's saying, yeah, okay, I'll fight you. So both guys obviously believe in themselves. Both guys obviously believe in their own ability. And the fact that they're coming together, at such a young age and putting it on the line against each other. I mean, they could have really spiced this up a bit more and maybe try and build it up a bit more, like some of the other fighters. I don't want to mention no names and just try and, have some other couple of guys who might be hovering around the lower end of the top 10 and hovered around fighting them for a bit longer, but they haven't. They're calling each other out directly. And I think, credit goes out to these young guys where they're at a stage when none of them are beaten. They're both sitting there, as potential stars. And at such an early stage of their career, they're going to put it on the line. I'll take my hat off to these guys for doing that.
Yeah, that's a fair point. So at least if they're going to step up, they're not just capping. They really want to make the fight. We're going to be really, behind the fight.
Yeah, I mean,
sorry, we got to remember this. Tank Davis is not a young boy. He's 26, going to be 27. Ryan Garcia is the young cat. Yeah, we get that?
Yeah, of course. When I'm saying young, I'm saying that, you know, none of them are exactly like, you know, 29, 30, are they? So still, they're at a stage in their career where, you know, they're coming into where they're really growing into their frames and you know, going to be at the stage where they're there to make a name. I mean, they're coming up against each other. They're both considered to be top end fighters right now. I would say Tank more than Ryan Garcia. I think Tank's done more. So I think Tank,
Explain to us why you think he's done more.
I just think the way he's dominated his division. Ryan Garcia's not done that yet. I just think Tank's dominated his division, you know, better than what Ryan Garcia has. Ryan Garcia's just coming in the picture. Tank's been absolutely, I mean, you know, 23 KOs and 20, is that right? 23
Yeah,
KOs.
23 out of 24, and he's a two-time world champion. I said that before.
Yeah.
Rapstar has something against Tank. Come on, Rapstar. Come on, Rapstar. Come on, Rapstar. Come on.
No. I
Tank's
love
a
Tank,
beast,
bro.
man.
No. I love Tank.
Tank's a beast.
I like keeping the show cooking where people can explain themselves.
Yeah, nah. Hey, listen, Rapstar. I know for a fact, and I can't say a fact, but I feel in my heart for sure, bro, that when people say that one person's gonna wash the other, that's just a person's bias. That's a person's bias in them because they like the fighter more than another. We could tell that by watching and as boxing fans that that's a close fight. Not only because of the reach, not only because of the height, but because Ryan's a natural 135 pounder, and of course you can even tell by Tank's interview that he gave that he's not taking this lightly. When as soon as Ellie was interviewing him, he said, "Hey, what'd you do?" He said, "Oh, me and Broner, because Broner's got a fight coming up," and he's like, "Me and Broner just got out the gym," and he's like, "I'm staying in shape." Because Ryan, obviously everyone knows Ryan's calling me out, and I gotta stay in shape to fight Ryan next. And I think what's his name, Rope-a-Dope, I think. He
Yeah.
made a good point. He made a good point because here goes the thing: a lot of the issues that people were having is because, and one of the things I've always had an issue with is Mayweather controlling Tank's career, and he's not fighting the people that he should be fighting because I think he's on a higher caliber than a lot of other fighters. He shouldn't be fighting these guys that he's washing and blowing out in 2 or 3 rounds. He should be fighting other champions and stuff like that. But I think because Mayweather protects his investment, he's been carried along a little bit, like Rapstar said, and because Ryan's calling him out like that, Ryan is smart too. Ryan knows he has Oscar, he has a large following, and he's a young kid calling out Tank now. He's basically saying, "I'm gonna take him out 2 rounds." He knows what he's doing, and he's putting Tank in a situation where he's probably like, "Yo, Floyd, seriously, are you gonna let this young kid call me out like that and embarrass me, and you're gonna fucking say no?" Like, so I think
And this is another thing that I like that Shadow Ghost is so keeping it real. And I need Rope-a-Dope to keep this real as well. That Tank Davis, yeah, he's been knocking everybody out. He's been doing great at his division. But who the fuck has he fought? He hasn't been fighting some serious elite fighters, bro. And the people he has fought, I mean, yes, Leo Santa Cruz, who lost against Carl Frampton in his prime. You're talking about a guy who came out of 122 to become at 130 to suit Tank Davis. You guys have got to keep this energy real. Tank Davis hasn't done this to people at elite level at 135 pounds. So
Well,
before,
Rapstar,
go ahead.
I'm going to ask you a question. Okay. Who was there around at Tank Davis's weight, okay, that he didn't fight and he avoided?
At 130?
Yeah.
Lomachenko. Let me tell you why. When Lomachenko was offered the fight for Tank Davis was the same age as Teofimo Lopez. And because Floyd and the whole banner behind Tank Davis, they decided to go another route. That was a duck. They knew they couldn't beat Lomachenko at that time.
Yeah, but do you not think maybe Tank Davis was a little bit raw for someone like Lomachenko at that stage?
Well, Teofimo Lopez wasn't at that age.
Yeah, but
Teofimo Lopez did it.
But Teofimo's a bigger guy.
No, but you guys have got to keep it real. If you're going to give that much credit to Tank Davis and say, yeah, like you explained it earlier, that he's been the most dominant guy in his division. But look at the guys that he's been fighting. We can't lie about that.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, all right, barring Lomachenko, and like I said, at that stage, I don't think he was ready for Lomachenko.
No,
Let's
he
be fair.
wasn't.
Of course, you're gonna bring the fighter up gradually. He weren't ready for a Lomachenko at that stage. He wasn't, and different guys mature at different stages. He wasn't ready for a Lomachenko. You know, he's coming up, learning his craft, being coming up slowly. And different fighters, they mature differently. And with Teofimo, he had the weight advantage. He was a naturally bigger guy than what Lomachenko was. So Lomachenko, you got to remember, moved up. So Teofimo already had that on him. That hang about, I'm sitting this a strong 135. Whereas with Tank Davis, that would have been a better version of a Lomachenko fighting him there. So I just don't think he was ready then. But other than that one guy, I think everyone that pretty much he could have fought at that division he has. And if he wanted to hide, he could have just continued staying at that weight. But you were talking about this Ryan Garcia and Tank Davis issue. Tank Davis had no choice because he was put in such a situation. This guy's sitting there in front of Mike Tyson, dogging you, basically, calling you out like that, saying, I'm going to knock you out in 2 rounds. When I go, listen, even if you don't want to fight, and I'm not saying Tank didn't want to fight, I think Tank would be up for it. I think Tank believes in himself enough that he'd be willing to take that fight. But what I'm saying to you is that when you're sitting there in front of Mike Tyson and the world is watching, and Ellie Sackbeck pretty much put Gervonta Davis on the spot there by obviously connecting the call to him, and putting him on live. This guy's calling you out, dogging you. You are put in an untenable situation where you've got no other way. All you can do is sit there and accept the fight. Now what we're going to see, obviously there and then in the moment, obviously Tank has said, yeah, I'll fight you, I'll fight you next. The question is now that obviously the hype of it has just disappeared, and the FaceTime that they were doing online has gone. Now we're going to see what really are the feelers out there. Are they really going to now sit there and try and make the fight? You can see Ryan Garcia wants to fight, but this is going to be a case of, as you said, Rapstar, this is now going to be a case of Floyd Mayweather and what he's saying, because Floyd Mayweather isn't going to be thinking, Floyd doesn't really care, man, what people say. He was under so much pressure for so long to fight Manny Pacquiao. He took his time. He made everyone wait for years. That fight could have been made earlier, but he made everyone wait for years. So Floyd doesn't care what people are thinking, and he didn't care that about himself, and he won't care that about Tank Davis. This is going to be Tank Davis that is, as you said, you're right here. Tank Davis is the one that's going to be sitting there and putting the pressure on Floyd and saying, "Look, I want to take this fight." Because
that was Shadow Ghost.
I'm being dogged here.
Yeah, Shadow Ghost made a good point there. That Tank Davis, they can keep him away from other fights by Floyd Mayweather just trying to make different moves. But now he can't get out anymore. This is a real fight. And now Tank Davis has to take this fight, bro. Because if he doesn't take this fight, they're gonna call him the biggest duck in fucking boxing in 2021. And because we know that Tank Davis hasn't fought no serious people like Lomachenko, like Shadow Ghost said, look, Ryan Garcia is putting...
Now, Rapstar.
Let me say this.
Okay,
Ryan
go
Garcia
ahead.
is putting him onto the spot, though, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. Listen, he is. And I want to say something, and I want to make it clear because I think a lot of times we take away from what fighters have done, and I'm not saying in the sense that we don't give them credit. We know what they're doing. We know that they do this for as their life, and they put their lives on the line. And I know that's not what you do, Rapstar. And I know you. I've known you for a while now. We've talked a lot of times already. So I'm not implying that that's what you're doing. And I know what you're saying. You're just trying to keep the energy going, and you're trying to look at it from both sides. And I'm trying to make a point here. So So just try to hear me out. So we do agree that when a person wins and fights for a belt, that they're a champion, that they've earned that, right? And so when we look at Tank, uh, yes, his resume is not. He hasn't fought the people that maybe, definitely that Tio hasn't fought on the caliber that Tio has fought. Um, uh, Luke Campbell is definitely better than everybody, except for as far as accomplishments. You would say Leo Santa Cruz, but that's a totally different weight class. That's weight classes. That's two weight classes below. So as far as the 135, yes, he's probably more prestige than everybody that's on that's under Tank. But when you look at Tank, right? Um, you you can't not take away from just because we haven't heard from these guys doesn't mean that they haven't done anything. You look at Jose Pedraza. Okay, he's a Puerto Rican boxer. He held the IBO super featherweight title and the IBF super featherweight title from 2015 to 2017, and the WBA lightweight title in 2018. Who I don't even know who this guy is. I'm looking this up now. I'm just looking this up. Huzami Hazagawa. What I don't know what the hell that is. He's a Japanese professional boxer. He's the first Japanese boxer to win world titles in 3 different weight classes, having the WBC bantamweight, WBC featherweight, and super bantamweight. Now those are lower weight classes, but he did have the featherweight. Then he beat, of course, Yorkis Gamboa, which was later, but still, we all know his weight class, and his accomplishments. Then you have Jesus. I can't even pronounce this guy's name, but he's had the WBA interim featherweight title, and this is the problem with having all these damn belts. This is the problem with having all these interim belts and all these damn 3 or 4 or 5 belts in each weight class. But the fact of the matter is some of these guys had two belts in their past, or have had belts in their past, or were number 1 contenders in the past. So not everybody he was fighting was, and I think this was the point that Mark Nash was trying to make, that he was trying to make before when he was bringing up Kell Brook. So he's not fighting people that have 30, 45 losses. He's fighting people that are in the content that are in the rankings, people that are ranked, or probably that was next in line to fight him. Okay, so you can't blame him because he's fighting somebody that's next in line to fight him. Now, also, we do know he's under Mayweather, and he could have been fighting other people. He could have been fighting Lomachenko. He could have been fighting, but let's not take away that he's still beating guys that had belts. He's still beating guys that did accomplish things. But yes, I agree with you on. But I see it from both sides. I don't know. I see it from both sides. So
That's a fair point, yeah. But at the end of the day, if you really want to talk about it, come to on paper, Tank Davis, we're talking about the lightweight division. He's a 5'5", and as a small guy, like Rope-a-Dope told everyone, he's a small guy. He needs to be able to bring that crazy power with him. And, he'll be the smallest guy in the lightweight division trying to clean it up.
Yes. Oh, I didn't mean to cut you off. That's what I wanted to say. Rope-a-Dope. Thank you, bro. Thank you. He brought up a point, and you just reminded me. Yes, his size. I'm 5'6", right? And I was looking at because Ellie's everywhere, bro. This guy's everywhere. This guy's talking to Tank one minute, next thing you know, he's talking to Canelo. Next thing you know, he's in Ryan. Next thing you know, he's in San Diego. Anyway, he's talking to this one guy was talking to Tank, and Ellie was there, and you could see him through the camera because I've never seen Tank in person. I've seen Chris Colbert in person, and he's smaller than me, and I'm 5'6". So some of these guys are real small, or he's about like the same size as me. Actually, he's about the same size, but some of these guys are small. Tank is small. Yeah, he's real small. And that's the thing. I don't think Tank, and that's the truth, I don't think Tank can go too far up, like Rope-a-Dope was saying. How far can Tank go up? He can't go to I mean the most you can go is 140. That's pushing it because Jose Ramirez was talking about how he thinks Tio is too small for 140. And
Salute, man.
Hey, he was talking about how Tio was too small for 140, and he was talking about how Garcia was talking about about how Tio would be too. I don't know if you know, but Jose Ramirez is a big 140 pounder, bro. He's a big 140 pounder. He's talking about moving up to 147 to fight Crawford if he beats Josh Taylor. So Tank, Tank moving up from 135 to 140 is like, I don't know how far he can move up because he's only 5'5", 5'6", because I'm like his height. But yeah, but his explosive power and his talent, bro, like that can't be questioned. That's that. So
No, we can't question that, but we got to also agree with Roper. We don't know how far he can go in the lightweight division. But in order for us to go forward, everybody smash that like button, subscribe to the new channel. We got a new brother in the panel. Introduce yourself, bro. What's up?
It's your boy, Mr. Shelton, LDBC. I just want to say salute to the mighty LDBC. And Deontay Wilder is pound for pound #1.
How did you make that work, bro? Go on with that. I like your energy, though. And you're talking some shit. So why did you just run off the panel, bro?
ain't that some
No,
shit?
no.
Yeah, he come out of nowhere. We weren't even talking about
I know,
that.
but you know what, though?
Yeah,
I wanted them to stay on this panel with that energy, you know what I mean? So we could cook it.
Hey guys, so look, let's get, if we want to get back to what we were talking about. I hope Mr. Shadow is done, and then I'm happy to
Yeah,
speak.
no. Go ahead. I just wanted to make that you had made a good point with his height.
Deontay Wilder.
I think that how far can he go up? You know what I mean?
Well, I appreciate you, man. Look, man, I just want to say something. I do want to point something out because we're on hype. So, as we're on hype, so I want to just mention one thing. Manny Pacquiao is 5'5". Okay.
Hey, I'm gonna let this guy back on, yeah, because he wants to obviously talk.
Okay.
So let's see what he's got to say.
So Manny Pacquiao
Wilder
is
is the
5'5",
pound for
right?
pound
Yeah,
#1.
but can you talk some sense now? If you're gonna say Wilder's pound for pound #1, explain why.
Deontay Wilder is pound for pound
But
#1.
why? Why?
Because he is.
But why? You ain't got no reason for why?
Because he a hero to us, man.
Yeah, but okay, if he's a hero, I understand that. But as a boxing real factual, where's he pound for pound #1?
My opinion, man. Everyone's got their own opinion.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
my man, what we're saying is that we respect your opinion, but when you're going to make, if you're going to say that and you're going to come on a public forum, then you got to add some substance to your to that claim, bro.
Yeah, he's pound for pound #1.
But why?
That's the
Where's your substance?
Yeah, he's pound for pound #1 on my list.
Yeah, but
Okay.
he already lost.
No, he didn't. He was cheated, man.
Okay, but if you look at it, yeah, at the end of the day, on paper, he's lost right now.
Yeah, to
On
you,
paper.
not to me.
Yeah, but onto the boxing world, to the websites, to all the WBC.
Yeah, to all the casual fans, yeah.
So, but the WBC and the organization they're the owners.
Known cheaters, known frauds.
Yeah. So what you saying is that Wilder's #1
Biggest fraud organization in boxing.
Is Wilder #1 because you look up to Wilder? He's your people.
Now, because Wilder would knock any man out on this planet.
But he got knocked the fuck out, bro. We got to keep it real, though, innit?
He's cheating training through the talent.
Yeah, but the trainer had to throw the towel.
He's the pound for pound #1. Simple as that. Fact.
Okay, let's go around the panel. Look, I'm going to give you a chance. I'm not going to treat you like a bitch. See, why you run away, bro? Why the fuck you run away, bitch?
Rap star. At that point, bro.
No, but I want to keep it real. The man's being rude.
No, I understand. This is what I'm trying to say. Like, this is your channel. You could do whatever you want in your channel. But if a person's coming in and telling you that that's what they believe, at that point, you just gotta let it go. Because listen, I like Wilder, so I'm not gonna say anything bad about him.
Yeah, but we all like Wilder, bro. But you can't come here and make these accusations and not have nothing substance to talk about it. Because then that shows that you don't want to have a conversation. You've come to share some negative energy, bro.
Well, I mean, look, man. With due respect to the guy, I don't know him, but what I'm saying is the way he was carrying on, that's coming across like a casual fan.
Yeah, I that's why I said just leave it alone. At that point, when Roper Dope said, "Give me some substance," why, and he just says he doesn't give anything. Just at that point, just be like, okay, that's just what he believes. Just leave it alone. I mean,
because you know what? It's one of those things where it's one of those things that It doesn't matter what you say to this guy, what you put in front of him, what you say. If we tell him that, look, gloves are checked, wraps are checked, you know, they bring them in the moment they're being wrapped, while your hands are being wrapped.
Tell him, bro, because he's watching you right now. So tell
Yeah,
him.
okay.
Tell him.
So you can't come out and just come out with a claim like that just because, you know, there's some pictures on, you know, whatever you might have found on the internet. You know, the bottom line is everybody knows that when you're coming in and you're putting these gloves and everything on, that, you know, your hands are being checked, your gloves are being handed to you. So, you know, and there's people there. Unless you're going to say that the whole boards and everyone are corrupted. Well, if it's corrupted, then, you know, you might as well just stop watching the sport if it's that corrupted.
I'm gonna tell you what my biggest problem is, and it ain't even with the fact that it's the cheating. That's not even my biggest problem. My biggest problem is, like, why wouldn't you get mad at JD as number one, and then number two, out of the two people that everyone seems to be mad at is in the first fight, I guess. And I haven't. I looked into it as much as I can, and I just left it alone. But as much as I was looking into it, a lot of the footage that was shown was from the first fight, and I think Ben Davis was the coach on the first fight, and nobody says anything to him. They get on Sugar Hill for the second fight, and then they get on Mark Breland, and it's like, so you getting on the two black guys, but fucking the fucking coaches are the one that are the main dudes that are there. One of the guys watching him, and then, like, I don't understand. Like, you're getting on fucking. Why don't you say something to him? Like, he's fucking right there, smiling, looking at the guy. You know, I'm not gonna sit here and say that anybody cheated or not cheated, because there was a part where they did put a towel over the camera. I don't know what the fuck that was about, and that ain't listen. But
Why you keep kicking me out, man?
Man, you're fucking running away yourself, bro.
You come with
running
no
away
no
yourself,
receipts.
bro.
You come with no receipts,
Hey,
and you kick
listen,
me
let
out.
me tell you something. At least I'll let you on the show. I'm letting you talk, innit? I'm letting
I
you
ain't
cook,
got a
bro.
channel, so how could I let you on my show, boy?
But listen, boy. I'm letting you cook, but cook some real facts. Let me tell
Yeah,
you where
I'm
you need to
cooking
cook
facts.
some real
Deontay
facts.
Wilder is
Mr. Shelton,
pound for pound
Mr. Shelton,
number
let me tell
one.
you where you gotta cook some real facts, because I don't want to kick you off, bro. I want to cook some facts here. Now, let me tell you where you're going wrong. You're saying this because out of feelings and how you like the man. We get
You
that.
emotional right now, man.
No, see, look, who's emotional? Me or you, bro? Come
You
on.
getting emotional over the
I'm
fact that I
chilling
got
out here, bro.
Deontay number one.
Listen, man, you're making no sense, though. Come on. You're
You
making no
make no
sense,
sense,
bro.
bro.
You making no sense, bro. Come
You're
on.
making no sense, bro.
Anthony Joshua's much more in a better position than Wilder is right now.
Boy, you got knocked out by a fat chubby kid. What you on about?
Yeah, but look at what happened to Wilder. He got knocked the fuck out like a real bad. He got beat
He got
easy.
cheated.
But then where the fuck have you got the proof?
Proof that
Where's
he
the
did it.
proof?
Yeah, but
Proof that he did it.
my man, listen, let me say something to you, all right? You're saying
Okay.
that he got cheated and there were gloves or whatever, all right? So why is it that when
Yeah.
he first came out, he's going on about the weight of his suit?
Are you a troll, bro?
Or is it, or was it
Yeah.
his water?
He's a
Was it his
troll,
yeah.
bro.
water?
This
He
Or
guy's a
said
was it his
yeah.
troll.
suit?
He said
Or
yeah.
was
He's
it
a
his
fucking
trainer?
troll, bro. What up, troll? Hey, listen, this motherfucker's a troll. You know
Yeah,
that.
I knew he was a troll when he said Ruiz is a fat chubby boy. So, like, all of a sudden that has something to do with him not having skills. Like, come on. I mean,
Hey, listen,
like,
let
come
me
on,
tell you
come
something.
on now.
Roper-dope, there's no point in giving no energy. I was trying to have a conversation with the guy, yeah? And at the end of the day, you can't have a conversation with a man who's totally talking shit from the beginning.
Oh, well,
And
you know, look, man, we like to try and give everybody an opportunity and a chance, man, when we're talking to him, you know. We're here to have, you know, a good, interesting discussion. And, you know, any of us could be wrong, but that's why.
But now that we've touched on this subject, yeah, this Deontay Wilder situation, what people don't understand, that we understand he's in mediation, but mediation for what? Because they couldn't get the dates and they couldn't fix the dates together. Let me tell you something right now. This is the worst thing Deontay Wilder's doing. If he thinks he's going to get the third fight and he's going to rush into the third fight, this is a very bad move for Deontay Wilder because he's already lost badly. And for me, this mediation is bullshit because Eddie Hearn and Bob Arum already told everybody if that we get the Anthony Joshua fight, Wilder's people can't do anything. The only reason we'll take the Wilder fight is if because of numbers, and if Tyson Fury can make the money in this pandemic, he'll take the fight because it's an easy fight for him right now. Let me tell you what, if this fight happens, do you think this fight is good for Deontay Wilder to
No,
fight straight away?
let me say something to you. Here's my opinion on it, okay? And you can quote me on it if it happens, right? Tyson Fury will beat him even worse this time. If they fight again, Tyson Fury will beat him even worse.
Explain why, bro. Why do you think he beats him worse?
Because he's got his number. The first time he fought him, Tyson had only fought, I think, one guy, whatever, before he fought Deontay Wilder, after losing all that weight and everything. And obviously he beat him. The second time he came around, he figured him out. He thought, I just can't give this guy any room. I put him under pressure. As he saw at the end of the first fight, he realised, hey, hang about. After I've been knocked down, as soon as I start putting pressure on him, I'm backing him up and I'm attacking him. So he just stopped giving him that respect. He's understood that, look, whatever power you've got, your hardest punch, I've got back up from. So second fight, he just didn't give him that respect. And he went straight for him. He was a lot better conditioned in the second fight. And he took it to him. And in the third fight, obviously he'll be careful. He won't want to go in there and just leave his chin open. But what I'm saying is, third fight, he's got his number. He knows how to beat him. And the thing is, Deontay Wilder, you cannot change Deontay Wilder all of a sudden. The guy's walking around, a lot lighter in weight than what Tyson Fury is. And all Tyson Fury does, he's going to go over there, he's going to lean on him, he's going to put his weight on him, and he's going to tire him out. And Deontay Wilder, obviously, he's got to say all the things that he's saying because his pride has been dented. And obviously he's making every excuse and saying, oh, this has happened, that's happened. I mean, look, man, we all like Deontay Wilder. He's great for the division. But the thing is, I just see Tyson Fury coming and doing that to him again because it didn't even look like it was much of a struggle for him. He beat him pretty easily in the second fight. So the thing is, the question is, can Deontay Wilder come back and change enough as a fighter in size, in strength, in boxing ability to all of a sudden come and beat Tyson Fury? No, he's going to be the only thing he's really got that he may have any chance with is he's going to have his powerful punch, and that's if he's going to be able to land that. But the thing is, even if he does land that, we've seen that Tyson Fury can take it and get back up from it.
That's a great view on that, actually. Hey, listen, let's keep talking about that to Shadow the Ghost. Wait, smash that like button. I want everyone to subscribe to this new channel. This is Free Smoke. And listen, Shelton, what do you think about that? Do you agree with Robodo that Tyson Fury has Deontay Wilder's number? Tyson Fury will beat Deontay Wilder easier in the trilogy. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, well, first, I want to say I wanted to answer something real quick that was brought up way before the guy even hopped in, and I'm gonna answer it real quick. Rope-a-dope, you was bringing up. Remember when I had said that Tank was his height, and you said Manny Pacquiao was 5 something or whatever, and this ties into Deontay Wilder. Yes, I agree. There are people that are small and has that height that can go up to higher weight classes, but this ties into what I'm about to say. People like Manny Pacquiao come along every other 10, 15 years, and it's because of their dedication to the sport, bro. It's because of their dedication. It has nothing to do. First of all, they have to have a gift, a God gifted talent, which we already know Tank has. Okay, we already know that. And it has to do with their boxing ability. But first and foremost, like Floyd, it's the dedication to the sport. And I think when it comes to somebody with like Tank, sometimes he's undisciplined. We know that there's times he's partying too much, he's drinking. Sometimes, you know what I mean. He's not always like if he had the personality of a pretty boy Floyd, of a pretty boy, not Money Floyd, but pretty boy Floyd, I'd be like, oh yeah, he can go up to fucking any weight. But anyway, going back to Deontay, the issue is the same thing. Before fighting Tyson Fury, there was a couple of interviews where I think and I saw this on a couple of other channels where there was things where he said, I don't even have to I think he was saying things like, with my type of power, I don't even have to work out, or he didn't say it like that, but he was trying to say with his type of power, he only has to be right for 1 second, where everybody has to be right for 12 rounds or something like that, and basically trying to say. When, if you read into the lines of that, it's like trying to say, I don't have to try as hard as you. I don't have to, you know what I mean? Because I have,
I know what you're talking about because I
yeah,
remember him saying that.
right. And so if you look at that, that's like, wait a second, no. You're fighting at the highest elite level of competition. You're talking about the heavyweight championship of the world. You're right now. You're on, so you're not even starting out. You're at the top. You're trying to stay at the top of the mountain. You can't be talking like I only need to be right for one punch or 1 second. You need to be dedicated because the guy that's going in there, I guarantee you, he's looking at you like that's a dangerous motherfucker. He can knock me out with one punch. He could hurt me. He could put me in the hospital. So I'm going to be dedicated. I'm going to be dedicated. I'm going to be working out every day, 24 hours. I'm going to stay on my diet. You see what I'm saying? They're dedicated.
It was complacency talk.
Yes, yes, and I think that's the issue with a lot of fighters that if they were dedicated, and that's where Ryan Garcia shines. You see the dedication in him. He's going to be dangerous in 5 years from now. That's why it's smarter for Tank to fight him now than for Tank, to me, to fight him years down the line. He's only going to get better. Ryan's only going to get better.
Yeah, I agree with that. So you know what, my man, I just wanted to come back with how you started things off with regards to the Manny Pacquiao. I was actually just going to come on that point when I was talking about that. I think someone came in and started talking about something, but I wanted to basically end with that when I was talking about Manny Pacquiao. That Manny Pacquiao's 5'5", but in all honesty, Tank isn't Manny Pacquiao. The way Manny Pacquiao moves, he's got the kind of style where he can move, the kind of movement that he's got. That level of speed that he's got, Tank don't quite have that. Tank's got the power and Tank's got boxing ability. He's shown that, but and obviously he's good. He's great in the ring. But what I'm saying is, has he got the kind of speed and style and footwork that Manny Pacquiao has got? And this is why I was saying that I love Tank, but he ain't no Manny Pacquiao. I'm telling, and I'm not saying that Tank won't go on and continue to do great things, but I'll write down for you. He won't do what Manny Pacquiao did.
Oh no, and I love Tank, and I love Tank, and you could see it through the Leo Santa Cruz fight. Leo Santa Cruz is he was 2 weight classes lower and was catching him a lot. Now people could say, well, that's because he's faster. Okay, well you're telling me that he's not going to fight people faster than him. I mean, even if he moves up in weight, he might be smaller, but there's always going to be fast people in every weight class. Not everybody's going to be slower.
Would you say that, right? I mean, I have my opinion, but I want to get your opinion. Just so we at least start clearing about, getting some areas where we all agree on. Would you say Ryan Garcia is faster than Tank Davis? Just so we know that.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree.
Yes, I think he's faster, and I also think that when people say that Tank will wash him, it is a one-sided fight, and he's way too powerful. I think that's a crazy statement because I went back and I've seen all their fights already, but I went back and I watched all their fights, and I even was and I don't know if he was on here. I think you came on here later, but I was talking about it before. I was watching the people that was Ryan Garcia's sparring partners. All of them say, "Listen, he hits very, very hard." A lot of people, I don't know why people say he's just fast or whatever. His power is very underrated. You could see it's a different type of power. It's like a snap. It's a very snap. And
Correct. Yeah.
Luke said that he hits hard with every hand. He hits hard, and Luke was trying to compare his power with Linares, and he said that he's the hardest hitter he's ever been in the ring with. And Ellie was like, "Well, were you just saying that because Canelo was there and he was there, and it was just after the fight?" He says, "No. I'm gonna be honest with you." He's like, Linares has that type of a punch where he could hit you like at so you're fighting, and then at some point in the fight, he like throughout the combinations, he might have that one punch that can knock you down. Ryan has that power where every punch has power. every punch he throws has snap in it, has power. Now if you compare Tank's and his power, it's a different type of power. Like Tank has that flatline power that'll just flatline you, but Ryan has that power where every punch he's throwing hurts. It's still power. It still
Look,
can knock you out.
look, Ryan Garcia is the kind of guy. He's the kind of guy that you see him. He loves that speedball and he loves those bags. He loves that belt that you might I'm sure you guys have seen. He gets these guys to put a belt on. That punch belt that they wear. And the thing is, he punches them through that. And
Yeah,
people bigger guys. I mean, I saw him do it to that Jake Paul or someone, and I know they're not
yeah.
serious
And
boxers or something.
Francis Nagoo from I can't say his name, from UFC.
Naguba.
Naguba. Yeah.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, you've seen Ryan Garcia hitting them through that belt, and these people are like collapsing and going, "Oh, I can't." Now, what I'm saying is, I know they're not as conditioned as probably the real professional fighters, but even then, the fact that he can, generate that kind of force through a belt like that, and make people turn away and just say, "I can't do anymore." It just tells you what he's got. Because the thing is, he's on that bag. He's on that belt, he's on those pads, and he's on that speedball so much. It's almost like he lives and breathes it. Even when we saw him starting off, you could just see that he's always on those. And the thing is, when you're going to practice so much, more practice, more speed, more power. And that's what he's got. He's got that snapping power that he's got. He hasn't got that kind of power that is just, it's a thud and it goes through you. Like that, and it's a thudding kind of punch. He's got that punch that you don't see coming, and that's why he's going to be getting these knockouts as well, because he's got that kind of speed where people aren't going to see that punch coming, and this is why he's going to be stopping people. People just won't see that punch coming. And I know we've seen that in Tank as well, but Tank's just bullying people right now at the weight that he's at. So
Yeah, he's like a bully.
Yeah, I do think. Yeah, but the thing is he going to be able to bully at a higher weight? We're gonna be able to see in this next fight that he has. Do you listen? I've got a question. Do you see this fight being made between Garcia and Tank next? I know that on camera, everyone's. I know Ryan wants it because Ryan's the bigger guy, and he's going to be thinking, "Listen."
Did you not hear what Tank said? Did you not hear what he said to Tyson today? He said that fight has to happen next.
Well, that's what he's saying. But
yeah, that's what I was going to ask Rapstar. I was going to ask Rapstar, even with him saying that, I was going to say, what do you think is going on with him and Mayweather? Because we all know how Mayweather is with his fighters. We all know that he ain't the type of one to just throw them in there with high competition. He's trying to protect that money. We all know that when it comes down to Floyd and Tank, it ain't about Tank, it's about Floyd. So do you really think that and this is why I said Ryan is smart. I really think Ryan is trying to play chess, and he's showing his piece. He's not checkmating anybody. He's just trying to check him. He's trying to check Floyd and see what Floyd's going to do. And I don't even think he's checking Tank. He's checking Floyd, because it's like T.O. said. T.O. said in the interview, he said, I'm not even going to mention Tank. When they ask me about Haney, Ryan, or Kambosos or Tank, he says, I just mentioned Kambosos, Ryan, or Haney. He's like, I'm not going to mention a man that Floyd's not going to throw me in there with. He's like, I'm not.
Guys, you know what? I'm gonna say something here. I know Ryan's been sitting there calling him out and doing this. You know who I see? You know who is the puppet master in all of this? Oscar De La Hoya. He's the puppet master in this. You know, he's always had needle with Floyd, and he knows right now Tank coming up to a new weight. And I think De La Hoya believes in Ryan Garcia, all right, fully. I think he's got the goods, and I think De La Hoya believes in him. And I think what he's done, I think this is De La Hoya, who's been the puppet master here, who's basically said to him after the fight, you call Tank out. You're in camera, you call Tank out, and you put him on the spot. And what's going to happen is Tank's going to, obviously on camera, Tank's not going to say, hey, I don't want to fight him. This is going to be a case of, as you guys are saying, we all agree on this. This is going to be a case of where Mayweather goes with this, because Mayweather's a smart guy. He's going to want to try keep his investment going. So this is going to be a big fight, and providing the money's right, he may agree to it. But the fact of the matter is, I see negotiation issues here.
That's
Yeah,
why I
but
said,
they gotta make
Rapstar.
the
What do you
fucking
think,
fight,
Rapstar?
bro.
Like, what do you
They
think, Rapstar? Do you think Mayweather's gonna? Do you think he's gonna say yeah after all this?
No, but look, this is the position they've put everybody in. Right now, everybody knows that this is the fight they want to see. And if you're not going to fight your mandatory position, Devon Haney, and everybody knows that you're not calling Devon Haney out. Why? Because of Tank Davis. So if you're not going to make the Tank Davis fight, then it's going to be bad for both ways because you're already not fighting your mandatory. And the reason why you're not fighting your mandatory because Devon Haney is not a bigger fight than Tank Davis. Tank Davis, Ryan Garcia is a bigger fight for money at the moment and for where it is right now. So this fight has to happen. They can't be fucking ducking anymore, bro. They got to fight each other. But look, the
I
truth
don't
is,
think it's up to them. I don't think it's up to them. The obstacle I see here is Floyd Mayweather.
yeah, but the truth is, if they don't fight and Floyd Mayweather still wants to cash his cow, don't forget this: Oscar De La Hoya, he doesn't have anyone after Canelo. This is his cash cow. It's Ryan Garcia. So this is the chance that Oscar De La Hoya has got to get his revenge back on Floyd Mayweather to make his
Correct.
cash cow
Yeah.
beat the cash cow of Floyd Mayweather. Because right now, if anyone's gonna duck, it's going to be Floyd Mayweather and Tank Davis. It's not going to be Ryan Garcia and Oscar
Yeah,
De La
but
Hoya.
but the thing is, they're not going to call it a duck. They're going to basically be saying that, hey, he's going to basically say, well, Tank should get the bigger share. This
Yeah,
is what's
they're
going to
gonna
be
say
coming.
they're gonna make it over to A side and B side.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
also, Rapstar. I don't know how to send links or whatever. But I was gonna offer what Ropadope was saying when he was saying that how Ryan hits that bag or that speed bag or whatever all the time. And this is going back to the dedication. The other day when I was looking at the Ryan Garcia and the Tank fights, I found an old video, bro, a real old video. I don't even know who the hell was interviewing him, but it was Ryan Garcia and his little brother when they were real young. I mean, first of all, we all know his brother fought his fight the other day at the Luke Campbell. Remember on the first fight? Well, in this video, his brother is like fucking like I don't know. He's like 3 feet, 4 feet tall. He's like real small. He's like real tiny. Ryan is like he looks like he's like 14 or 13 years old, and he's at like a soccer field or something.
I
And
saw this. I
oh,
saw it.
oh, you
I
saw
saw
it?
it.
You
It's
saw
Eddie
it?
Sekback.
Yeah, yeah,
It's Sekback.
yeah. And they ask Ryan like, who do you want to fight when you get older? And he says, I want to fight a Canelo, but when he gets older.
Yeah,
And then he
yeah.
says, who do you remind yourself of us? And he says like a Sergio Martinez. And they ask him to shadow box. And you see how fast he is? You see how fast he is?
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
fucking 13 years old, bro. And he's
Even at
like,
that age.
yeah, even at that age, that's what I was trying to say, Rope-a-dope. Like, even at that age, they were like, okay, well, show us what you got. Like, they were just playing around. They're like, come on, kid, just show us what you got. Yo, he was fast as shit. He's just playing around, like, shh, fast as fuck, bro. So he's
So,
been doing this. He's been doing this as a kid, bro. Like, but Tank, there's a video of Tank at a Mayweather fight, and where he's small and he's throwing throwing all these punches in the back or whatever. So they've both been doing it since they were young. But you could just see that this is what Ryan lives off. Ryan lives off this. Ryan lives off people telling him you can't do it or you can't. Or he wants to prove people
Yeah,
that
he lives and breathes it.
he
I
lives
mean,
off that.
look, we got
Yeah,
to keep it facts here, yeah? Look, people say that Ryan Garcia is vulnerable. But let me just tell you this. The way Ryan Garcia got up, and he never even showed one sign of like he was hurt. And he pressed the fight forward. And even Luke Campbell said, they said, but when you knocked him down, why didn't you go for the knockout? He said, but as soon as he got up, he started pressing the gas. And he goes, I could feel Ryan Garcia's energy coming towards me. And he goes, I couldn't do it. He goes, because Ryan Garcia, he came back like Superman. He didn't even show that he was hurt. And the way, let me ask you this: Lomachenko couldn't stop Luke Campbell. Jorge Linares couldn't stop Luke Campbell. Ryan Garcia fucking gave him such a vicious body shot. And we've never seen Luke Campbell sit there for the 10 count. This is an Olympic gold medalist, wasn't it?
Correct.
Yeah, and Tio. Oh, real quick, Robodope. I'm gonna let you. I'm gonna say this real quick. Tio said something about that. Tio said that it
You
was
gotta respect him.
yeah. Tio said you gotta respect it, and that he did what he did. But he also said that that's the rookie in us. How fast he got up. He said because in that he says Tio. He's like because he's trained. I guess he said he's trained that when if he ever gets dropped to take a knee, to take a knee. He says, but he says, but that's just a warrior in him. That's just a that's the rookie. How fast he got up and just kept forward. But Tio was trying to say like, try to take a knee if you get dropped. You know.
I mean, Rope-a-Dope, he was so, I mean, that was one punch, right? But the way he got up in half a second. He didn't
Yeah,
even
no,
take a count. I mean, that is some
Rapstar,
heart. You got to give
Rapstar.
Ryan
It,
Garcia
it
heart, bro.
it was very telling. It was a very telling moment that where it showed the character because we've never seen that, and I don't think Ryan Garcia had planned for that. That hey, I'm going to be knocked down. He's never been knocked down before, so he hadn't planned for that. So what I'm saying is, when he did get back up, and the way he just decided that I'm coming forward, he didn't look good. Yeah, he got knocked down pretty hard. It wasn't like a light knockdown. He got knocked down pretty hard. It wasn't like a quick flash punch where all of a sudden it was a hit. It was something that, put him down and he was like pretty shook. But he got back up. And if you looked at him, his legs didn't look wobbly. His face, he didn't look like he was like quite beaten up from it. He got straight back up. And at best, I expected that, you know what? He's going to probably just like see out the round and then, start building back up in the next round. To see him coming up back like that, it showed a lot of character and it showed that he's got heart. The question is, it told us something great about him, but at the same time, if he's going to react like that, I mean, maybe he'll react like that. Maybe he'll react slightly different if he was actually hurt. But normally, when you've been knocked down like that, people usually take their time a little bit to come back up. Unless you're like an Ali who gets knocked down hard by like Fraser and immediately get straight back up. But I think it was impressive. I thought it was very telling of the character of Ryan Garcia. See, the thing is with Tank. I'll tell you something. When I first started seeing Tank, and I started saying, "Hey, this guy, he looks tasty. He looks interesting." And we started seeing him. I'll tell you, when I started seeing him, and look, it's fine to have good things. I saw him buy a nice car, in his early days. We've seen Ryan Garcia going around with that Lamborghini Jeep. And, that's fine, have a nice car. But you know what? When I started seeing Tank start walking around with Brona and he's wearing these big diamond watches and rings and necklaces and that,
Yeah, I met him. I met him, and I met him and when I was at Errol Spence when I travelled from England.
When I saw him do that, I was like, oh no, don't be doing that, man. I mean, I know Errol Spence sort of wears a big sort of diamond sort of necklace or whatever as well, but I mean, Errol Spence is doing it, but he's not quite doing it the way. I mean, the way Tank's walking around with his big, thick diamonds and everything, and at the same time he's going around with Broner. I know Broner's got his head together again, and he's lost like 25 pounds or something. But dude, Broner's someone who's in and out of shape, and believe me, that for me is one of the sad things that I saw. Because Broner, I love Broner. I thought he was really exciting to watch. I thought he was great entertainment, and I thought he was fun to have in boxing. So I'm really glad that he's coming back. But the fact that he goes up and down, and does that, I just hope that he doesn't do that with Tank Davis around. And I know Mayweather knows, because obviously, as we all know, it's Broner who brought Tank Davis to Mayweather. But the fact of the matter is, Mayweather's going to be there in the background and be telling him, stay disciplined. But sometimes you look at Tank and he looks a bit on the bigger side to me. He looks like he's been eating around outside and that, and he looks like, and then he gets himself in shape. But he looks like the kind of guy that can put on a bit of, unhealthy weight. And that may, at the moment he might be getting away with that, but he wants to sharpen that up pretty quick, because later on down that line, that's going to get him in trouble. Because at the moment, he's still reasonably young, he can get away with it. But later on, I mean, when you've got someone like a workhorse like Ryan Garcia who's fighting,
because Ryan Garcia is a gym rat. Ryan Garcia is like what
Correct.
Shadow Ghost said. Like from a young kid, he's been a gym rat. You know what I mean? And he don't leave that fucking gym. And one more thing that we got to recognize about Ryan Garcia, that his belief in himself, like you said, as a kid until now, he's got a lot of belief. Tank Davis knows that he's been faking a few times, drinking, whether he was taking some stuff, we don't know, but hanging around with the clubs, fucking around with the hoes. We know he's been doing that before. But right now, he's got to stay away from that lifestyle. If he wants to be great, he's got to be a gym rat. He's got to be like the Devon Haneys, the Fimo Lopez, the Ryan Garcias. They don't leave the gym. Even Devon Haney, he's a gym rat. The man fucking always in the gym. You know what I mean? These guys, you don't see them in the club fucking around with the hose and shit. They don't do this kind of shit. And this is what Rope-a-Dope's saying, that if it catches up on you, then you're fucked. So he's got to stay away from Adrian Broner. When Adrian Broner gets excited, shit doesn't go good, bro. It
And you
goes
know,
bad for you.
you know who I think doesn't get any credit, and I've said this before, and people have gotten on me, but I don't care. Like I said, I have an opinion, and I'm gonna say it. And unlike other people, I say an opinion, and I try to say my reasons for my opinion. I don't just say it because I say it because I see things. Um, I think that Calvin Ford doesn't get a lot of credit for what he's done with Tank. I think even when Tank beat Leo, it was all Mayweather, and they didn't even hardly let Calvin Ford talk, and Calvin Ford has been in Tank's corner his whole career, even before um, Broner brought Tank to Floyd, and not only that, but Calvin's incredible, has a lot of fighters in Baltimore, and he trains a lot of kids, and he keeps them out of trouble, and I think he just deserves more credit than he deserves, but I think he really probably doesn't even care about that, but I think when it comes to Tank, he's done a lot with Tank, and I think the
Mm.
boxing that you see is more coming from Calvin and not Floyd. I think because I think Calvin spent more time with Tank in his life than Floyd has. So
I've got a question for everyone. How come every time when I watch Ryan Garcia, I see his dad in the corner? When I see Devon Haney, I see Bill Haney. When I see Fiafimo Jr., I see Fiafimo Sr. When I see Lomachenko, I see Papachenko. Where's Tank Davis' dad? Where is
well,
he?
Calvin Ford is like his father, bro, for
Yeah, but
real.
where's Tank Davis's real dad?
I don't know. I don't know. But that's the thing I'm saying though. And listen, this is what I'm trying to get at, Rapstar. Regardless of where his real
No,
father is
I'm
at,
getting to
that has
something. That's
you know
why.
Calvin Ford is like I would think of it like his father, and that's what I'm trying to say. The respect, as far as like you would think that they would show Calvin Ford a little bit more respect than that, but anyway, I guess it is what it is. It's about the money, like Rope-a-Dope said. They care more.
No, but
So
do you think that's where the delicate point is, where the other fighters have got their real dads sitting on them, like like right, looking at them like Terminators, trying to make sure that they stay on the path. When Tank Davis has gone a bit funny, hanging around with Adrian Broner, fucking
well, it's
around
not
with
just him.
hoes,
This is well,
is
that's a
that
good
is
point.
that
That's a
is
good.
that
That's a
is that
great point.
because his dad is? Because let me ask Rope-a-Dope, do you know if Tank Davis's dad is active in his career in his life? Because I haven't seen him.
No, I don't think he is, man. I mean, I think he may sort of, be hovering around, but from the background, I mean, he doesn't look like he's come from a boxing background. He looks like he's come more from the street, as did Tank Davis. So there's a difference, You've got, when you're talking about Lomachenko's dad, you can see he's involved in his actual boxing training. I
Yeah.
don't think Tank Davis's dad is. But like we're saying, that we think it's his trainer who's given him that missing sort of part of that fatherly sort of connection to obviously keep
Calvin
him,
Ford.
yeah, to keep him grounded in the boxing game. And I think, thank God that someone like that was around, and it's guys like that. And I agree with Shadow here, man, that basically when it's guys like that, man. I mean, they're real life heroes, man, because the amount of kids that they save, they're giving them their time and giving them a different outlet to to do. So, it becomes more of a precious story, almost like a Mike Tyson story, where Customato came into his life and obviously took him away from all that, all the crap that was out there, and gave him gave him a home and gave him the love of the family. And I think that's the kind of influence that Calvin Ford had on Tank Davis. So
let me
you're
just
right. And
let me
it's a
just
good
share this
shout.
with Rope-a-Dope and everybody and Shadow Ghost. In 2015, it was documented that Mayweather said, I'm reading this to you guys, that Tank Davis would have either been dead or been on the street because he was involved with gangs. So really, Tank Davis is coming from the street. He's the he's like a little OG who was going wrong in his life, and boxing saved his life. So it's another great story. So
Yeah.
really, Tank Davis is the little, if you really want to say who comes from the street, out of all of them young boys, Tank Davis is the one who comes from the projects. You know what I mean?
And you know what? When you come from those players, and that's why I sort of compared him to Mike Tyson, because that's a similar thing to like Mike Tyson. He come from the streets, and when you come from the streets, the one thing that you've got in you. I mean, obviously, if you can couple that with disciplined training, like Mike Tyson did, then you can see what you can become. But what I'm saying is, when you come from the street, that brings a dog in you that you can't train. And this is what Terence Crawford. That's one thing Terence Crawford has got, because if you ever see his interviews, they said that his mother used to take him out and used to say to other kids to fight her son, and she used to say, if you beat him, I'll give you like $10 or something. And he used to just go. She used to take him out in the streets to fight, and you can see that when Terence Crawford is in the ring, he's nasty. There's a real nasty streak to him. It's almost like he's enjoying hurting you.
Yeah,
And
and it's after he gets hit. It's usually after he gets hit hard, something like that. Yeah,
Yeah, he's got a dog in him, and
he's
he's
got
got a
dog.
real dog in him
It's
for
usually
sure.
after he gets hit, or it looks like he gets embarrassed or something like that. He usually doesn't start off like that. It's usually like after he gets
Yeah,
hit a
but let
couple
me
times.
tell you guys something
Wait, hold
else.
on. What, Rapstar? I found something on the. You brought up something about Tank. I
Yeah.
found a Los Angeles Times article about Tank Davis. It says Davis was the youngest of three brothers at the age of 5 when Child Protective Services ordered their mother to give custody of her children. Um, with his father imprisoned, Davis said, my mother did drugs. It took my grandmother about 3 years to get us back. We lived in different homes to a foster family. It was a group home. It was like we were locked up. The only times we could see our family was for about 30 minutes in a little room. So they were in different homes. And when he did see his mom, it was supervised because of Child Protective Services, and his father was in prison. So that's what I'm trying to say. And he met Calvin Ford. And Calvin Ford, there's a video when he was training. He was about to leave for Las Vegas for with Tank when he was about to fight Leo Santa Cruz, and he's at the gym in Baltimore, and that's why I said I like Calvin Ford, man. There's a kid who had recently got shot, rap star, and he was in the hospital. He was in the hospital for a couple of months, and Calvin Ford is doing a video. They're asking him about Tank and other fighters and stuff like that. And he cuts the video. Well, he's like, "Oh, hold on a second. Follow me. You see this kid? You see this kid? This kid just came out the hospital. He got shot." And the kid rides up to him on like a little motorcycle. I don't know if it was an accident or he got shot. It was something serious. It's something that had to do with the hood or something like that. And he's like, "Hey man, how you doing?" And he gave him a hug. And he's like, "Hey man, I want to get back in the gym, man. I want to." So obviously the kid was training and he was in the boxing and he got away for a little bit. He got away and he got in trouble and he's coming back to him and you can see it on camera and he's like, I want to get back in the gym, coach. I want to get back in the gym. And he's like, hey, come see me tomorrow. I'm not going to be here. I'm going to Vegas, but come see so and so. And when I get back, I'm gonna get back with you. So he really is interacting with the kids in Baltimore. So you know what I mean?
I mean, look, this is what I got to say now that you guys have told me the inside of Tank Davis. And I don't want to say this, because I've come from, it's not like I don't know. I don't want to give my life away. But when I was young, I used to hang out in the streets. I used to hang out with when we was a little hoods. And, I'm sure people would understand that some of those people never made it. You know what I mean? And some of us are lucky enough that we found another reason and another thing to live for. But with Tank Davis, this is all I want for him. I want him to use that as a positive energy and make himself into one of the best fighters he could ever be. Because if he goes like Rope-a-Dope says and finds a little bit of a negative energy, he's got every reason to act like a crazy man if he wants to as well. Yeah. So we don't want to see that side of Tank Davis because he's come from nothing and he can prove to those kids who've come from nothing that you can become something. Yeah. And right now, Tank Davis, he had no hope once in his life. And right now, he's one of the biggest stars in boxing in the lightweight division. But look, Rope-a-Dope, I honestly got to tell you, if he doesn't stay in the gym and doesn't stay disciplined, then he's got a problem because he doesn't have that father figure or the family figure where he'll be scared of listening to anyone. Because now Tank Davis, he's got millions, he's got Lamborghinis, he's got everything he wants. And you know what Marvin Hagler said, and we spoke about this before you came on the show. He said you could have all the hunger before, but when you're living in silk sheets, you don't feel like fucking waking up and
Yeah.
training at 4 o'clock. You're going to train at 7 o'clock, and then you're going to start taking other shortcuts. Is that something that we've seen in Tank before that we don't want to see again?
Look, man, I'll tell you something. I pray I'm wrong. I pray I'm wrong. Okay, but I get concerned for Tank because I know he's been in trouble with the law, and I just had to refresh my memory and I just checked as well. But let's just take back. Let's just go back because I had to look this up because I knew he's been in trouble with the law. So in September 2017, he was arrested for and accused with first degree aggravated assault, where you had to put $100,000 bond on. So the thing is, he was basically in trouble in September 2017. Then September 2018, just a year later, he got into a fist fight with a guy, and punches were landed, and people tried to break up the fight before the police arrived. February 2020, so not even a year ago. Okay, he's been arrested on charges of battery and domestic violence against his former girlfriend. So even with someone like Mayweather around him, he is who he is, and he can have all the talent in the world, but he is who he is, and he keeps on getting into trouble, and he's still got so much more to do. It's not like he's 34 or 35 and he started to do that again. He's still got so much more to do, and he's already been the 3 arrests that I've just named about him, that he's getting in trouble. So the thing is that he can't control himself, and that worries me, because if you're the kind of personality that can't control yourself and you're going to start getting into street fights, and I hope not to God this happens to him, but either you're going to have the fate of someone like Vernon Forrest, and was it Vernon Forrest, the one that got shot
in Atlanta? Yeah, he got shot.
Yeah. So the thing is that either you're going to come across and have that kind of a fate where you're going to where something's going to catch up to you, or or you're going to end up in jail, or something's going to happen to you. But if you keep having, look, we've seen, someone as great as Iron Mike Tyson go to jail, come out, he was never the same. How many more arrests will there need to be before he goes into jail?
We've seen what happened to so many boxers that we don't even know what happened to them, like Edwin Valero.
Yeah, I mean Edwin Valero.
We don't even know what happened to him. They say that he killed his wife, but then if he killed his wife, why would he kill himself in jail, which is not even with his own clothes?
There's question marks there. Apparently, he had allegiance to, I think,
the president.
The president, or someone there, and someone wanted to get rid of him or something. But there's talk. I mean, what I'm saying about.
But he was a street thug he was a street thug in his country. In Venezuela, he was a street thug.
Okay,
you know what I mean?
So let me say something to you. Apart from maybe a Bernard Hopkins, who we know he went in prison and everything, and he came from the streets and that as well. Apart from a Bernard Hopkins that managed to turn his life around and go into professional boxing and really start making noise and stay disciplined the way that he was. I mean, look at the discipline of Bernard Hopkins. I mean, he's probably got more discipline than any boxer you can name. The kind of discipline that Bernard Hopkins had, and even now you can see. What he's turned into. He's become. You can see he's involved in his business. Everything that he says, it's really measured when he's talking. But that's Bernard Hopkins. And what I'm saying is, when I see Tank Davis, I'll see more of a Mike Tyson than I'll see a Bernard Hopkins. If you're going to look at personality types, but I just hope that. And I love Mike Tyson. I'm his biggest fan. And the thing is that I just hope that Tank can stay grounded. I think the fact that he's got a good trainer around him, the fact that he's got someone like Floyd Mayweather who can try.
Yeah, but you might love Mike Tyson, but at the same time, you are very disappointed in Mike Tyson's decisions. You were very disappointed when Mike Tyson went to jail. I'm sure you was upset like I was.
Of course, but the thing
and
is,
let me tell you something else. You knew and I knew, and we've had a conversation behind these channels, that Mike Tyson could have had any woman he ever wanted at that time. And the point of him being so fucking dumb, being drinking, hanging around in the wrong company, and let the wrong girl come and set him up. Because you and me know that he got set up. We're not stupid. But at the end of the day, he allowed himself to get into that vulnerable position.
Look, there's a couple of things. If we're going to start talking about Mike Tyson, there's a couple of things here. If you want to look at some of the stuff, something like that is going to leave you very angry, very frustrated, and obviously we've seen him put that out there when he gets upset. You've seen him put that out there. He's gone off on people when they've asked him about it and started asking questions about it. You can see he's angry, and the way his reaction when stuff like this comes up shows. I mean, if anything, it shows that I think he was innocent when it came to that. The girl shows up at his hotel room and turns up. What was she expecting to do? Play poker. She knew exactly what she was going up there for and what it was about. And then obviously she's put him in a situation. So that's that situation there. But the thing is that with Mike Tyson went off the rails as soon as Customato went. So as long as he had someone good, grounded around him, this is about your circle of influence. You are the company that you keep. And the thing is, I'm glad to see Broner sort of on the way back. But Broner's trouble, man. Broner's another guy who has had problems with discipline. And it looks like Tank Davis and him are like best of friends. So I just hope that with all that around, Broner decides to come back this time and keep his discipline. I'd love to see him come back. I think it'll be interesting for the division. And also Tank Davis, I just want him to also keep his discipline. But it shows that, in the last few years, he's got himself in trouble a few times. And, if you were going to bet money, I'm going to say it to you guys here. He's been arrested 3 times in 3 years. If you were going to bet money, and I said to you, will Tank Davis get in trouble with the police again? Where would your money be?
Yeah. I would say. I mean, listen. I don't pray any trouble on anybody, but if you would have to think that you would have to say history repeats itself, and this goes back to what I was gonna say with what Rapstar said at the beginning about father figures or just people who you keep around you. If you look at Teofimo Lopez, Devon Haney, Papachenko, Ryan Garcia, if you see that they have it's how you've been brought up. And if you look about if you look at this, guys, this goes for everything, not just boxing. This even goes with the fans that look at boxing. If you look at the narratives that are in boxing and you look at the stuff that goes around with the race or just people that use influences and stuff like that and all that stuff is brought up and you're taught that. Kids don't wake up in the morning and go. If you ever see kids playing, they don't stop and look at another kid and go, man, he looks a different color than me or he looks different than me. They just play. They're kids. All that stuff is taught to you. So when you're growing up and you have a good foundation, then you can keep your head on straight. And like Rapstar said, you have someone around you. Unfortunately, Tank had a life where Similar like me, I'm a veteran. My parents are both passed away. I've had an issue with alcohol and drugs. I'm in recovery. But the moment I ever had money and stuff like that, or stuff was going well, I didn't know how to handle it because stuff never went well when I was growing up. You know what I'm saying? So you have to understand, if you take a kid that's growing up and nothing but bad stuff has happened to him growing up, he's been taken from group homes, or he lives in a place where people are dying and his best friends are dying, or his parents are dying and stuff like that. Like, I was in and out of juvenile hall and stuff like that. And when all of a sudden stuff starts getting good in your life, you start getting a little bit of money, you don't know how to act
Correct. Yeah.
because you're confused. You're like, oh shit, shit's going good. Shit's going good. I got money. Oh my God. I'm nervous. I'm nervous. Why are you nervous? I don't know. It's never been good before. I don't know how to act. And that's what happens. You need someone around you to be like, hey, listen, slow down, slow your roll. You got a little bit of money. Keep your head in. Keep doing what you're doing, and you'll continue to have success. It's the
And
same thing that happened to Broner.
Yeah, and I think that's what's happening with Floyd Mayweather and Tank. I think Floyd Mayweather is the guy who's trying to keep his feet on the ground and saying, "Look, just stay good, stay focused. Don't worry about the money. The money will come." I think that's what Floyd is doing, and I don't think Floyd will like the way Tank Davis is going around with all the jewelry and that. At such an early stage of his career, I don't think Floyd would be all for that. But you got Broner's influence as well. Broner's downfall was that he wanted what Floyd has before he's done 10% of what Floyd's done, and he started acting and walking around like Floyd, without doing 10% of, as I said, without doing 10% of what Floyd ever did. So you haven't put the work in yet. You haven't come close to doing what Floyd's achieved, or having what Floyd's achieved, but you're looking at him and thinking, oh, okay, you know what? I want to get myself diamond chains. I want to get myself big diamond watches and that. And quite frankly, this is what happens with a lot of fighters. They go and spend all their money, and then obviously they're forced to fight. And they come back to fight because they realize, man, I'm running out of money. I need to get the money going again. And that's their motivation to fight again, just to get that money again. They're not smart. They're not smart. I hope Tank's been somewhat smart with his money, and that's probably something that again would be Mayweather's influence. But look, I'm not blaming Tank for doing some of the stuff that he's done, because he's come from that. He's come from that situation. I think here, some of these other guys like Ryan Garcia, Lomachenko, Teofimo Lopez, Haney Senior. I think this is where, their sons have an advantage over someone like Tank, because no matter how good a trainer you are, you can never quite give the love of a father.
Exactly. Yeah.
And I'm not blaming Tank for that, but I just worry for him. I'm saying this because I don't want that to happen to Tank. I want him to be able to, get through it and get to his mid-30s in that, where he's matured a bit more and he knows how to handle this, and he's been around it long
And
enough.
one lucky thing that Tank's got, and I'm going to tell you this right now, that he can see the blueprint of the Mike Tyson, whose life has gone from the best. Mike Tyson was the baddest man on the planet, and he became the most controversial man on the planet. So he can see what happened to these greats like Mike Tyson. He's got Floyd Mayweather, who's no better, who can show him that, look, I fucked up. When I started lashing out my hands on my ex, I went to jail. So everybody can see you can be the most strongest man in the world, but you got no power over the law.
Yeah,
So
but to be fair, you got to remember something, that with what happened with Mike Tyson, with that rape case, and not just that, with Customato dying, Mike Tyson saw a lot of tragedy, and on top of it, he had a stealing, crooked motherfucker like Don King around him, who absolutely raped him for pretty much everything that he had. And think what you like about Floyd and whatever Floyd might be with money and that. I don't think he'll. I mean, Floyd would never do to Tank Davis what Don King did to Mike Tyson. So
And
never,
Don King
never.
has done to my favorite fighter of all time is Tito Trinidad, and Tito is still suffering from what Don King did to him, and
Yeah.
also to say on the flip side, also to say that not everybody turns out like that. Because another fighter that I really like, and I was talking about him before, and I met him one time, Chris Colbert. He comes from a broken home, in New York City, and but if you look at him, he has a restaurant already. He's put his money. He owns a restaurant in New Jersey. He's already investing in businesses. He's real young. He's only got like he's not even I don't even think he has 20 fights yet. And so he's business minded. He's looking into his future. He has employees. So
It's
and
a
he
thin
comes
line, man. It's a
yeah,
thin line.
it's a thin line. Not everybody acts like that. There's some people that's like, hey, I don't want to go back to that. I'm going to do whatever I can. And then there's some people, even like myself, like when things started going good, I got scared because, hey, shit, I'm not used to it. And I didn't, it's just everyone is different and everybody deserves somewhat of a break because, like you said, Tyson went through a lot, like you said, bro, Tyson was getting ripped off for millions of dollars. Gus D'Amato died and he went through that. I mean, that's a lot, bro. That's a lot.
Yeah,
That's a lot.
yeah, and then Jim Jacobs, his other guy who was sort of the guy who put his arm around Mike Tyson, who Mike Tyson also was very close to. He died from cancer as well. So he lost a couple of very close people around him, and then obviously he was left with the claws of Don King around him. So obviously he had reason to hate. But look, I'd like to walk away on this with the thought that Floyd Mayweather is someone who put his arm around Tank Davis, and I think Floyd does genuinely like Tank Davis as well. Not just a fighter, but I think he looks at him like a young kid, and he wants to try and help him because he knows that he's come from the street. I think I'm sure he's telling him all the time that, look, man, stay grounded, stay in the gym, stay training, and things will happen for you. So I think he's got that to some regard. So even though I think there's always a chance that he could get in trouble, I do think he's got a couple of people around him that can hopefully save him from that.
And sometimes it's not even that. Sometimes it's the money, the fame. You got people who had everything. They had the father figures. You got the people like the Marvin Haglers who told everybody. And this is where you got to talk about Nassim Hamids and stuff. These guys had all the foundation, but the money and the fame came too quick, and they lost the hunger for the sport. He didn't want to wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning and run for hours. The man was training half-heartedly, and at the end of the day, you get this in boxing. Like Adrian Broner is the perfect example of a Nassim Hamid. That he was the next Floyd Mayweather, and then he started lacking. And that Adrian Broner's got this drink problem, and he hangs around in the clubs, hangs out with the hoes. He had a lot of bad things going on, and this is what it does. It catches up with you. And if you ask anybody today, what's Adrian Broner's best fucking win on his fucking resume? It's Antonio DeMarco and Paulie Malignaggi. He lost against everybody else, bro. And that's how embarrassing it is.
And that's how Errol Spence. If you look at Errol Spence, he's trying to fix what the issues he's had. He got into the car accident because he's got he's openly came out. They've tried to
but
hide.
Errol Spence has beat some serious fucking people.
No,
bro.
I'm talking about
Broner's-
the drinking. I'm talking about the drinking as far as the drinking and the partying. That he's an example of a person that's made some mistakes but turns it around and still fights. You know what I mean? He makes the mistakes, but he's still in the gym and he fights he fights hard competition. So it's almost like he's who Errol Spence reminds me of? He reminds me of the person that you work with and goes, "Hey man, I work hard and I play hard."
Yeah, but Errol Spence is the same thing like you guys don't recognize. Just like Roper was saying about Terence Crawford. He likes that Terence Crawford's got that, like the hood in him. Like, that you can see that Terence Crawford, he's a street fighter. Well, let me tell you something about Errol Spence. Go and have a look on YouTube when his friend came out of jail. They were having this thing in the hood where they were punching each other in the body. He's the kind of guy who's been living like that in Texas. He come from that kind of a background. So Errol Spence is another guy who's got the dog in him. You know what I mean? But
Yeah, definitely he does.
But let me tell you what I like about Terence Crawford. We've never heard of Terence Crawford ever being in any controversy apart from one time about his girlfriend. He beat up some guy because of his girlfriend or his wife. I'm not sure. But apart from that, you never heard him being in a club, getting drunk, getting in fucked up situations. Have you heard of that with Terrence
No,
Crawford?
no.
No, he's a good father too. Great father, bro. He's a good father. Hey, Deontay Wilder's a great father, bro. So I mean, you know, a lot of these dudes just have, you know, nobody. Hey,
It,
ain't
it,
nobody perfect, bro.
it's just that, you know what? It really does come down to, you know, either you've got to have that self-realization yourself that, look, I need to fix this and I'm going to make this right. I'm going to do this. Or if you've got to have the right people around you to keep you in check and put their arm around you and make sure that they're looking after you. Because if you look at it, all these guys, man, Mark Antonio Barrera, Eric Morales, Tyson, you know, Hopkins, all these guys, man, they all come from the streets. A lot of them come from the streets. You get the odd
Yeah, that's a good point.
poster boy, but you've got to get, you know, these guys have got that dog.
Manny
They
Pacquiao's
come
the
from
biggest
street.
one who comes from the street. Manny
Yeah,
Pacquiao.
I mean, look exactly another example. Now, look, man, I'll tell you something. I was talking to someone about this, and I think Rapstar, me and you talked about this once before as well. You know, like I have a son, all right, and you know, me loving boxing the way I did. I wish I was. I got into it at a young age because you know, we all. I mean, I don't know too much about your history, Shadow, but I mean, you know, Rapstar's from the UK. He knows me. You know, we come from the streets as well. And the thing is that bottom line is, I feel to myself the fact that, you know, even till now, the way that we still train and everything, that, you know, that it's something that had we have dedicated ourselves to from a young age, if we had the right people around us that would have put us in the right direction, is something we had because we also come from the street. We saw some of this stuff. And but the thing is, when we talk about our children, and when I've got a son, and I sit there and I've already got him in kickboxing and that, and I've got him started in that. But I'll tell you something, I sit there and I look and I think, okay, you know, maybe he could be good in that. But I think to myself, the one thing that really worried me is I thought to myself, you know, he's growing up soft. He's growing up around some luxuries, you know. And when I say luxuries, I'm not saying he's growing up in some big mansions or anything. I'm saying that he's growing up where he had to see the stuff that we saw on the streets. And this is what where I thought to myself, that is he gonna have that dog in him? You know, if I put him into this line, is he gonna have that dog in him in the ring? If I put him in that direction, I've started him off young enough, so he's familiar to it, and I guess we'll see as we go along. But the fact of the matter is, Ryan Garcia is an example where he didn't grow up hard. He's grown up around his family, and he looks like he's grown up in a stable family, and he's certainly making some noise. So you know, maybe the trend is changing where a lot of these guys are coming from the streets, and I think we're always going to see in this game that people will come from the streets because they're going to have that in them from the start. But then I think we're also now coming into a generation where you're now starting to get more fighters that are going to start turning up who have been coming from stable backgrounds. It's just a case of how much dog do they have in them, and how much does that dog count in a fight?
Yeah, a lot of we are seeing that. We are seeing, and we're starting to, you know what? In the past 20 years, we've seen a lot of fights where family members are fighters now, brothers, twin brothers, and brothers in different weight classes have belts and families. Yeah, man, you absolutely look at the Gary Russells, and the whole
Yeah.
family,
The
the whole
Char-
family fights. Charlo
the
brothers.
Charlos. I mean,
The Maloney brothers. You got the
Yeah,
Maloney brothers. You got
yeah, Maloney.
the
Yeah.
McDonald brothers in
you
England.
got you
The
got
McDowell.
you got the Smiths.
Doesn't the
Yeah.
Japanese guys have isn't there Japanese brothers too? Isn't there a couple Japanese brothers? I think there is. There's a couple Japanese brothers out there. But yeah, there's a family, like you said, there's stable families, and there's family members that are doing it, and you know what, there's a good trend which I'm liking too. Um is a lot of fighters, a lot of these young fighters are starting to be focused on their future, as far as like for instance, David Benavidez had an interview last week. It was I'm not sure if it was before Ryan or it was after, but I don't know if y'all know Ryan. David Benavidez has a fight coming up, and I don't know. They didn't announce who he's fighting, but he was talking about where he's going to train, and he's like, man, I love coming here. It brings out a different person in me.
I saw that. He was sitting in a ring, wasn't he, when he was talking this?
Yeah, he was talking about. They were asking him about Canelo and Plant, and he was saying that they were talking about what was the guy's name? Abel Sanchez. Who's the
Yeah,
guy that
Abel Sanchez.
Abel Sanchez, the guy that trains Gennady Golovkin.
Yeah.
They were asking him because Abel Sanchez, when they asked him, uh, who do you think out of all the 68 guys that can give Canelo a problem? He said David Benavidez. And they asked him why. And they said, well, because number one, when we were when Gennady, when he was in the gym with him, they had David when he was like 16, 17, training with Triple G. And he says, I've seen him grow up. And he says he does things that you see a veteran do later on in his career. He's doing as a teenager. He sets these traps, and they were like, "What do you mean by set traps?" And he was trying to explain it. And so when they asked David Benavidez that, he says, "Look, man," he says, "when I fight and I swing, he's like, I swing to knock you the fuck out." He's like, "But I'm not just gonna swing and knock you the fuck out. I'm gonna make you think I'm doing something, and I'm gonna set a trap, and I'm gonna have you swing, and I'm gonna counter that, and I'm gonna knock you the fuck out." So he's basically saying he doesn't throw any wasted punches, but he's not just gonna throw a punch. He's gonna bait you. You know what I mean? And that's what the trap, what Abel Sanchez was talking about. And he says, and he's like, because I don't want to go, and I don't want to be 5-10 years from now punch drunk. And he's like, I don't want to name other boxers because I look up to these guys. He's like, but I got a family. He's like, I want to have my children and stuff like that. I don't want to not talk. He's like, my number one thing is working on defense. I want to work on my defense, and I want to work on every shot counts. Every shot is hard. Every shot counts in my defense. And he says they can call me a fat boy and they can call me all this shit, but the last thing they want to do is sign that contract and get in the ring. I like David Benavidez. So
No, I reckon it's very hard to get. Let's be honest though, in brothers, yeah, when it comes to brothers and siblings in boxing, it's very hard to get two elite brothers. And let me tell you why. You look at Rafael Marquez and Rahul Marquez, two different brothers, right? There was one which was elite and one which was just okay. He was world contender. You look at the Maloneys, you look at brothers. It's hard to get two really hardcore brothers which were the best ever. Now, I think the Charlos, you got to respect both of them. Both identical twins are world champions, right? They're both identical twins have become world champions. So that's still elite. And they're both, you know what I mean? They both must feel good about that. That look, one of the brothers is a world champion and the other brother's a world champion. I mean, that's something to be proud of, isn't it?
yeah, that makes sense because not all brothers. Yeah,
We did
go ahead, Rope-a-dope.
Sorry, brother. We did have the Klitschko's. Let's not forget them.
Oh yeah. Sorry. The Klitschko's were elite. Both of them were elite. Thank you very much for that.
Oh
Thank
yeah.
you.
But like you
Klitschko.
said, there are a lot of brothers that like. I was just talking about David Benavidez, his brother Jose Benavidez. He fought Crawford. Crawford.
Yeah. I mean, but he got. I don't know what happened to him after
He
that.
lost.
He never fought again.
No, he had that leg injury. And that's where the plant beef comes into. It's not because of David. It's because of his brother. You know that, right? That's why Plant and him. Listen, Caleb Plant and David were friends. They've sparred before, I think. They know each other. They were all cool. It's because of his brother. Of course, you're gonna pick your brother over anybody. Jose got into a problem with Caleb Plant. There's a picture of it. I mean, there's video of it where David. You could look it up on YouTube. David Benavidez, just put Jose Benavidez or David Benavidez gets into a shoving match with Caleb Plant, and they're at Caleb Plant's gym, and they're about to fight or whatever, and they start shoving. That's where the beef started, and David Benavidez says he's like, well, the issue with Caleb is that he's fake. He says if you meet him in person, he's real nice. He doesn't talk that tough boy shit. He's real nice, whatever. But when the cameras turn on, he act like he's like the meanest motherfucker in the world. And he just says he doesn't like him, but I think it just boils down that he doesn't like his brother Jose. But
Okay, so look, I got to break this down. You guys are hardcore boxing fans. I'm going to put you on the spot, and I've already got my answers. How does, if Ryan Garcia Tank Davis fight happens, and I'm going to start with Roper-Dope because I know his breakdown's going to be good. How does Ryan Garcia, because I can see the fight, and I can say my view right now if you want, but let's go with Roper-Dope. How does Ryan Garcia beat Tank Davis, and what does he have to do to beat a Tank Davis? Break it down for the casual fans, Roper-Dope, because we got to do this shit.
Well, I'm gonna come back with something else before I even go on to that. But I want to come back with another good pairing of siblings that we're forgetting. Is going back a little while.
Who's that?
It's the Spinks brothers.
Fucking hell! Oh,
yes,
yeah.
Okay, both Olympic gold medalists and both world champions. So just want to put that out there.
And the Durrell brothers.
Yeah, of course, the Durrell brothers. I think obviously with Spinks brothers. I mean, that's a
Spinks are more accomplished. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but obviously, I just wanted to put that one out there, man, that we can't forget those guys. Look, man, looking at Ryan Garcia, looking at Tank Davis. First of all, I think there's a 5-inch height advantage for how
4 inches. 4 inches.
4 inches? No, well, Tank Davis is 5'5", right? And
5'5.5".
Okay, and let's see how tall is Ryan Garcia?
5'9.5". 5'9". He's 5'9". He's 5'9".
Really? I thought he was 5'10". Let me just check that, man.
Yeah,
he's 5'10", bro.
5'10".
Bro,
Yeah,
he's 5'10". He's 5'10".
Yeah, sorry. Luke Campbell was 5'9". Luke Campbell was 5'9".
Okay, so he's got he's 5'10", right? So he's got a 5-inch reach advantage. And let me just see. I need to just check this on Davis, man. 1 second, guys, because I'm not sure. What's his reach? Tank Davis's reach is 67.5 inches to Ryan Garcia's 70 inches. Okay, so Ryan Garcia has a 2.5-inch reach advantage over Tank Davis. He's got a 5-inch height advantage. So that's straight away an advantage that he holds. He's a more natural 135er than what a Tank Davis is. So even though Tank Davis has got, the knockout punch and he's got some boxing skills and it'll be coming for him, but I don't think, looking at what we've seen, I don't think Ryan Garcia is gonna give up center of the ring so easily. I don't think he's gonna do that. I think he's gonna believe in his own power as well.
But do you think he will fight on the inside, or do you think he'll keep it long?
Of course, he's going to keep it long because that's his advantage. I think he'll keep it. I think he's going to keep it long because he's going to try and have the fight to his advantages. The question is Tank Davis going to be able to get close to Ryan Garcia? Maybe momentarily he will be able to, and maybe he can hurt him because we've seen Ryan Garcia get caught. So maybe, and Tank Davis, we saw by the way he came at Leo Santa Cruz, that the way he put him down, I mean, that wasn't no joke punch. He put him down hard. But again, Ryan Garcia's used to fighting bigger guys. Leo Santa Cruz is a smaller guy. So this is what we need to see. Is Tank Davis going to carry that up? You know what they say, man. It's the classic saying that they always say. A good big un is always going to be a good little un, So I'm going to have to say, especially if it's on a Golden Boy card, I'm going to have to say, I'm saying that I think Ryan Garcia could get hurt, okay, but I think on paper, I think I have to lean towards Ryan Garcia here. You still there, dude?
Yeah, no. Well, I'm listening. I'm waiting for Rapstar to say.
No. I mean, I was ready.
Go next, or
no. I mean, I was listening to that, but I want to add to this right now. The only way that I agree with Roper-Dope with what he said, but I do agree with this as well, is that Ryan Garcia likes to get into a fight. The only way Ryan Garcia wins this fight is that he's got to hurt Tank Davis somehow. And that to me tells me that you're going to get in the inside in the pocket somewhere. And if Tank Davis gets you in the inside, that could be trouble for Ryan Garcia, because you remember what Tank Davis can do with his uppercuts and body punches, right?
He
What?
can, but bro, I'm going to stop you here for 1 second
Go
because
ahead.
it's important. Okay, did he have to get into the pocket to stop Luke Campbell? He didn't. He didn't. He came in and he caught him with a vicious left hook to the body. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. So no. You don't have to get involved to stop Tank Davis. He's got the reach where he can keep him at a distance. He's got the height where he can move around. You know, who tell me something? If out of them two, anyone's going to be blowing harder with stamina, who do you think's got the better stamina out of those two?
Ryan Garcia.
Okay, so stamina-wise, he's going to be more fresh. If this goes down the stretch, Ryan Garcia is going to have more energy than what Tank Davis is going to have. So it depends on the pace he's going to. What I'm saying is, look, I love Tank Davis, and you know what? If Tank Davis pulls it off, you know what? Credit to him, and you know I'll rate him and I'll say. But what I'm saying is that all the advantages, apart from that knockout punch that Tank Davis has got, and he's got some skills where he can, you've got to remember when he just caught Leo Santa Cruz with that punch. Leo Santa Cruz was up against the ropes, and it was towards the end of the fight, more to the later rounds. And you know what? He probably just got a little bit sloppy, and he switched off a little while, and Tank got him with a punch and a half. Okay, is Ryan Garcia going to sit there? Can you see Ryan Garcia up against the ropes, just waiting around? He's not going to do that.
No, I don't think so. But I could tell you from what I think is going to happen. And look, I think you have an absolute great point, and I'm gonna tell you exactly what I think. And the question is, well, what I think Ryan has to do to win. I'm just gonna tell you what I think is gonna happen. I don't think Ryan should fight him right now. I think that as time goes on, Ryan only gets better and beats Tank. But let's say the question is if they fought this year, next 2021, the two things. Number one, I think that's a factor is Tank is a southpaw. He's a natural southpaw. He is smaller. Ryan is taller, like you said. He has the reach, and I think that he's faster. And but we have to look at this also. If this fight gets made, we all know Tank is going to take this seriously. We all know who's going to train Tank for that fight. Mayweather. We all know Mayweather. When Mayweather trains, Mayweather is probably, to me, I think if I'm going to go under anybody's camp, it's going to be his. Mayweather's going to have him prepared. Mayweather's going to have him very prepared. We're going to see the best Tank that we've ever seen. We're not going to see an undisciplined Tank. We're not going to see a drained Tank. I think we're going to see the best Tank ever. So that's number one. So I think we're going to see the best. That's why I think Ryan should wait a little bit. But I think what Ryan would need to do is what Rapstar and what you said, of course, is keep him on the outside. However, what did he do with Luke? He tried to walk him down, and that's how he got caught. He hesitated for a second, and he got clipped. And that's why I think he has to wait a little bit, because he hasn't fixed all those defensive flaws yet. And it's I'm telling you, in a 12-round fight, I just find it hard, even with the reach, even with the height. We're talking about two gifted young fighters, two very very gifted young fighters. They're gonna hit each other. I don't care how good his defense is. First of all, let's just put it on the table. Both of their defenses ain't that good. Okay, Leo was tagging up Tank. Okay, Tank was just walking forward. He didn't respect Leo's power. Ryan was walking forward. He didn't respect Luke's power. So maybe they will respect their powers more. Respect each other powers more. But I just see that eventually somebody's going to get clipped, and I just think that because Ryan got clipped, I I don't know. I feel that Tank. I just favor Tank, but I do not see a wipeout by anybody. But the way Ryan's talking, saying I'm gonna beat him in 2 rounds, has me thinking. Well, if you're gonna beat Tank in 2 rounds, how are you gonna beat him in 2 rounds if you're gonna stay on the outside, guys? How you gonna
No,
how
I,
you gonna do that?
I
I
don't
think
buy
he's
that
only
either.
either doing that to get the fight. He's either doing that to either get the fight, and then he's gonna fight completely different. But if he's serious, the only way you're going to beat Tank in 2 rounds is if you try to walk him down. That's a bad idea.
Well, look, I agree with you. I think the 2 round line is just because he's trying to get him in the ring. He's trying to embarrass him, and he's trying to get him in the ring. So that is what it is. But you know, and I agree with you. Mayweather will be on him. But remember, we were talk. Remember, if Mayweather's going to be, you know, involved with the training of Tank, Canelo's going to be involved in the training of Ryan Garcia as well. So let's not forget that. And the other thing I wanted to say, we were talking earlier about you know, what could be the roadblock, if there was going to be any, to this fight, and we were saying it could be Mayweather who might want to protect his investment. So you know, we're saying, well, Tank Davis can do this and Tank Davis could do that, and you know, again, I rate Tank Davis. But we were only talking about that topic, about Mayweather being involved, Mayweather putting a possible hindrance and protecting his investment, because there's an element of doubt there that we feel Mayweather will have in his mind about Tank Davis fighting Ryan Garcia, a taller guy, a bigger guy, at a weight above.
Yes, and Tank, and yes, first of all, Ryan, we're not even questioning Ryan's uh stamina or Ryan's training. I mean, we already know he's in Canelo's camp. We already know what condition he's going to come in. We already know he's been calling out Tank. That's not even a question. I brought up that because I'm only trying to back up the reason why I think it might favor
Yeah,
Tank. You know
yeah.
what I mean? And yeah, I think that Mayweather, you're right. Mayweather is the only reason. It is the only reason why this fight is going to be held up, is because of Mayweather. But if the fight does get made, you
Mm.
know damn well for sure, he's going to Vegas. He's going to train with Mayweather. And Mayweather, if he's going to let him fight Ryan, the last thing Mayweather wants to do is get embarrassed. So he's going to have him ready, just like Canelo's going to have Ryan ready. It's going to be a great fight, bro. It's going to be a great fight.
I mean, something's very intriguing to me though, is the bookies. How's the bookies gonna have the favorite? Are we gonna have the 5'5" killer at the 130 division, who's not really fought anybody elite, but he's knocked everybody else out? Is he the favorite going into the Vegas bookies, or is Ryan Garcia going to be the favorite when it comes to the money? Now, I think the closer the fight gets, I think it might just get to a 50-50. I mean,
Yeah.
you know, it's hard to say. It's very hard to say that who's the favorite in this fight, only
Mm.
because I believe in this. If Ryan Garcia can take Tank over 7 8 6 7 rounds, and he's able to take the shots, Ropedope made a good point. Who's got stamina issues?
Oh, Tank.
Ah.
Oh, he brought up another thing that kind of made me think. Where where is it going to be fought on? Is it going to be fought on Golden Boy? Where is it going to be fought? Because you know Mayweather's going to want it to be in Vegas on a, you see what I'm saying? This is why I think there's going to be a problem. I really think there's going to be a problem because people like Mayweather and Oscar. You know they're going to be thinking, well, what happens if it goes 12 rounds? If it goes 12 rounds, then for some reason, and this is the thing I don't like about boxing. This is the thing I don't like about boxing. We know damn well if we ever lived in an era where you can't leave it in the judge's hands, it's this era now. We've seen so many fights
Yeah.
where a person washes another person single handedly and they give it to the other person. Rolly got his ass whooped. They gave it to Jackson Martinez. Just recently, Estrada was it? What was it, Estrada, or I think it was just recently. The dude that you brought up, rap star, the
Maloney.
Maloney, Maloney. He won the fight. This is the thing. Like they're thinking like, well, what happens if it goes 12 rounds? Then that's where, unfortunately, well, people might say, well, what the fuck does that have to matter with what it does? For some reason, it does. I hate to say it, but for some reason, it does.
And you know what? You guys made a very fucking good point. This is not up to Javante Tank Davis or Ryan Garcia. This is up to Floyd Mayweather, Al Heyman, and Oscar De La Hoya.
And they don't like each other, and that's the
And
problem.
they don't even fucking really like each other. And let me tell you something. This is a huge pay-per-view event. You got Canelo, who's got millions of followers. You got Oscar De La Hoya, who's got millions of followers. You got Floyd Mayweather. You got Ryan Garcia, who's a big social media fucking follower. And then you got Tank Davis. Between all of them, they can easily sell this big time. Do you believe in that, Roper? It's a huge fight.
It's a huge fight, and in all honesty, I see a stumbling block coming forward. I don't. I would be very surprised if this fight does get made.
What do you mean?
Well, I think we're going to have stumbling blocks. I don't think this fight will happen. Not anytime soon. I don't think they're going to. I don't think they're going to allow it to, unless there's real money that is being put down. Unless Mayweather either gets a huge percentage in favor of Tank Davis, and that's the only way he might say, right, you know.
And there's too much pride. There's too many egos involved. There's too many people that's going to say, I want to be A side.
It's a very difficult negotiation. Because they're going to be fighting about, again, like Rapsal was saying, they're going to be saying, hey, you know, Ryan Garcia, let's take it somewhere closer to the south. You know, and you know, obviously, whose promotion is it going to be on? And they hate each other. And you know, De La Hoya is going to be obviously saying that, well, Ryan Garcia, it's his weight and everything, and he's good. You know, he's not going to want to cede ground to Mayweather in a promotion. So there's that, and you know, with Tank being the smaller guy, Mayweather's going to definitely want more. I don't see why Mayweather will allow that fight to happen for a 50-50. He's not gonna. He just won't agree with that. He's already been arguing about that on TV. When you see his interviews, he's already been arguing about how, you know, Tank Davis is the more accomplished fighter.
He even said that he won't even let Ryan fight him until he beats Rolly. I couldn't believe he said that. He said that.
So
yeah.
So again, Tank can say what he wants, and Ryan Garcia and everyone can say what he wants. I don't think the stumbling block will be on the Golden Boy side. The stumbling block is going to be on the Mayweather side. So, you know, that's going to be the problem we have here. So we can all say, oh, well, who's going to win out of this fight? But I think we have time, guys. I just don't see this.
I mean, you heard it right here on Rapstar Boxing TV. Roper-Dope thinks there's going to be a stumbling block. He don't think this fight's going to happen next. And that's going to be a huge loss. Because right now, every single day, they're talking about this fight right now. And even Ryan Garcia, Mike Tyson, even Oscar De La Hoya, Javante Tank Davis are talking about this fight. So when you say that, Roper-Dope, you know you break a lot of hearts in boxing.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I do, you know.
I agree. I agree with it too. I don't think when we're talking Mayweather, bro, Mayweather's that type of dude where you give me what I want, or it's not happening.
Look, how many fights have we seen where we've just been wanting to see a fight come together and it hasn't happened? You know, and Mayweather's got the probably record of the longest stretch that we've ever had to wait for a fight. You know, with Manny Pacquiao and Floyd. I mean, maybe Amir Khan and Kell Brook have got a record as well. Where a fight hasn't happened. We never ever got to
Oh,
see
by the way, that's another thing that I already put on my channel, and I made a vote, and I got lots of people talking about it. I hope, because you mentioned it, I just got to stop you there. Amir Khan finally is agreeing to the Kell Brook fight, and on the vote, would you believe this? I want to just let you both know, out of 20 people who spoke about it, 18 people want to watch the fight.
Yeah, of course, man. People can say what they want about their past, their primes. People are still going to pay for that fight, just like
I'll watch it. I'll watch it.
Look at that. Even you guys are hardcore. You would watch it.
No, of course we're gonna. Just like everyone sat there and waited for Mayweather Pacquiao for so long, they still watched it.
And you want to know why I want to watch it too? Because even though they're past their primes, I know both of them are going to get hurt in that fight. It's going to be an exciting fight.
They're both going to give it their all.
Yeah, they're both
Well,
going to. I see a back and forth.
look, none of them are going to see a bigger payday than they are against each other, especially not now. So
Who do you
that's the
think's
only
going to
way
win?
to
Who do you?
go.
Since you both are from, you both have the accents. You both have the accents. So I figure that you guys are from London or from that
Yeah,
area.
yeah, we're from London, mate.
So who do you think is going to win that fight? That's kind of interesting. I want to
All right,
hear.
let me just break it down quickly because
Yeah, break it down.
I told people I'm not going to cook too much about it in the beginning. I wasn't too happy about it, but now as it's going, I'm kind of still saying, yeah, I'm going to watch it now because look, this is what I see. If Amir Khan, Amir Khan can give trouble to Kell Brook and ride the storm in the early part with Kell Brook's early little power. If Amir Khan can bring him down to a little bit past the fourth, fifth round, we've already seen the stamina issues. We've already seen Kell Brook as a damaged fighter. This is Amir Khan's best chance to beat Kell Brook. And only because I say they're both past their prime, but one's got two broken eye sockets. And I'm telling you now, psychologically, Kell Brook's not going to be good in that fight the longer the rounds go. And this is the best chance Amir Khan's got to stop Kell Brook. But carry on to Roper, though.
I think in the past I may have thought different, but on the now I do think Amir Khan has the advantage. He seems to have done better against fighters than what Kell Brook has been doing. Kell Brook's been taking a far worse beating. I mean, there's one thing getting knocked out, and some people prefer I'd rather just get knocked out. And you wake up and you go again. But what's been happening with Kell Brook? Kell Brook's been getting beaten up bad. I mean, he's taking damage. If you get knocked out, you can get back up. I know they say, oh, it affects your resistance, but if Amir Khan can start still hold on to some of that speed that he had, and he goes boxing away at Kell Brook, Kell Brook's obviously going to be trying to knock him out. It's pretty obvious what the game plan is going to be for Brook. And remember, Brook changed trainers as well. So I don't know what he's going to do. Is he going to go back to his old trainer, in the Ingle camp and say, hey, let me just go back there again? Well, I mean, what's he going to do? I mean, he tried changing trainers. Where's he going to go now? Is he going to say, well, I'll go back to Ingle? I mean, it's very unsettled. With
And what weight class is going to be in too?
They'll probably do 147 or catch weight 150.
Didn't Kell Brook say that he drains? He drains himself at 147.
Yeah, but that's the only way it's going to happen. Amir Khan is going to make him come down to 147 and get him. Previously, Kell Brook agreed that he would come down to 147, and you saw how drained he was when he came back when he just fought Crawford. Crawford took him apart. So
with a jab.
Yeah. So Crawford took him apart, and the thing is, I mean, call it whatever you want, but Amir Khan lasted longer than what Brook did against Crawford.
And Amir Khan was touching Crawford in the fifth round and fourth round. And Crawford was doing that, that smile. Where he was getting touched. When he gets touched, he smiles, doesn't he?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, or he sticks his tongue out. I think he sticks his tongue out.
And he did that to Crawford a couple of times. He gave him a few shots.
Yeah. So and the thing is, look, I thought he performed better against Crawford than what Kell Brook did. Kell Brook's fought Errol Spence, got beaten up badly. He's fought Golovkin, got beaten up badly. He's just got pretty beaten up by Terence Crawford as well.
You sound bad. He got beaten up by.
No, he did, bro. He got. I mean, it's horrible, bro. It's hard, bro. Listen, when you get hit with a jab and it looks like you got shot with a shotgun. Like that's crazy, bro. Like you could tell that's not it. Come on, if he would have never went through with what he went through with Spence and Golovkin, I don't think that shot would have did that to him like that. But then again, that's not to take any credit away from Terrence, because I was about to say that's why the Spence and Crawford, if it does happen, I hope it happens. That's why I think that's going to be such a great fight, Rapstar, because when Crawford gets hit, that's when the dog comes out in him. That's when the dog. It seems like the more you hit him and the more you embarrass him, just the more he gets. Okay, let's go. And Spence. He likes to drown you. He pressures you. That's his MO. So it's a recipe. It's a recipe for disaster, bro. It's great. I can't wait to see that.
I think there's going to be not just knockdowns. I can see Terence Crawford getting stopped. I can see Terence Crawford going down. I can see Errol Spence getting stopped. But the more than anything, I see the way I see this fight that it's going to be a dog fight in the middle of the ring, and then at some point somebody's ego's got to go,
Yep, somebody's got to
and
go.
somebody's ego's going to go. And I'm going to tell you this right now: Errol Spence is the bigger guy in that fight, and Terence Crawford is the smaller guy in that fight. But one thing we do know is that Terence Crawford has never let anybody down with the opponents he's fought. But those opponents he's fought have never not been in the same level as Errol Spence's opponents. So again, there's a lot of questions to be answered in that particular fight. But you know, I think right now, 2021, you know, we're not really that excited. We've only got one fight which has been confirmed. That's Chocolito versus Estrada. That's a big fight. And we've got another fight that I think's confirmed now, isn't it? We got Chocolito and Estrada, and there was another one on Punch Drunks Boxing that
Sir, is it Sergelev, Kovalev, and the bully?
Yeah, the
no,
Kovalev fight coming up.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's another one. But there was another one which just got announced. Fucking hell, everybody knows about it, and now I've forgotten about it, and it's gonna come to me. It's not Chocolito versus Estrada. It's another one as well, and it's gonna happen in February now. Oh man, they were talking to me about it. It was a big fight, but again, it is what it is. I can't remember right now.
Miguel Burcher,
Yeah, Miguel Bichette
Oscar
versus Oscar
Valdez.
Valdez. Yeah,
Burchell
that's the
and
one.
Valdez.
Yeah.
Guys, I'm gonna have to get going, man. It's been great talking to you guys, and I hope we can mix it up soon again.
Hey man, it was good. Hey, it was great talking to both of y'all, man. And Roper Dope. It was nice meeting you, man.
Yeah, likewise, man. I'm sure we'll be talking again. I'm
Yeah.
gonna set up. I'm hoping to set up a channel myself soon, so we'll look to get something going there.
Yeah,
But,
I've been thinking about doing that. I don't know how to do all the editing and shit. I'm gonna just do a fucking watch a tutorial and just watch how to do that shit. So
Hey, there's nothing
Yeah.
to it, bro. Let me tell you, all you need to do is get into the website StreamYard, yeah? Once
yeah,
you go into the StreamYard website, you can use the free, like I'm using the free one right now, and they give you a free, like the way you use it right now. You can just go straight on there, connect your YouTube channel, and then you press live, and that's it. People can see you.
that's
Simple
it.
as that. Yeah. So watch YouTube. Go on YouTube tonight or in a bit and have a look how to StreamYard on the website. It's a simple website and it connects you to YouTube and you can go live like
Yeah,
I
but
am right now.
Rapstar, I want to ask you something. The thing
Mm.
is that if I've got liked videos or favorites of mine and ones that I've commented on that, can people see that, or can I keep that separate?
You can go on your settings and take that and keep that separate and keep it private.
Okay. Okay.
If you and if you want to just go on your StreamYard and people to see you from once you StreamYard, then that's a different story now. From that point onwards, people can subscribe to you and they
Well,
can look at your
likewise, yeah.
stream.
Likewise, I was gonna say, like, you know how people, how they have on their channel. Sometimes you have a rap star, and I see Punch has it. Like, you know how you have the title, or you have like a picture in the background, and you have like
Yeah,
the
you got to pay $20 a month for that. And
that
with
that's
20,
fine. I don't care about
yeah,
that.
so
But
with
I'm talking
$20
about.
a month,
I'm saying
with
like if you have like a thumbnail saying, oh, okay, Haney versus Teal, let's talk about it. 9
yeah,
p.m.
yeah.
Like
So with $20 a month, bro, you can put all the pictures as your background. You can speak behind the backgrounds. You can also have all these words going through your channel. You can have a banner. You can have a logos. You can set your logos up how you want, and that just gives you more options. If you go on the free one is just that you can put the picture up and you just speak like I'm speaking right now. Now remember this: I got another channel which has got a few thousand subscribers. On that one, I pay $20 a month. On this one, I'm using it because that one there, I'm just going to be back live in the next few weeks because I had some copyright infringement which I've took care of now. You know what I mean? So
okay,
I'll be
So,
back on the big channel
Rapstar,
soon.
how does that copyright work, man? I mean, what is there any music, nothing like that you can use at all?
You can't use music if you haven't been given permission, but you can use music if there's a lot of unlicensed music out there, and you can use that kind of music.
how do
And
we
then
know if it's unlicensed?
you can go online and check it.
Okay,
And the other thing you got to remember is the easiest thing nowadays to stream is just a one It's just one website, and there's about 10 of them. You just go straight into the stream. It'll say to you, where do you want us to connect to? And it'll say, do you want to connect to Facebook? You can go on your Facebook, log in, and it'll go live onto your Facebook, so everybody on your Facebook can see your live stream. Or you can go straight to your YouTube channel, and your YouTube channel would be whatever you set it up as, and they'll say, okay, give us your YouTube channel. It'll say log in. Once you log in, it'll go straight into the stream and log in straight from YouTube and go straight like right now as we're doing right now.
Okay, yeah,
It's
I'm
very
definitely.
simple.
Yeah, I'm
Very,
gonna
very
look it up.
simple.
Yeah, because right now I'm gonna go take care of a couple of things, and when I get back today, I'm gonna look into that, bro. Because I've been trying to. I might as well just start it, man. Because all I do is I like as soon as I get home and I take care of everything, and I have time. I love boxing. Boxing is my hobby, bro.
So
So
on the copyright, what you don't want to do is like couple of times I showed some knockouts. Like let's say if you show some Canelo knockouts
yeah.
or Mike Tyson knockouts, you haven't got a license for that.
No, that's fine. I mean, I'm talking more about you know, for example, let's just see if I find some music, for example, that is part of a show or something. You know, if I wanted to just use that background music or something, can I not do that?
Like I would like to play Rocky background, but someday Rocky background like that's not licensed music. So if any of that kind, let's say
So how did you say we can find out if it's licensed or not?
so you can go on the internet. It tells you. You just type in what unlicensed music can we use for online streaming.
And so in pictures, so for instance, so like if I start and I find like I don't know,
Pictures is easy, bro. Once you go on the StreamYard, it'll tell you what picture do you want to use. So you know when you put your pictures on your phone,
yeah.
like you know your memory for your phone, you can use any one of those pictures. So let's say you see a picture on the internet, you just copy paste that picture, then it tells you put it on the StreamYard and you put it in there like you put it on Facebook. That's it.
Okay.
It's very
Yeah.
simple. I mean, at the end of the day, to be very honest with you, it seems hard, but it's not hard. It's very simple. And you just got to go on YouTube if you want and type in, how do I use StreamYard? And it'll tell you. And it's simple. It really is. But at the end of the day, the main thing, hard thing is, once you get going, you get a lot of people, once they do subscribe to you, they expect you to put content out on a weekly basis. So just remember, you always got to be up to date with your content. You know what I mean? You
Yeah,
gotta
just constantly, yeah, just keep it going.
yeah, because you're a hardcore fan anyway, so you're gonna know what's the next big thing.
Right, yeah.
I mean, the next big thing and the next big thing is always what you're cooking, is what we want to talk about. And right now, boxing needs people like you and Roper-Dope. We need people like you because boxing's in a place where any fans you get to the sport, it's only helping our sport, isn't it? Really.
Yeah, no, definitely, man, definitely. But you know what? The thing is, Rapstar, as you've seen, you know, I've had a couple of people now say to me that, have you got a channel? So, you know, I just thought it's good if I put something out there. I mean, why not just have something, you know?
And you know, Shadow, I just want to tell you, Shadow, I know Roper-Dope anyway from years, and he's the sort of person like me. He's met Mike Tyson. I've met people like Joe Kawasaki. I've met Mayweather. I've met, you know, so many fighters that we've met abroad. Miguel Cotto. You know, we went to the Joshua Clottey fight. You know, Roper-Dope's met so many fighters like Nassim Hamid. You know, we've met people like Chris Eubank, Nigel Benn. I mean, I don't know if you know these kind of fighters like Frank Bruno.
Oh, of course, yeah, I know who they are.
So these are the kind of fighters that Roper-Dope's met. A lot of these fighters, way more than me. I mean, one thing I know Roper-Dope met, he met Miguel Cotto personally in New York, and he took a picture with him next to him, didn't you, Roper-Dope?
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, man, you know what? You know, with me, you know, I'm a bit nostalgic. Maybe it's because of my age. You know, I'm a bit older. And the thing is, I often, as I did today, man, I always like going back a bit in time, and that's how I remembered things like about the Spinks fight, about the Spinks brothers and stuff like that. So, you know, I just think that it's always nice to have a bit of a reference to go back to. So I just think that's probably where, you know, I can add some value to this community.
Yeah, and if you get a channel, I'll be the first guys to subscribe to you, Shadow. And then
Oh yeah, I appreciate it. Hey, I appreciate it, boy. If you get a channel Roper-Dope, I'll subscribe, man.
Thank you, man. Likewise, man. I'll be on yours as well.
Yeah.
So just if you need help with the channel, you know, you got my emails on my channel. I can always help you.
Yeah,
And
I appreciate it. Yeah, because I got forced into boxing actually. I was born in the Bronx and I'm Puerto Rican, so we we were growing up and at that time when Tito Trinidad was fighting, it was like everybody would watch in my family. So I was like kind of like forced to watch it. I didn't even like it at first, and then I just grew into it, and then I just started watching it.
We all about the Barikwa, man.
oh yeah,
Yeah,
Barikwa, Barikwa. Hey,
yeah.
listen, let me tell you what. You guys always talk about Tito Trinidad, but you can never forget Benitez.
Oh,
Benitez was
yeah,
the
Wilfredo
original.
Benitez. Yeah, yeah,
But
man.
he was the original OG
Of
who
course,
won the
yeah.
world
Yeah,
title at 17 years old, and he had hard fights with Sugar Ray Leonard, Tommy Hitman's Hearns. He had
yep.
some brutal wars, man. That geezer.
Yeah, no, well, his name's always mentioned, man. Whenever you see, the big fights and they're talking about Puerto Rican fighters, there's never really a time when he's forgotten. His name's always mentioned.
Yeah, it's always Benitez, Gomez, Trinidad, Cotto. Um, you 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 know I got to a point where I started first watching Rapstar, this whole YouTube boxing. I didn't even know there was a huge YouTube boxing channel type scene until last year. I really did not. I just used to like when there was a boxing fight, I'd watch the highlights. I didn't know there was like these whole rooms and stuff like that. You know what I mean? So when I first started realizing that there was like certain movements and stuff like that, how people do certain things, like I've never looked at things like that. Yeah, I'm Puerto Rican and I love Puerto Rican fighters, but I've always looked at a fighter where the skills pay the bills. Even when Cheeto was my favorite fighter, I knew like when he was gonna fight Oscar De La Hoya. In my heart, I'm like, well, Oscar's boxing skills is probably gonna beat him. I never took the bias that he's Puerto Rican, he's gonna beat everybody. I don't know how people can do that. You know what I mean? But
Well,
then
just keep your show world boxing, right? Just see like
oh yeah,
rap
that's all
stars.
I do is
You see
yeah,
like what rap stars about, right? We speak about Luke Campbell. We even spoke about
yeah. That's
we
what I'm
spoke
saying.
about Devon Haney, Teofimo Lopez. We spoke about Ryan Garcia. We spoke about Eddie. I mean, what's his called name? Terrence Crawford, Errol Spence. We put the same energy in every
Exactly.
fucking fighter,
Keep the
right?
same
You
energy.
saw
Keep the
Roper
same
Doe.
energy.
Yeah,
Keep the
Roper
same
Doe's a
energy.
man from London, but we're speaking about American fighters because right now in the welterweight division, the American people are running the scene. But now, if you want to talk about the heavyweight division, Britain's running the scene. So we're going to talk about where the British are running the scene. But when you
Yeah,
talk about the fighters right now in the lightweight division, American boys are running the scene. So me and Roper Doe, we don't care where you're from. We just cover the sport of boxing.
yeah. I've never cared about that. I've never and so it was new to me. You know what I mean? It was new to me when all this stuff started happening, and I see a lot of stuff happening, and I'm like, damn, people. They really, but then I saw a video the other week where it kind of made a lot of clarity to me, and I was watching, and a lot of these guys they push these narratives because of cash apps. I was watching it, and they know that a lot of people they come in there and they know that when they talk like that or whatever, the same people will come in and they feed off that, and you'll notice they get cash apps. So it's like a business to them. And it's
Go,
like to me, I would never do that. I would never get to that point where I'm like causing chaos between people and just to feed. I just can't see myself doing that. I don't
Yo,
know.
Shadow.
Yeah,
I need to just check with you on something, man. Obviously, you said you're a big Felix Trinidad fan. I've been
yeah,
a big fan of Felix Trinidad as well. I've got like some of those old magazines, the boxing magazines from when Felix
yeah,
Trinidad was first on the scene in these prime. From
yeah.
that time, I've got magazines of him. So you know what? I just want to remind you about something. Do you know all his fights? Have you followed every single fight of his?
I followed mostly every yeah, mostly all
Okay.
of them. Yeah,
Okay. Do you remember a guy that he fought called Kevin Lushing?
yeah, yeah,
You
Oh
remember that
yeah,
left
yeah,
hook
yeah,
yeah,
to the
Kevin
yeah,
you
Lucian,
yeah,
remember
yeah.
you remember the left hook to the body and the left hook to the head? You remember that
yeah.
double left hook? Oh man, I love that fight. So
Hey,
I
let me tell
wanted
you
to
something. His left hook, and I was gonna bring this up with Rapstar earlier when I was talking about uh, uh, I forgot who we were talking about. Oh, Terrence Crawford. I said, you notice when Terrence gets hit, and it seems like every time he gets embarrassed, he brings the dog out of him. Well, Trinidad, if you ever noticed, like when earlier in his career, he got knocked down a lot of times, but every time he got knocked down, he came back and knocked the other person out. And it seemed like every time you would catch him, whether it was with David Reed, whether it was with there was another guy. Who was the guy? He fought this Mexican dude who was undefeated. I was just watching it the other day. It was right before he beat Pernell Whitaker. It was Campus, Yuri Boy Campus.
Oh
Yeah, I
yeah,
remember him,
remember
Yeah,
that Yuri
it
Boy
was Yuri Boy
Campus.
Campus, and he knocked him down with the left hook. And I mean, every time you knocked Trinidad down, it was like you made a mistake. It was like you made a mistake because now you just pissed him off, bro. It was like his left hook was fucking dangerous, bro.
Listen. Do you know what? I just wanted to remind you of that because that if you're going to say Tito Trinidad to me, I don't really like to think of his fights with Bernard Hopkins and all that because I just don't think that was fair, man. You know, I just think Tito was a
Oh
smaller guy.
yeah,
But you know what? I want to come back to you something. The guy that he fought, Kevin Lushing, he's a guy that is from the UK, so obviously we know him well here. He's also someone who's friends with Nigel Benn. Okay,
Yeah.
and also recently I can't remember. I was at a Joshua fight, and I bumped into Kevin Lushing in the lift,
Wow.
and you know he's walking around, and you know people, you know a lot of people, the youngsters, you know they don't really know they don't really remember fighters so much, and you know they probably don't even know him because it was a long time ago. But and I saw him and I spoke to him, you know, and I was just talking to him about it. So look, man, if you want to see something, which may, if you have time, have a look at his fight with a guy called Chris Saunders. I think he fought him a couple of times. So it's just a good fight to watch. If you watch the fight with him and Chris Saunders, Kevin Lushing versus Chris Saunders, it's a good fight to watch, man. It's just a fight that I remembered, and obviously I just came onto it after talking about Felix Trinidad, man. So
okay,
you
yeah,
know,
I'll look it up. Yeah, I'll look it up. Hey, listen, you know why I'll mention. I always mention Trinidad first. Not only why because I go off my own personal experience. That's when I first started watching boxing, and I don't think his name gets brought up enough because of the champions that he beat. He beat Maurice Blocker, Hector Macho Camacho. He beat your boy Campus,
Oscar De La Hoya.
Oscar De La Hoya, Obakar, Pernell Whitaker, David Reed,
Yeah,
William
he beat
Joppy,
some serious
William
people, bro.
Joppy,
Yeah,
Fernando
wow.
Vargas, Ricardo Mayorga. I mean, he beat a lot of guys, bro.
He was considered the pound for pound guy at once.
Yeah, at one time. Yeah,
He
he
was the
was.
pound for pound guy, wasn't he,
And
Roper?
like
yeah,
Rope-a-Dope said, he lost to Hopkins and Roy Jones in higher weight classes. Do
Yeah,
you
but that
know?
was towards his end of his career.
Right. And do you know if you type in who was the longest reigning welterweight champion ever in boxing, guess whose name pops up? Tito Trinidad. Type in the longest welterweight champion ever.
Oh,
Watch his name pop.
he was a badass when he was
man,
young.
man. I'll tell you, I used to love Tito Trinidad. I thought he was just brilliant. And honestly, he in that
I
era.
thought he fought Ike Courtney, or something. Didn't he
Ike
fight
Corte was good too. No, that was Oscar.
Oscar fought Ike Corte.
Oscar fought Ike Corte.
Yeah.
It was an elimination to fight Tito, and he beat Ike Corte.
Yeah, you gotta be a hardcore fan in
You
them
remember
days.
he knocked Ike Corte down, didn't
Yes,
he?
he knocked Ike Corte knocked down Oscar, and then Oscar knocked him down, and then
Yeah.
Oscar knocked him down again in the 12th, and then he almost finished him off in the 12th, and that was the elimination. If Ike Corte would have won, he would have fought Trinidad.
You
I
know,
mean,
I,
at that time, bro, if you got to look, if we go back in that time, look at that time. We had Corte, De La Hoya, Trinidad, Fernando Vargas, shit. I mean, at that time, that was when we
Sugar
still
Shane
had.
Mosley.
Yeah, we had Shane Mosley,
Yeah.
and in other weight classes, we had Diego Corrales, we had Mayweather coming up, we had Antonio
Castillo.
Barreras.
We had Castillo.
I think Nassim Hamid was around in those
Yeah,
days.
Yeah, Nassim Hamid
Nassim Hamid.
Nassim Hamid was way around in
Yeah,
that side.
yeah. Remember all those fights with what was the dudes from
Joe Kawasaki.
yeah, and when Mickey Ward fought Arturo Gotti, we had all those fights. Man, that shit was war, man. Back then, that's when I was growing up.
Listen, reminding me about Ike Corte, man. I've just remember Ike Bazooka Corte. All right, let's not forget another Ghanaian great man, Who remembers Azuma Nelson?
Azuma Nelson. Yes,
Yeah,
yes. Azuma Nelson.
Nelson, bro.
Azuma Nelson was great. Do you know that I used to work with Simon Brown, the guy who knocked out Terry Norris, and he told me that he was best friends with Azuma Nelson, and he said that Azuma Nelson, man, was a bad boy, bro. He said Azuma Nelson was a bad
He was
man.
a beast, but Barry McQuiggan didn't want to go near him.
Yeah.
Barry McQuiggan did not want to go near him.
I mean, we're
Yeah.
giving some history here to the young generation, man. We
Yeah,
got
and look, and this is why I love this new generation though, because this generation is reminding me of that old. Because we have a new generation of young talent that is now. If you look at these young talents that is coming up, think about it in the next.
And
If
let
they
me tell you
agree, if
something.
they agree to fight each other,
I
we
just
should have some
remembered something.
classics. We should have some classics.
I remember something. I remember one day, Ropedope sent me a message, and this is years ago. And he went, "Look at this guy," and I looked at him, and that was when Eucharist Gamboa had his first ever fight. Do you remember that, Ropedope?
Yeah, yeah.
And Eucharist Gamboa, he goes, "Look at this dude, bro. He's gonna become something." And then at that time, Eucharist Gamboa did become something, though. That time when Eucharist Gamboa came up, and I remember another fighter that I got put onto, which was Eric Morales. I never knew nothing about Eric Morales, but when I watched Eric
He was a bad
Morales,
man.
he was a bad motherfucker. His work rate was out of this world. When Eric Morales used to throw punches, he could throw 100 to 200 punches around, bro.
But man, you know what? That fight, it just gives me goosebumps. You know, I remember when Barrera would be going to his body, and you know what? And all of a sudden, when you're seeing Morales on the ropes and in trouble, all of a sudden, where most fighters would just be like breaking up and trying to get away, Morales just started going 1-2, 1-2, 1-2. You know, just some
Yeah,
straight,
yeah, he
speedy
fought back.
jab. Oh
Yeah,
my god. Oh my God, those guys, man, amazing! What an era! And don't forget, my man Manny Pacquiao was around that time as well.
Yeah,
and
but
that's
Manny
why.
Pacquiao was coming up. And you
Yeah,
know what fights we never got? Let me tell you fights that I regret is if Nassim Hamid, let's say Nassim Hamid beat Barrera, because, you know, we saw Nassim Hamid lose, but he lost that fight himself. He was acting flamboyant. He was even in the fight. And even in the fight, he just wasn't really himself anymore. He wasn't as disciplined. He didn't lose the fight like got stopped or anything. He lost that fight on his feet, just not being disciplined
Don't
anymore.
forget, don't forget, I was at that fight, bro.
I
Wow,
love,
you was
I
at
love,
that
I
fight,
love
you know.
Prince Nassim, bro. I love Prince. A lot of people,
Yeah, but we're
a lot of
forgetting the
people.
fights we never got.
Hey,
Like
a lot of
Prince
people would
Nassim
say
Hamid.
stuff about Prince, and I'd say, nah, he's got the goods, bro, because you could tell. Listen, this is why I don't get on. You know, when people try to say things about, I don't care where you're from, what you look like, or whatever. You could see talent, and that's the same
That
shit I
was
see.
raw talent.
That
That
was
was
raw
raw
talent.
talent.
That was raw talent,
And let me
and
tell you something, if he stayed with it, the fight I wanted to watch was him against Eric Morales, him against Marquez. And you know, I remember when he even retired, I thought he was going to come back, because those was the fights that I wanted to see. Eric Morales, Nassim Hamid at their best. And I'm talking Marquez and even Manny Pacquiao, Nassim
Man,
Hamid at their
man,
best.
listen, I could go talk to you guys for days about this, but I got to jump, man. It's been
Yeah.
good catching up with you guys, and I'm sure we'll be chatting soon again.
Yeah, thanks for popping
Take
in,
care, man.
Roper Dope.
See you. All
hey,
right.
take it easy, Roper Dope.
Take care, my man. Take care.
Hey, Roper Dope, before you go, man, I want you to check on this guy called Edgar Berlanga. He's the next big thing in Puerto Rican boxing, bro.
Yeah, I think I've seen him, dude.
Yeah, got 16 first round knockouts, bro.
Yeah,
18.
no, dude, I've seen him. I've seen him already.
Okay, yeah.
All
We're
right.
going to talk about him soon
Cool.
on the next
Okay,
show,
man.
bro.
Take care. All right.
Take
Bye-bye.
care.
Yeah, and Shadow, man, I want you to pull up on the next show.
Yeah, I
on
will,
the
bro.
next show. On the next show, we're going to be talking about the stars which we're looking at in 2021, and Edgar Berlanga is definitely one of those guys. You know, Edgar Berlanga right now, we're looking for a fight for Edgar Berlanga. Hopefully, he'll get a fight with Gabriel Rosado or
Yeah,
somebody around
he's
that
another
caliber.
fighter. He's another fighter that I guarantee you, it's gonna get hard for. Listen. He's in the same position as Jerron Boots and Chris Colbert. People, I hate that. I don't want to. I don't like saying that fighters don't want to fight other fighters, because I don't think anybody's really scared of anybody. I don't think that's really what it is. I think fighters don't want to fight. Like, you always have choices. So when you have a next fight coming up, it's like, is that a good idea right now in my time? So it's like they're in situations where other champions and fighters that have things going good, they don't want to take that's a bad chance to take at that time. Only people daring to be great are going to take those chances. So I like to see him fight somebody great, bro.
I mean, Edgar Berlanga, even if you guys are with World Boxing, how do you guys feel about Edgar Berlanga versus John Ryder? I mean, John Ryder's still a guy
Yeah,
who gave Callum
yeah. Hey,
Smith,
I
he
want to
gave
see
him a
him.
good fucking fight, you know?
Absolutely. Listen, I want to see somebody get him out the first round. That's what I want to see. I don't even know if the guy can go 5 rounds, rap star. I don't. You know what I mean? Listen, and this is why it's good when you're knocking everybody out in the first round. But I mean, we don't even know if he. That's a. We want to see if he can go 7 rounds at least, right? I mean, don't you want to see if the guy can? I mean, we don't even know if he's got stamina issues. You know, but he's doing. Hey, if you could put him out in the first round, put him out in the first round. There's no reason to why put yourself in a situation where later on you can get caught. I mean, I do it too if I can get him out of there. But I want to see him fight somebody that's. But you have to ask yourself. He's what, 168? Is he? I think he's 168, right? So
Who's
that's
that? Edgar Berlanga, yeah.
yeah. So that's okay. So he's in the same weight class as Plant, Benavidez, Canelo. So I mean, do you see him getting
Callum
any?
Smith, Billy Joe Saunders.
Right. Do you see him getting any of those type of fights?
I mean, he can't get those fights right now, bro. He hasn't fought fucking nobody. You got to give him at least a top
Yeah.
10, top 15 opponents.
So who's the top 15
Look,
opponent for him?
let's get some opponents quickly for him, right? We got John Ryder, we got Gabriel Rosado, we got Daniel Jacobs, we've got
Daniel Jacobs. That's a good one for him because I don't think Daniel Jacobs. I think Jacobs. I don't know about you, but I think he's in a decline. I
yeah.
I don't think he's. I think after what he did with Rosado, I think, and he was really disrespecting Rosado, bro. He was talking to him. Did you see the way he was talking to him? He was really disrespecting him as if like, sort of like almost what Ryan was doing with Luke, like almost saying like you don't deserve to be in the same ring as me type shit. And then okay, well if you're gonna talk like that, then you should have knocked him out. I thought Rosado won the fight. Did you think he won the fight?
I definitely thought Rosado done enough.
He even started cheering. He started cheering.
Yeah, I think he done enough to win the fight. I wouldn't have been upset with the draw. But then again, it just like it is, Daniel Jacobs didn't perform either. So Daniel Jacobs definitely won five rounds in my eyes. 1 round you can go swing it each way, couple rounds. So look, at the end of the day, it's a shame Rosado never got the decision.
Yeah, it's a draw. I would say a draw.
I wouldn't argue with the draw though. Would you?
No, yeah, I think a draw and then give him a rematch.
Yeah.
A draw and then give him a rematch. But Jacobs is trying to. I think Jacobs is trying to cash out as much as he can right now because I think he knows that he's got only so many great fights left in him. And honestly, I don't know if you see that. I could be wrong, and I hope I'm wrong. But I think that's what Errol Spence Jr. is doing, and some other boxers have said it. If you watched I watch a lot of videos, and so some of the younger fighters are saying it. This is just opinions. It's just opinions. But some people think that because he got into the accident, that he's trying to. That's why he's pushing for the Canelo fight. Because I don't think that's a good idea. I don't think him moving up two weight classes to fight Canelo. Do you think he's going to beat Canelo? I don't think he'll beat Canelo.
No, it doesn't make no sense to be honest.
No, it doesn't. I think he's doing it because he's trying to get as much money as he can. Because after the accident, I think maybe he probably might realize, oh okay, that kind of shortened my career. People need to realize he got ejected from the window. Hit the concrete, lost teeth, like that was kind of serious. That's not and you're in a sport where you're punching somebody, like your head is hitting. gloves. Like, so that kind of shortened. So he's probably like, let me try to get as much cash as I can. Now, if you saw before the car accident, it seemed like he was real eager, or at least I don't know about too eager, but it seemed like he was a little bit more eager to fight Crawford. Now it seems like he's more concerned about getting money, and if the money's correct, then fighting, then for legacy. You know, first, didn't he tell Crawford to get a belt first, and then Crawford did get the belt? It's crazy. You know how politics are, but I don't know. I could be wrong. I hope I'm wrong. I just want to see the best fights. I don't care who fights. I just want to see the best fights. I want to see the best fighting the best, and I want to see who's number one. And I don't want to see all these damn belts. I hate it that there's one weight class and there's like six belts. How the hell is there one weight class and six belts? Or 4 or 5 belts. I don't.
It is what it is nowadays, man. You got the WBA, the IBF, the IBO, the WBO, the WBC, the WBC franchise, the WBC Elevate, the WBA Super Champion,
The
and then you've
intern.
got the interim champions, and then you've got also the regular champions now.
That's
So
crazy.
so you got to recognize this. It's a whole different world. There's so many sanctioning fees. That's how you can get so much
Yeah.
different
Did
business.
you read that there's a thing that I don't know how truth it is or not. I was reading the other day that the WBC is ordering the Haney and Garcia fight.
I mean, the WBC is ordering which fight?
I read that the WBC
Hmm.
is ordering Haney and Garcia, but then that's crazy because I thought Garcia is trying to fight Tank.
I just want to tell this Neon Eyes said that she said it's so confusing for so many belts. And Neon, it's just the way it is. We've got so many different belts now that we've got more belts than how many different kind of Nikes are out there. I mean, it is what it is. And we got Black and Brown in the building. We got
Hey,
Bruce.
Black and Brown was good, bro. That's
Yeah,
hey, that's my boy right there. I like him.
okay, yeah, Black and Brown's in the building. Salute to him. Bruce is in the building, and Neon Eyes. It is what it is, man. We've got so many different types of
Hey, let me
belts.
tell you something. They got so many belts. I think I got a chance, bro. You know, no, I'm just playing, bro. But I fuck around and get a belt.
No, but it is what it is. Think about it. The WBA, then there's the WBA Super Champion, and then there's the WBA Interim Champion, right?
Yeah.
Then we've got the WBC,
And
the
check this out. Hey,
WBC
look, look,
Regular
look, look, and
Champion,
look, and not
the
only that, check
WBC Elevated Champion,
right.
the
And look,
WBC Franchise Champion.
yeah, and look, and
How
check this
many
out.
fucking champions you need, bro?
How the hell does the WBC? Look, look, check this out. How the
Oh
hell?
my.
Explain this to me. When does a champion? When does a champion become I know the champion has mandatories, but when does the champion become a mandatory? I thought when you're a champion you have mandatory. So Tio, they're saying Tio first. They came out and said Tio is undisputed. Then they said Haney has his own belt. Now they're saying Ryan has his own belt. Now they're saying that Ryan or Haney, I forgot which one, but one of them is the mandatory for the other. How the hell is a champion a mandatory for a champion? It's shit. It's shit. You can't make this up, bro. You can't make this up anymore. This shit, it's crazy, bro. They're just making labels now. And this is why you have so many champions.
Yeah, man. Hey, listen, let's get to some of the messages from what you've been talking about, Shadow. Bruce is in the building. Bruce says, look, Errol Spence, right? Bruce says Errol Spence finishes. Errol Spence doesn't finish off his opponents. And Terence Crawford has been knocking his opponents out lately. But this fight needs to happen for boxing. If this fight doesn't happen, it's a shame. And all the fans in boxing lose out. So what do you think about that, what Bruce is saying? That, look, both of these fighters, we know one fighter's been fighting greater opponents, and one fighter's been knocking out the fighters, which are the other opponents. So at the end of the day, we need to get this fight, or the fans are going to lose out. Do you feel the same?
Oh yeah, absolutely, bro. Who doesn't want to watch Bud and Spence, bro? I, I just it's kind of weird that uh, what was his name? Rope Dope. He made a perfect point. I mean, Spence is trying to say well, you need 40 and you need or 45 or whatever, but then you want to go up and fight Canelo. You do know if you go up and fight Canelo, you're gonna be the one taking 40. You know what I mean? You ain't gonna. You think you ain't getting 50-50 with Canelo. So how you gonna tell somebody else? I mean, so you might as well just work it out with this man, and fight. The fans are losing. Listen, I'm gonna tell you right now. That's a fight that there's some fights that just has to be made. I'm gonna tell you right now. What a lot of these fights would stop a lot of arguing. Would stop a lot of arguing. Bud versus Crawford, Fury versus Wilder 3. Um, I guess Ryan and Tank's going to be another one, but there's certain fights that has to happen, which would just stop a lot of damn arguing. It would stop a lot of arguing between people.
Yeah,
Just get
I
the,
think
get
I
the
think
shit over with.
boxing's come to a point where people are more interested in how much money they can earn instead of trying to be a legacy fighter. It's just coming to a point where, it's not a good sign for boxing. You're supposed to chase the greatness. You're not supposed to chase how much more percentage you can fight for about 1 year. They've been fighting for 10%. It's like 10% going to Crawford or 10% more going to Errol Spence for the whole year. That's all we've been hearing about, right? So at the end of the day, man, the money's more important for these fighters. We know that. It's a different time we live in. And I'll tell you who spoiled all this shit is Floyd Mayweather.
Yeah, I was gonna say yeah, and Bernard
Floyd
Hopkins.
Mayweather came to the sport of boxing and he
Yeah,
told everybody this is a money sport. And he's the one who showed everybody that you need to chase the money first. You know what I
yeah,
mean? It is
yeah.
what it is.
Bernard Hopkins had that interview. I think I mentioned it on somebody else's channel where he said that Floyd has done so much for boxing in general, and but one of the things that he did for boxing that just it kind of blackened the sport a little bit is everybody wants to be Money Mayweather, but like Tio said, nobody remembers Pretty Boy Floyd, but everybody wants to be Money now, and when they ask him, who do you want to fight? It's always, well, I need to talk to my promoter. We need to make the steps. I'm the A side. Oh, that's all. That's all Mayweather talk, bro. Hopkins was saying when back in his day, and he had the belt. He said if he wanted to fight somebody, he fought him. It was real simple. He says nowadays it's not like that. It's like it's all, especially with social media, especially with all these different platforms. He says it's just a different era now. Um, and that's bad for the fans.
So let's answer the question for some of the people in the chat because look, I want you to know when you have your own channel, you're always gonna get a lot of messages, and sometimes you got to remember to make time for the messages for the subscribers. So, Neon Eyes, she says, it reminds me that all these belts today are like participate participating in trophies. These trophies, why are there so many trophies? And what does the belts really mean then? If there's so many belts in each division, she wants to know what are the fucking reasons of having the belts then? I mean, most of the reasons of having the belt is so that you can make big fights and be in prime, so you can get the best fights and you can make the most money. So if you've got a belt, then obviously you are the champion and you get championship money. Your money's bigger, you're the prize fighter, and you're
Yeah,
the one with the
yeah,
belts.
the purse is bigger.
Yeah, your purses are bigger. And you're also in control in some respect in how you want to make the fight because a champion will always have, a lot of favors. Like this is why they have the A side and the B side, that you'll be favored in the fight. You can choose, when you come in the ring. There's so many little things that you can have being on the A side in when you're picking the fight, where you want to fight, how you want to fight. Do you want to fight in your hometown? This is why you need a belt. So it's always good to be a champion. But then you've got so many champions. And when you got so many champions, it does get confusing. But then you got to beat each other. And
That's
that's
the
how you
thing, and
become a unit.
that's the
Yeah.
thing. And I remember when there was only like, I guess I don't know. I remember when like I don't know how many belts there were at one time, but I remember I think it was like only three in some weight classes, or maybe three. Now it's like so many, but like the interim and the regular ones, I don't understand that. If you're intern champion, so what are you saying? To me, do you know what an intern means? An intern means you're practicing to be something that you want to be. I think that's what an intern, like if somebody's an intern at a job, I'm doing an internship. You know what I mean? Like that, I'm putting hours in something that I want to be one day.
Yeah, but the biggest belt they used to say is the WBC. The WBC used to be the belt that everybody wanted. Muhammad Ali had it, everybody had it, right? The WBC. Then we have the WBA. Then we have the IBF. Then we have the WBO. And then we have the IBO, which is another world title they've put together. And I just think between the five of those, the WBC was the most recognized. And then the WBO and the IBF seem to be the next two in line. That's just my opinion.
And now the
Um,
WBC is becoming, I don't know, it's kind of a joke. The WBC.
I mean, the WBC just has a few more titles. They've added now franchise champion, elevated champion, and then they've got their regular champion. I think most of it, if you really want to answer honestly, is a bit of corruption. They get
That's what it is.
they get
Bro,
sanctioning they
it's
get
horrible.
sanctioning fees from each champion. So if they've got 6 champions in one division, they get 6 different sanctioning fees from that championships. So they get money for each fight. So that's why there's becoming more and more corruption and more belts. And I think that's just a little bit, there's too many belts now. And I don't want to hear about any more organizations trying to come up with any more belts. But what do you think about that new weight class that they got together, the bridge weight? So
Is that the one they
they've
were
got a
trying to
new
put
weight
Deontay
class.
Wilder in? Is that the one they were trying to put Deontay Wilder in?
Yeah, so there's a new weight class. The WBC have put another weight class called the bridge weight, and that's between 200, and I think that's from 200 pounds to 224 pounds.
Who's did they even announce the fighters in there or no? Or
Well, they've got that weight class there. I'm sure they're going to announce fighters to be able to compete in that weight class. So, I mean, that's just another way of them earning money.
that? Yeah.
The more belts that the organizations have, the more money they can make. That's just basically what it is.
Mm.
The more champions they can have, the more money they can make. So it just means to say there's only certain champions out there who are undisputed, who've got all the belts. And that's when you become the
Yeah,
undisputed.
even the ones that have all the belts, you got people challenging that because there's so many belts that it makes it so complicated. Because you got people that first of all, people are they get upset with a situation that Teofimo didn't even. That's not even his. He had nothing to do with that, and Haney had nothing to do with that either. If you look at it, didn't Loma give up the? From what I understand, Loma was supposed to fight Haney, and then they created that match, and then they gave Haney the belt in the ring after he fought somebody. I don't even know if that fight was for the belt. I'm so confused when it comes to that belt. I don't even know where it came out of. It's that's where like the friction comes. But I mean, you can't. And then they come out and say that Teofimo is undisputed, but then they say that Haney is a WBC champion, and then they say Ryan is, I guess, interim, and then they say when one of them is a mandatory. They just want to brain fuck everybody because I'm just so confused on that shit.
Yeah, I think it's come to a point where, it does look like there's a bit of corruption. There does look like at the end of the day they're making more champions to make more money out of the business. But at the same time, it makes more excitement in another way, and they can make more fights. But at the end of the day, I kind of think it's kind of sad in some point where you got 2 champions in the same belt organization, and the fans get confused. But you know, that's part of their way of
Look,
making
I don't
money
mind
out
it
of it.
being more champions. I don't mind that as long as they fight each other. As long as they fight each other. All this people have all these different belts and they're not fighting each other. That's what makes it worse. When people have all these belts and it shouldn't be so hard to be unified. It shouldn't be so hard to put belts on the line. It shouldn't be that hard. And then you have all these different platforms and people talking about, oh, you on the other side of the street. But then you see other fights where it's not so hard. There is no other side of the street. You see what I'm saying? It's like you said. There's a lot of corruption going on. But then you see another fight that's real easy to get made.
Yeah, I guess so. But you know, years ago there used to be, oh my God, we're fighting for the belt, the world championship belt. The biggest thing in the world was having a belt. Now it doesn't seem to be like that. It seems to be who's got the biggest followers, who makes the most money, who's got the biggest attraction, who gets the most pay-per-view numbers, and it doesn't matter if you've got the belts or not. And if you're more of an exciting fighter and the money is more with fighting you, then I don't need to fight a world champion. I'm just going to fight you because the money is more to be earned and it's better to fight you. So it seems to be a different atmosphere.
Maybe
And
that's
I'm
what
not,
Ryan's doing. Maybe that's why Ryan is trying to fight Tank and not trying to fight Haney. But when you look at it, if you really want to look at it, Rapstar, it's kind of confusing to me that Ryan's trying to fight Haney. I mean, trying to fight Tank when he should be trying to fight Haney. And but I guess you're right though. In a way, fighting Tank. If you look at it, I guess you're right. Fighting Tank is more money, right? And I guess which one means more? If he beats Tank or beats Haney? Which one is he gonna get the credit more for? Tank.
yeah, and it's unfortunate, but years ago, like if Devon Haney was the world champion, years ago, if you became a person who was ready to get the world championship, people would say, "Why the fuck are you fighting Tank when
Right, right,
Devon Haney is the world champion?" So
right.
let's just say this: like Devon Haney is like the next guy who's got the title. Why the fuck are you running away from the world championship title? Only because of money. So you're going to fight Tank Davis because you want more money, and you know that can make maybe let's say 2 million, $3 million more, right? So you want all that more money. That's why you're not talking about the world champion. So boxing's become a prize fight more and more to do with the money than anything to do with when it comes to world championships of
Or
holding
belts,
the
belts or
belts.
trophies. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and they're becoming more of a trophy, just like what Neon Eyes said. She said that she doesn't understand the sport when it comes to all these belts. But it's just honest thing is, these belts are more and more because these organizations can make more money out of these champions. So if they've got six champions, they can make six times the money that they can make out of one champion. It's true though, right? So look, if they've got the elevated champion, the franchise champion, the regular champion, and the interim champion, these are four different organizations that one organization can make money from four different types of champions. Now you can call these champions, one is an A champion, one's a B, one's C, and one's D. You can have them in categories, but they're all still some type of a champion. So if you look at the casual fans, they get very fucking confused of our sport in boxing. They don't know who the world champion is. Do you get what I mean, Shadow? We do.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. A casual, and I hate to say casual fans because we're all fans. If you pay for it or if you just watch it, then you're a fan. But I get what you're saying. A person that doesn't watch it all the time, a hardcore fan, yeah, they wouldn't know. They would probably just look at the popularity of the person and look at it. If you looked at Ryan or you looked at Haney, somebody would look at the Instagram and probably go, "Oh, Ryan's the more established champion." Or, but then somebody would look at that and go, "Well, Haney didn't even really earn the belt." There's arguments all over the place, and that's something that the WBC created. That's nothing, and that's not the fighter's fault. when you look at it, it's like you said, it's the corruption, and they need to clean that up. They need to clean that up now because it's only making things worse. And look, we need to look at that too, Rapstar. I was gonna ask you, do you really think the only reason why Ryan is trying to fight Tank is because it's more money? You think that's the only reason?
I think it's one of the reasons because it is much more money. And the second thing is, I think he thinks that Tank's an easier fight than Devon Haney.
That's Thank you. That's what I think. I think that has something to do. I really think in his mind, I really think that he thinks Tank is an easier fight than Haney. I think he thinks that he'll beat Tank easier than he would if he fought Haney. It could be true. I don't know, but
And
I know in his head it seems that way.
and I want to talk about the some of the chat, some of the messages. Andre Rodriguez, he says that it's all right to have loads of belts, but years ago, the champions used to at least fight 3, 4 times a year. Even the champions 20 years ago, they used to fight multiple fights. But nowadays, these champions, they don't fucking fight more than once or twice a year, max. So that's another thing. Years ago, we used to get a lot more fights from the champions. Nowadays, the champions don't even fight that much. They're more interested in negotiating for about a year before they fight.
Yeah, he's got a point. And some champions, to be honest, you could tell by the moves that they're making. They're not daring to be great. You There's some boxers who has really let me down, bro. Like I really like Caleb Plant. He kind of let me down, bro, with the choices that he made. He got a belt. He got a belt, and then fought Mike Lee, and then some guy named Feigen Butts. Feigen Butts. Now I'm not you know I don't know how good that guy is, and then now he's fighting Caleb Truax when we all know that he's kind of I think he's above these guys. If you have a belt, you should be fighting more times. You should be fighting better competition. And once you have a belt, you should only be fighting people of your caliber or the next in line. If you're not fighting another champion, then you should be fighting a mandatory.
Yeah, and we got some more messages here. And
Hey, hold on, Rapstar. Hey, listen, I don't know how long you're gonna be on, but I gotta run out real quick.
yeah,
I'm a-
yeah, I'm actually just gonna be cooking for a few minutes and then I'm gonna be getting out of it really.
all right.
Uh,
Hey, if I don't come back on and I don't see you, bro. Hey, it was good talking to you, man. I've been on here
Hey,
for
we've had a great show today. We've cooked it up from all kinds of stuff. Shadow the real one, he's gonna get a channel soon. Everyone get ready for Shadow the Ghost. He's gonna get his own boxing channel. So you get ready to start getting your channel up, bro.
Hey, man, I appreciate you, man. I'll talk to you later, all right?
Peace out to you,
All
bro.
right, peace.
And listen, man, and to everybody else in the chat, we've had a great show today. We've had all kinds of people pulling up in the show. But what do you guys think about this? Javante Tank Davis, Ryan Garcia is the next fight that they're trying to make. Devon Haney is the fight which was everybody was thinking was a mandatory. Devon Haney is the world champion, but Ryan Garcia is not chasing the world champion. He's chasing the money, and he's not chasing the greatness with the world champion to trying to get the title from Devon Haney. He's going after Javante Tank Davis. Do you think Ryan Garcia Tank Davis is a much bigger fight than the Devon Haney and Ryan Garcia fight? And if that's what's going to be the next fight, who do you think wins that fight? Ryan Garcia, does he win that fight with his reach? Is it too early for him to fight Javante Tank Davis? Or is Javante Tank Davis always been, you know what I mean? He's never fought nobody really serious. They've been guiding his career as well. Is it the time now for both of these guys to step up? It's the fight that we want in 2021. Javante Tank Davis and Ryan Garcia. And I just want everyone to know this. Let's get ready for some great fights to be made. And Rapstar Boxing TV, subscribe to the channel. Please don't forget to press that like button. And don't forget to press the notification. We'll be back live soon. So everyone in the channel, everyone in the chat, peace out to you guys. We're going to do a lockdown special where we're going to talk about all the new boxing, up and coming boxers for 2021, which are the next superstars that we're looking at in 2021. I just want everyone to have a great weekend. And hope to see you guys soon. Rapstar Boxing TV will be back soon. Peace out. God bless all of you.